Pokémon, a genius scientist who traveled through time from Pirates Chapter 51-100. Chapter 51 Lance's humiliating defeat. Success. The police officers below were all delighted, but Agatha, Lorelei, and others in the Quartz Alliance frowned secretly. No way. So easy. The next second, Dragonair, who was tying up Joker, suddenly changed his face. With a puff, Joker, which was squeezed by external force, actually cracked from the inside and leaked air like a balloon. It's a dummy. And it's not over yet. A large amount of dark green powder evaporated from the crack of the dummy. Dragonair, who was tying up the dummy, was hit instantly. His eyelids were visibly heavy, and in less than 2 seconds, his head tilted and he fell asleep. It's sleep powder. It was too sudden. Even Lance's Dragonair had no time to react. Dragonite storm, Lance shouted as sleep powder, which was so heavy that it almost dyed the blue sky green, blew towards him. Another Dragonair flying closer was also hit. Dragonite quickly flapped the pair of funny-looking wings behind it. A strong wind that was seriously inconsistent with the size of the wings burst out. However, Lance forgot one thing: there were still a bunch of onlookers below. Storm's ultimate move created a whirring gale, and finally at the last moment it was hit by Dragonite whirlwind. But the whole street was covered. Suddenly, the thousands of onlookers gathered on this street one by one felt as if they heard Jigglypuffsing, and their eyelids became heavier and heavier. After a while, their heads drooped and they fell asleep on the street one after another. Jenny, who originally led the police officers on the scene, had already discovered that Karen was missing and wanted to thoroughly check the scene. But the next second, she couldn't hold back the sleepiness that was coming up, and she fell asleep against the police car with her head tilted. The same happened to the camera crew of the Azure TV station who came to film. All the citizens of Johto finally saw the camera tilted, and the picture was completely frozen on the citizens who fell asleep on the street and the Dragon Elite who fell from the sky. Joker, you got! Lance's indignant roar echoed in the ears of the audience in the entire Pokemon continent in front of the TV. Dodo beep. Not long after, the sound of sirens echoed in the ears of the audience through the TV. Obviously, the reinforcements of the Azure Police have arrived, but everyone knows that it is impossible to catch Joker. Then, the live broadcast was cut off. Chansey, use Heal Bell. Joy Soledad, who arrived, released her Chansey and used Heal Bell to wake up the people who fell asleep because of sleep powder. Just now, what happened? Oh, it seems that a lot of powder suddenly fell from the sky, and then I fell asleep. Is that sleep powder? Every time my wife asks me to pay taxes, I let my Butterfree secretly sprinkle some in the house. It's very useful. It seems to have run out of Joker's body. Where is Joker? Wait, the female bandit is gone too. Joker is a fart. That's obviously a fake person. All of us have been deceived that the sleep powder just now seems to have been blown down by Dragonite of Land/Crossing Elite. The citizens who woke up talked about it. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more out of control, Damalankai hurriedly shouted, "Okay, everyone, go back quickly. Don't watch the excitement when you encounter such things in the future, otherwise it's easy to get into danger like today." To be honest, Joker's trick today really scared him a lot. Fortunately, the harmless sleep powder hit the dummy. If it was toxic powder or something, what would happen? I was scared to death when I saw so much sleep powder spilling. Captain Jenny, who also rushed over from Lyo's villa, patted her chest, which had a lot of cups. It was also the second time she saw Joker's strategy. Although it was not as dangerous as facing the thugs like Shadow or Team Rockets, but it made her feel more powerless. There are too many routines, it's hard to beat them. De Malankai was silent, turned his head and looked at Lance, who had fallen from a high altitude and was holding the Joker dummy with only a layer of skin left in his hand. At this moment, Lance lowered his head and remained silent, but no one at the scene dared to approach him. De Malankai took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Joker's case, leave it to the International Police. The International Police is also the Pokémon organization under the On Alliance. Although like the investigators that Lance belongs to, they are exclusive agencies to combat criminal organizations such as Team Rockets and Shadow. But compared to the high-profile investigators, they were as swaggering as the Royal Guards. International police agencies are more like Jinyaiwei and Shadow Warriors, living underground and conducting secret investigations. This group of people, at least based on the current situation, is more suitable for this task than Lance. President Lance's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Damo Lankai in disbelief. However, what greeted him was the rare serious expression of the old man, who forcibly suppressed the words that had risen in Lance's throat. You go back and have a good rest. Different from the good old man's style in the past, this time Damo Lankai's attitude was like that of a strict father, and he is indeed within the Alliance. No, he can even be said to be one of the few people in the entire Pokemon continent who can restrain Lance. Yes, after a long time, Lance uttered a word and left with his dragons. Damo Lankai sighed secretly. After all, Lance is still too young and needs more training. When you encounter a kid like Joker who has a lot of miracle eyes, this kid is easily spoiled. Moreover, Damalancy did this not because he was afraid that Lance would not be able to defeat Joker, but more to protect Lance. Although the league's official external report was that Joker and Lance met for the first time, it ended with Joker running away and Lance's victory. So even though Lance was embarrassed on TV this time, he still didn't lose his face. It can be said that the battle between the two was still a win and a loss. But Damalankai, who knew the truth, understood very well that the real situation was that Lance lost both times. Although it was not a head-on duel like a trainer battle, to be honest, if he lost in a head-on duel, Lance might feel better. He is not someone who cannot afford to lose. After losing, he can just practice and continue fighting. But it's very uncomfortable to lose to the opponent's routine. And Damalankai also discovered that although Lance has unlimited potential, he is really not good at playing dirty tricks. If he and Joker were to confront each other again, Damalanchi was afraid that the future champion, whom he designated as Agatha's successor, would be destroyed by Joker's mentality. The next day, headlines from major newspapers and news media came out one after another. One of the most eye-catching newspapers is the Galar Daily from Galar region. The title is, Lance's humiliating defeat has become the biggest topic in the Pokémon League in the past 2 days. Chapter 52, Alliance Region Demons Dance. Full Gold TV still spoke for Lance, who is the 4th elite of the Quartz Alliance. The Alliance's A-level criminals are afraid of the power of Lance/Crossing Elite and dare not fight with them head-on. They can only use the method of threatening the people to find flaws in Lance/Crossing Elite. Fortunately, under the protection of Lance/Crossing Elite, no one was injured in the Azure department store incident. We have reason to believe that in the near future, when Lance/Crossing Elite takes over from Agatha Champion, he will lead us in the Quartz Alliance to usher in a new era. I'll go. To be honest, the nonsense is a bit too much. Anyone who has not blindly read the news, or anyone with a little practical experience can see it. In the battle yesterday, Lance lost, although the two of them never fought each other from beginning to end. But as far as this battle of wits is concerned, the Dragon Messenger was completely defeated. Too careless. Seeing that the opponent's hands were not moving, he closed the distance too close. However, when sleep powder was released, he visibly panicked. He even made a stupid mistake like using a storm to blow the powder to the ground. It can only be said that Lance/Crossing is still young now. After all, he has just grown up. However, Manjin TV is a TV station affiliated with Johto region, so it is reasonable for them to say something good about their elite. And people in Pokemon world are also more tolerant. Although there are keyboard warriors, they are not as exaggerated as Susheng's previous life. Lufiran retired from a game due to injury, and he made everyone look bad. Reports from other regions were not so polite. Fiun Daily from Unova region. Although Lance/Crossing Elite is the best and youngest trainer that has emerged in the Alliance in recent years, he still lacks experience when fighting against unscrupulous evil parties like Team Rockets. We hope to make more improvements, but considering that Lance/Crossing Elite had the experience of defeating Joker not long ago, we have reason to suspect that he is just careless this time and will never make the same mistake. Well, like Unova, Hone, Sinnoh, the evaluations of these regions are more fair, but they are still more biased towards Lance. However, there are 2 regions whose reports are more, well, stand out from the crowd. First, the Orange Academy newspaper of the Padilla region. As the most promising new star elite in the Alliance, Lance Elite made the low-level mistake of blowing sleep powder to the public. We hope that he will not make the same mistake again. At the same time, the citizens of Kianwood City obviously have no sense of crisis. When they knew that a dangerous incident was happening nearby, they did not stay away from it immediately but stayed nearby to watch the excitement, which gave criminals an opportunity. If it were in our Padilla region, this would never happen because our citizens have all received higher education in the Orange Academy. While belittling Lance and Johto region, they also raised their hands. It's amazing. But the more amazing thing is yet to come. A video of an interview with Roz, the president of the Galar Alliance, went viral on the internet. Gongmen TV, a male host, was the first to speak in front of the camera. Lance's humiliating defeat has become the biggest topic of the Pokemon League in the past 2 days. Let's take a look at the comments of Mr. Luas, the president of the Galar League. The always straightforward President Luas said bluntly that the Quartz League lost so much, I'm afraid it doesn't even want face. The media in each region are in chaos. After returning home, Susheng didn't know how much messed up news he had read. In summary, the media in the 2 regions of Kanto and Johto completely ignored the facts and spoke well of Lance, trying to cover up this matter. Hone, Sinnoh, Kalos and others remained relatively neutral and objective, and their attitudes were also biased towards Lance. This is normal. After all, Lance is an elite in the league, even if he is not from his own region, but at least he is one of his own. And Padilla and Galar, this attitude is worth pondering. Pattaya is considered to be critical. Galar is a bit like a defeated man. It is mainly because the presidents of the two regions are ambitious. The president of the Pattaya Alliance is also very enthusiastic about developing the Pokemon education industry, making Orange Academy the largest Pokemon school in the Pokemon continent. He hopes to cultivate the strongest trainer who can lead Pattaya to become the strongest alliance. And Roz is just playing with money. While discovering young trainers with potential and spending money on Pokemon training, he also poached people from other regions. The attitude towards the Quartz Alliance is completely replaceable. Now that Lance, the signboard of the Quartz Alliance, is embarrassed, Roz certainly doesn't mind saying a few words to insult him. Such a lively event naturally caused a huge heated discussion among the people. Pallet Town, Kanto region. The supernova elite of the Quartz Alliance is not that good. If I were to come, I would not fall into the trap of the masked man. A boy of about 5 years old with a light brown hedgehog hair put his hands in his pockets and looked disdainful. Brother Green, you are talking nonsense. Lance/Crossing Elite was just careless. A boy of about 4 years old with a clear and stupid look on his tender face said unconvinced. At least we can't make the same mistake. Another 5-year-old boy with a red peaked cap said sparingly. Another boy of about 4 years old was shocked. It's really unexpected that Brother Chi can say so many words at once. His facial features are extremely similar to the hedgehog-headed boy next to him, more than 80%. It's just that his hair color is darker, dark brown. The relationship between these 4 children is still as good as ever. Not far away, Aunt Delia, who is under 30 but already a mother of 2 children, looked at them with an anti-smile. It's a pity that they are all boys. If there was a girl, maybe they could become in-laws. Professor Oak said half-jokingly. In the beach house in Kianwood City, the TV in the living room was playing a news report of yesterday's incident. The media obviously wanted to help Lance divert attention, and the focus of the report was on Karen. The power displayed was limited and there were no casualties, so it did not cause much impact on the alliance. But because she and Joker were in the same group, they were given an additional B-level wanted level. After preparing the food for the Pokemon, Susheng and the other 2 sat down one after another and prepared to eat. Susheng patted his hands, attracted the attention of the 2 and said, "From now on, we will be companions who act together. In order to enhance the relationship between us, let's make a simple self-introduction." If Will said this, Karen would probably say, "I'm not interested in enhancing the relationship with you." But after a few days, Karen thought carefully and realized that she did owe Susheng a lot of favors, so she didn't refute. "What do you want to say?" Will was a little curious. Susheng spread his hands and cosplayed a certain way of yokai. "Just name things I like, things I hate, and future dreams, interests, etc." "Well, that's about it." Chapter 53. Houndour's sister Yu is old. Can she still make a living? "Then I'll go first," Will said excitedly. "My name is Will. I like psychic Pokemon, and I hate things that follow the rules because I think the unknown is the most interesting. If we only know what will happen in the future in advance, it will be too boring. My interest is to have fun, so after guessing Ah Sheng's identity, I decided to act with him. As for future dreams, well, I haven't thought about it yet. It's good to maintain this kind of life for the time being." After listening to Will's introduction, Karen secretly glanced at this guy and thought to herself, he is really an unreliable guy. At this time, Karen noticed that Susheng was looking at her. When the 2 looked at each other, Susheng raised his head to indicate that it was his turn. After a little thought, Karen spoke calmly. "My name is Karen. You all know my origin. I hate anything. As long as it is hypocritical, I hate it, as well as self-righteous guys. I don't like anything in particular. If I have to say it, it's my Pokemon." Speaking of this, Karen lowered her hand and stroked her Houndour, who was enjoying the Pokemon nutritious meal at her feet. "Dreams are just slogans. I never thought about it, but I have a goal in the near future, which is to kill a man." When she said the latter, Uchiha Karen couldn't help but increase her voice. Feeling the momentum of Karen that she was not easy to mess with, Will secretly spit in his mouth and muttered in his heart, "Wow, the person she is talking about should not be me, right?" Woo. Hearing Karen's words, Houndour also temporarily stopped eating and emitted the same murderous intent as Karen. "Ahem, Yoshi, now it's Sheng's turn." Will clapped his hands to ease the atmosphere. "My name is Susheng. I like things a bit like Will, which are unknown things, or exploring the unknown. I hate things a lot, and I can't finish them all in a short time. I have a lot of interests, and I'm mainly studying Pokemon at the moment. My dream is too far away. My immediate goal is to help my Pokemon tap their potential." After listening to the 3 people's self-introductions, Will's Earl Dervish companion Natu also chirped. "Natu, chirp, let's get to know each other. I'm Natu, and my favorite things are." After Natu started, Will's Jinx, Slowpoke and Executor responded. Then he looked at Karen's Houndour, who was a little unsociable, with hopeful eyes. Being stared at by Will's Pokemon like this, Houndour felt uncomfortable uncomfortable for a while and then said impatiently, "Woof, I am a houndour. I like meat and hate humans. I am following this little human girl because I have the same goal as her. As long as I achieve this goal, I will leave. My dream is to revitalize the family and kill a male human." As soon as Karen's houndour finished speaking, one of Susheng's houndour responded, translated, "It means we won't stop you if you want to leave, but we want to stay here." When thinking of the days of sleeping in the wild, the 3 houndours under Susheng felt it was really nice to be with a rich woman, oh no, with a master. Although the training was also very hard, it was definitely better than wandering in the wild. Susheng's care for them can definitely be described as meticulous. When they first had special training, the 3 houndours were stunned. I didn't expect that they could improve their strength in this way. Although they have not been integrated into human society for a long time, they can see that these things are definitely not available outside. During training, their bodies are still connected to electrocardiograms. This ensures that every Pokemon training can challenge the limits while preventing themselves from being hurt by excessive force. In addition to training, the owner will chat with them every week using the magical mind dialogue ability, then make changes to the diet according to the changes in taste during this period. Life is so good. Why should I return to the wild? I'm sick. Karen's houndour turned his head to the other side as if he didn't want to join the topic anymore. Natu and Jinx looked at each other, feeling that this guy was not easy to get along with. Is it okay to be colleagues in the future? Then he looked at Susheng's Moon Eevee and 3 houndours. Moon Eevee thought that as the master of the East Palace, she should speak first. Buletin Yi, I am Moon Eevee. I don't have anything I particularly like. I just fight for that person to realize his dream. This is my dream. As he said, Moon Eevee looked up at Susheng. Pa pa pa. Natu, who was infected by the atmosphere slowpoke. Jinx clapped in unison. Executor had no hands, so he nodded in agreement. Although I don't quite understand what she means, it feels so amazing. However, someone soon came to spoil the atmosphere. One of Susheng's houndours licked its paws and joked, "Wow wow, oh wow, you are indeed Sister Yu. Your ideological consciousness is very high." The other interface said, "Wow, it's a pity that Sister Yu is 8 years old this year, right? I heard that you were only adopted by your owner in recent months, so there is not much room for improvement, right?" The last one also showed a humane smile. "Woof woof. Don't worry, Sister Yu, we will take action when we encounter stronger opponents in the future." Old man, just sit back and eat poke blocks leisurely. Compared with domestic Pokemon, wild Pokemon understand the impact of age on strength. Many wild Pokemon often face threats from natural enemies from birth, so they must seize the best growth period during their physical development. Older members, especially those without strength, will either do the dirtiest and most tiring work or even be kicked out of the team. And Houndour and the others can also see that at Eevee's age, she has long missed the best period of growth. As Giovanni said, the upper limit of Eevee is the elite level. It's almost impossible to break through. Ugh, you are looking for death. In a rage, Moon Eevee opened her claws and rushed towards the 3 houndours. In an instant, the table was overturned. Susheng, Will, and Karen looked down at the same time. A fierce fight broke out under the table. Moon Eevee stepped on the back of one houndour with her right paw and bit the throat of the other houndour with her teeth. If Jinx hadn't held her back with both hands, Eevee would have lifted the ceiling. Natu and Slowpoke, on the other hand, blocked the last houndour on the left and right, preventing the situation from deteriorating further. Karen's houndour silently retreated to a corner to weaken its presence. Will was stunned. What the hell is going on? Your own people beating your own people. What are you doing? Susheng scolded. This made Eevee and houndour restrain themselves. Chapter 54 I Can Study Technology. 10 minutes later, Karen and Will were cleaning up the overturned table. The broken plates and the soup stuck to the floor. Susheng lowered his hand from Slowpoke's head and said coldly to Eevee and the 3 houndours, who bowed their heads in silence, "Satsuki's Pokemon food will be changed to sour food for the next 3 days. Dede, Luru, and Bibi will be changed to sweet food for the next week." Dai, Lulu, and Bibi are the names Susheng gave to his 3 houndours to distinguish. Originally I wanted to name it chocolate vanilla, or something like that, but I felt it didn't suit the 3 of them, so I forgot about it. The sour taste is the taste of Pokemon food that Eevee hates, while the sweet taste is the taste that the houndours hate. This is their punishment. Through the testimony of the third-party Slowpoke, Susheng learned that it was Houndour who spoke out about taunt first, so even though Eevee made the first move, Susheng still punished Houndour more severely. Ouch. Bibi was a little unconvinced when she said, "Sister Yu is old, can she still eat?" It was obviously the old female fox who made the move first, but Dai was holding her down next to her. "Don't be the first person at this time." Time came to the afternoon, and Eevee and Houndour's affairs came to an end for the time being. After a short lunch break, Karen brought her Houndour to find Susheng. Asheng, about the man I talked talked about. Can you help me? Will, who is not very smart, hasn't figured it out yet, but Karen doesn't believe that Susheng's brain can't think of it. The man she wanted to kill she was talking about was naturally the Quartz Alliance 4 elite who killed Houndour's parents. Aldous, do you think you are the opponent of the 4 elites now? Susheng asked back. Karen frowned slightly. That's why I want to ask you for help. Don't worry, I will repay you. After all, she had witnessed with her own eyes before Susheng used a strategy to join forces with Will to defeat elite level Aldous. When dealing with elite trainers, do you think every surprise move is useful? Susheng's question again left Karen speechless. The reason why strange tricks have miraculous effects is because they are used sparingly so that they can surprise people. This world is reality, not a game. There is no first level God Aaron or protect tactics. Of course, strange moves can be used, but what is more important is hard power. As soon as these words came out, Karen was speechless. Let's train together. Susheng patted Karen on the shoulder and walked onto the beach. Hey, have you finally started practicing? I can't wait. Will, who was waiting at the beach, stretched heavily. Well, let's get started. Susheng nodded in response. Then under Karen's confused gaze, Will turned around and took out pieces of vests from the suitcase next to him. But it's not for the three of me. After taking them out, Susheng and Will put these black vests on their respective Pokemon. Karen has another question mark. Is it because times have changed and boys also pay attention to ritual? Do you need to dress your Pokemon during training? Noticing the confusion in Karen's eyes, Susheng picked up one and explained to her. This vest has a hidden GPS satellite inside, which can record the detailed parameters and physical changes of each Pokemon. With that said, Susheng opened the small zipper on the inside of the vest, took out a data device that looked like a small USB flash drive, and inserted it into the laptop that Will took out. Karen came up to take a look and saw that Susheng had already called up the training data of EV and the others from the previous month. Running distance, maximum sprint speed, instant start speed, bounce force. Karen's eyes widened. She felt that she and Susheng were not from the same world. As a child of a Chable, she is definitely well informed, but she has never seen anyone training Pokemon like this. However, what surprised Karen was far more than that. Will, take that out. Oh. Under Susheng's gesture, Will took out a new gadget from the box. That's a gas mask. Susheng and Will put the masks on their Pokemon's faces, and it looked like they were specially customized. This is again. Seeing the Pokemon wearing vests and masks as if they had traveled to the set of Call of Duty, Karen once again felt that her worldview had been refreshed. The oxygen-blocking mask limits the volume of air entering the Pokemon's body to enhance cardiopulmonary function and endurance. As he spoke, Susheng turned the air holes on the oxygen-blocking mask and explained at the same time. Air enters through different air valves. This method can control the thinness of the air to simulate plateau training and enhance breathing function. Karen's whole body was numb. What was he talking about? Why can't I understand it? Susheng smiled slightly. But no matter how good the theory is, it must be carried out through practice. Will, let's have a practice match as a team, you and Karen. Then I'm not polite. As a big brother, it's necessary to teach new members the rules. Will rubbed his hands together excitedly. With that said, Will pointed at Jinx. Karen was stunned when she saw this. My own Houndour is fire plus dark, so I can defeat Jinx, who is ice plus psychic. I'm really looked down upon. Karen's expression was a little cold. Okay, since you are looking for a fight, then I will help you. Houndour, flamethrower. Karen raised her hand and waved. Houndour's mouth was filled with intense flames, and in the next moment it turned into a jet of flames and attacked Jinx fiercely. Jinx, confusion block it. Under Will's command, the surface of the mid-air flamethrower was coated with a layer of light purple confusion waves, stagnating it as if time had stood still. I have to say that there are really many ways to use Psychic Trick, a trivial skill, a whirlpool of flames. Houndour suddenly changed his moves. The ray-like flames turned into spiral tornadoes, able to trap the target in the flame vortex of the Sea of Fire. Not as powerful as flamethrower, but better in range. The blazing flames fell on the beach and ignited thick smoke. Flames floated around the ice-type Jinx, constantly eating away at her physical strength. Crunch. Karen gave an order, and Houndour charged into the Sea of Fire, opening his mouth to reveal fangs that glowed faintly. However, at the last moment when the extremely effective crunch was about to hit, infuriating bombs. Mina. Jinx suddenly raised her hand, and the orange light bullet condensed in her palm flew out of the air and hit Houndour's forehead accurately. What? Watching the wailing Houndour being knocked into the air and then falling heavily to the ground, Karen looked in disbelief. Surrounded by the whirlpool of flames, your vision and breathing will be disturbed. How can you still hit so accurately when using a move with a very low hit rate like chi bombs? Susheng then opened his mouth to explain. Generally speaking, in a flame vortex environment, while the Pokemon's physical strength is constantly being depleted, the body is also being eroded by the the flames. Such pain will deform their movements and the accuracy of their skills will also be affected. Decline. Halfway through, Susheng took out an oxygen blocking mask. In order to prevent this, use an oxygen blocking mask to simulate a hypoxic environment which can train the Pokémon's willpower to keep its movements from deforming under such circumstances. Giving to Houndo. Karen, who was applying the medicine, opened her mouth slightly. It's really amazing. I've never seen such a cultivation method. To be honest, without external assistance, Susheng did not think that his cultivation methods were comparable to Blue, who was called the nurturer by Professor Oak. But I can study technology. Later, Susheng was still thinking about whether he could create a spiritual time room or something. Chapter 55. I'm afraid of losing you. In just a few days, Karen's understanding of Susheng's abilities improved to a higher level. Before meeting Susheng, she had also learned how to cultivate Pokémon from many famous teachers. But no one can be as comprehensive as Susheng. She could suddenly understand that idiot Will was willing to stay with him. He old guys, let me show you something good. At this time, Will made a loud noise and came up to him like a golden retriever that had learned a new skill and wanted to show off to its owner. By the way, he learned the word Lautai from Susheng by chance. Did you find your wallet? Susheng replied casually. If he didn't deal with this guy, he would only get more excited. Of course not. Will smiled even more exaggeratedly, took out the Pokeball and opened it. White light flashed, and what appeared among the three people was a brand new Pokemon, Slowbro. It can also be called Slowbro. How's it going? A Shelder just bit my Slowpoke's tail, and then it evolved. Will recalled what just happened and said with emotion, it's amazing that there is such an evolution method. Slowbro likes to use its tail to catch food. Once shelled, it will evolve into a Slowbro. Karen interfaced. Professor Oak was the one who discovered this case. It sparked a lot of academic discussion at the time because this kind of evolution had never been seen before. Noticing that Susheng didn't speak, Will said curiously, Sheng, why don't you speak? Susheng was seen staring directly at Slowbro's tail, revealing a pair of menacing tower-shaped shells. That's what Shelder evolved from. It's just that unlike Shelder, who has a naive expression, it has become a shell that is part of Slowbro's body. This ferocious expression is more like Shelder's evolution type Cloyster. Susheng did not immediately answer Will's words, but squatted down and observed the connection between the shell and Slowbro's tail. I found the fangs at the bottom of the shell biting Slowbro's tail. What do you think will happen if it lets go? The question raised by Susheng made Karen Will stunned at the same time. I really never thought about it. Susheng got up and went to the side of the training ground, tinkered with the medical kit, and then took out the syringe. As he walked over, he looked at UEV. UEV seemed to read something from Susheng's eyes. There were subtle changes in his eyes. Press it. Susheng squatted next to Slowbro again. After Will's jinx firmly pressed the shell, he inserted the needle into the mouth of the shell transformed from Shelder. Shell felt his gums become sore and smacked his lips subconsciously. What Susheng injected just now was a special anesthetic made from paralysis powder for Pokemon surgery. The tower-shaped shell fell to the ground. Almost at the moment of landing, the light blue light of evolution emitted from the body and turned back into Shelder. This should be said to be degenerate light, right? And Slowbro, who had just stood on 2 feet, also became prone on the ground, changed back to Slowpoke. Really? Have you really regressed? Will Karen looked in disbelief. Shelder bite Slowpoke will evolve into Slowbro. Then if you loosen it and push it back, wouldn't it degrade? Originally they also guessed this, but I didn't expect it to be possible. Maybe. Susheng thought for a moment, turned to Will and said, Slowpoke and Shelder recently lent me some money. Oh. Will nodded dumbly. It's rare to see such a serious expression on Susheng's face, completely overwhelmed by his momentum. A month later, after the day's training ended and the three of them had dinner with their Pokemon, Susheng stood up and said, everyone, please rest. Eevee, follow me. With that said, Susheng opened the door and walked out. Seeing this, Eevee spat out the last bite of Pokemon food she was chewing and quickly followed. Seeing Susheng's serious expression again, Will and Karen both tacitly agreed and didn't say anything. Pretending not to notice, he started collecting the plates. Not to mention the two of them, even thieves like Dai Dai, Lulu, and Bibi. They all shrank back into the Pokeball. I hope something happens to that female fox. Susheng and Eevee were walking on the streets of Qianwood City. Because of the magnetic remote control invented by Joker, trainers in each region have gradually become accustomed to releasing at least one Pokemon to follow them like Ash in the future. Hey, it seems that there is a follow system in the game Heart Gold/Soul Silver. Later, I don't know why it disappeared in the game. Is this a self-induced butterfly effect? And as Professor Oak continues to popularize knowledge about dark Pokemon, when Susheng's Moon Eevee walks on the street, she is no longer as conspicuous as when she first conquered her. More than half an hour later, Susheng stopped. Eevee raised her eyes and looked forward. Isn't this a cemetery? Susheng continued continued to walk inside, but Uev had no time to ask and continued to follow until Susheng stopped again. Uev had no time to look up. Then I heard Susheng say, "Grandma Yingzi is dead." Upon hearing this name, Uev's expression was as if she was about to be struck by lightning. Yingzi is her former master. That was the name of the old woman who abandoned her half a year ago. Looking up, I saw the photo on the tombstone. It was that person. Although I don't want to, after all, I am the one who has taken care of you for more than 7 years. I thought about it for a long time and thought it would be better to bring you here to worship. With that said, Susheng took out 3 sticks of incense from his backpack, took out Lulu, lit them, and inserted them into the soil in front of the tombstone. Uev was silent for a long time and finally bowed her head slightly towards the tombstone. "Anyway, thank you." A few seconds later, Uev opened her eyes. Susheng took out a test tube containing medicine from his arms, dug a small hole in the soil in front of the tombstone, and put the test tube into it. Uev tilted her head curiously. Susheng replied, "This is the degradation agent I invented by studying the structural changes in the bloodline factors before and after Slowpoke and Slowbro evolution. It is tentatively named APTX4869. Uev's eyes widened. She remembered the agreement she made with Susheng in the evening when they first met half a year ago. "Actually, I developed it last week, but I never told you because I was afraid of losing you." Susheng picked up the soil and buried the degradation agent. "But now, I'm finally relieved. It's of no use anymore." The next second, Uev threw herself into Susheng's arms. The words "I'm afraid of losing you" are more important to her than anything else. When Lulu saw this, he immediately came forward. "Don't form small groups." Dai Dai and Bibi also jumped out of the ball. 3 words were clearly written on the fierce face: "Please give me a hug." Uev, who had just enjoyed the warmth for less than 2 seconds, was lifted from her chest to her belly button, and her face was squeezed out of expressions. "Mad, you little bitches. Please give me a follow-up reading." After reading the latest chapter, the last page will be displayed. This is related to the recommendation of this book by the website. I beg you shamelessly. Chapter 56. Will, all of you who use dark will be dirty. A new day. Beach training ground. Dai Dai, don't use flamethrowers power too much. You have to cooperate with Lulu and Bibi. Susheng is conducting special training for his 3 hound hours, and Karen and Will are conducting battle training. Slowbro, Psybeam. Under Will's command, Slowbro opened his mouth and faced the sky. His dull eyes locked on Murkrow soaring in mid-air. This Murkrow was one of the imprisoned Pokémon released by Karen when she attacked the truck of the Master Keshin Consortium. When Susheng took Karen to evacuate, it took the initiative to follow, hoping to become Karen's Pokémon. The next second, the condensation was completed, and zigzag rays composed of several strands of ice shot through the air and struck upwards. "Murkrow, vent your anger," Karen ordered in a cold voice. Murkrow's body surface surged with dark energy ripples, spinning in circles above Slowbro's head, avoiding Psybeam's shots while approaching the target. Dark's venting of anger. If this move hits Slowbro, the effect will be outstanding. And Karen's Murkrow's strength obviously cannot be underestimated. Although he has just conquered it, his body skills are surprisingly agile. Several times it passed by the corner of Psybeam. Seeing that we are getting closer and closer to Slowbro, getting closer and closer. In less than 3 seconds, Murkrow at high altitude was less than 2 meters away from Slowbro, and when the gap between the 2 sides was less than half a meter, Will suddenly grinned, showing a mischievous smile. Such flexible movements, completely opposite to my Slowbro. As soon as he finished speaking, the shell at the tail of Slowbro, which was transformed from Shelder, was inserted like a socket. Ground. Let Slowbro stand on his hands in the air, almost brushing Murkrow's body to avoid this venting anger move. But it's not over yet. The shell with its fierce eyes spun like a top. Slowbro above also turned a 180 degrees, and the Psybeam in his mouth was facing the back of Murkrow's head. Psybeam shoots again, hitting accurately. Outstanding effect. Murkrow crashed to the ground with a face full of pain. "How about my Slowbro doing 2 things at once?" Karen, Will said proudly. As someone who can serve as a 4th elite in the Quartz Alliance in the future, Will's talent goes without saying. Not to mention that during this time with Susheng, his Pokémon have received the most scientific training. Karen silently took back Murkrow. Because Murkrow fell with his back to Will, Will didn't see him at all. When Murkrow fell down, he had the last hint of a sinister smile on his face. Bang! The second Pokémon Karen sent out was Houndoom. Yes, that's the Houndour with a bad temper. 2 days ago, he evolved. Will calmly glanced at Susheng, who was training 3 hound hours not far away. Karen's ones have all evolved, and there's no reason why Ashen's 3 are still in baby form. Is there any reason? After all, Pokémon is not a novel about cultivating immortals. There is no perfect breakthrough in cumulative realms. Unless it is a special situation like Growlithe, some skills need to be learned before evolution. Otherwise, in most most cases the evolution is the evolution. But since Ashen did this, he must have a reason. After all, during this period he always took the 3 dogs to the basement to mess around with something. Will thought to himself, Houndoom, Dark Pulse. At this time Houndoom has opened its fangs and released a dark shockwave. The attack range is far greater than that of the Dark Pulse that vents anger and hits it head on. The smoke and dust from the explosion have not dispersed yet, but the beach where Will Karen is, like Trafalgar Law's Operation Berry, it is surrounded by a layer of translucent crystal-colored space. It's really powerful, but it doesn't seem to be enough to directly defeat my Slowbro. The figures of Will and Slowbro emerged from the smoke. At this moment Slowbro's body was covered with scars caused by Dark Pulse just now, and his movements were a little staggered due to the injuries. But his expression is extremely confident. But this way, the outcome is determined. Will also showed the same confident smile as Slowbro. Trick Room. Karen glanced at this strange space. Psychic Pokemon can create a special space as long as you are in this space. The speeds of both sides will be reversed. A slow Pokemon can burst out faster. That's right, Scald, Will shouted. Slowbro, who is almost the slowest in the Pokemon world, the moment his master finished speaking, explodes super high speed like Dragonite extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Houndoom and opened his mouth to release Scald. But at this moment, Slowbro froze in place, his expression duller than usual. Stay, Slowbro, what's wrong? Seeing his Slowbro suddenly stop moving, Will was immediately confused. Stay. Slowbro was about to respond, but immediately he tilted his head, spun around in a circle and fell to the ground, causing a burst of sand and dust. When the dust cleared, Will looked at Slowbro with circles in his eyes and hurried over. Wow, my Slowbro, what's going on? That move just now was the song of the end. Susheng came over. As expected, I can't hide it from your eyes. Karen was not surprised by this. The last moment when Slowbro's Psybeam was about to hit, Murkrow used the song of the end, which is a special skill that makes the listener lose the ability to fight after a certain period of time. Venting anger is just a cover. Karen's real purpose is to get Murkrow close to Slowbro and ensure that the whispered final song can be heard. Damn it, Dark's fighting style is despicable. Will, who knew what was going on, shouted angrily. Woof. Houndoom bared his teeth and roared at Will, scaring him to death. Will fell to the ground and noticed 3 Houndos with the same evil eyes following Susheng's feet. Then I remembered that Susheng's current handheld Pokemon are all dark. Oops, I accidentally offended both teammates. I won this 2v2 battle. Karen looked directly at Susheng. Ashen, you promised me that as long as I defeat Will, you can help me with my revenge plan. Not only Karen, Houndoom's eyes are also full of covet. What Karen was talking about was naturally a revenge plan against Aldous, one of the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance. As early as when Karen first joined the team, she made it clear that she wanted to do that, but due to lack of strength, Susheng did not agree at the time. In the following days, Susheng responded, if you can defeat Will, then I can consider it. And today, Karen did it. It's really urgent. Susheng glanced at Karen, Houndoom, and Will one by one. In fact, the reason why I am willing to help Karen is not because of her, or not entirely because of her. A big reason is that Susheng himself is also very interested in Aldous, or Mr. Keshen and his family. You know, Mr. Cai Shen is the richest man in Johto region, and his 2 sons are both elite level. Such a family is not much worse than the Yulong family. Why is there no shadow at all in the Ash era? A few years later, Professor Dr. Susheng, who likes to explore the unknown, is very curious. Chapter 57. Unless it's Aizen's acting skills. In the living room of the beach house. Although Aldous is the 4th elite of the Quartz Alliance, he is different from Agatha Champion and the other 3 elites. He doesn't stay with Indigo Plateau very much, but follows his father Cai Shen. Yet it feels like he is not from the Alliance at all. Elite, but his father's bodyguard. Will showed a blackboard which was filled with information related to the Aldous family, including the bald old man Cai Shen who attended the banquet held in Liu. This scene is very similar to the scene in Give Him Love 5 where the protagonist Gru plans an action before preparing to commit a robbery. Speaking of this, Will smacked his lips and said his father is the richest man in Johto and has donated a lot of money to the Alliance, but the Alliance turned a blind eye to this. Will also fully supports the plan to attack Aldous. He originally joined the group because he would not be bored if he stayed with Susheng. Take action against the Alliance 4 elite. It sounds exciting, right? Then we need to find Mr. Cai Shen first. Karen asked sideways, but I'm afraid it's not easy to find either. As the richest man in Johto, Cai Shen's assets are spread all over Johto, and it is different from Silphco, which has branches all over the world but has its headquarters in Saffron City, Kanto. There is no so-called headquarters in Mr. Cai Shen's industry, or no one knows which one is the headquarters, so it's not easy to find him. That's not the case. Susheng posted a photo in the center of the blackboard support. It was none other than the younger son of Mr. Cai Shen who had fought against him in the villa before, that is, Aldous, the younger brother of Aldous. Karen's expression changed slightly. She remembered that Aldous was the gym trainer of Olivine City, different from his two erratic father and brother. As a gym leader, he naturally has to stay in his own territory most of the time. After all, when Brock Misty traveled with Ash for a long time in the future, she gave up her leadership position to her younger brother and older sister. Aldous is the most powerful trainer in the Johto region. No, I should say he is the strongest, right? It is said that his strength is comparable to the 4 elites in the alliance. Will bit his lower lip excitedly. For such a big thing, I think it is necessary to inform the reporters before taking action so that they can publicize our victory. Don't cause trouble, Karen said in a bad mood. She doesn't want to be a conspicuous bag. In the final analysis, the purpose of attacking Aldous was to follow the clues and find out Aldous. If it alerts the enemy or attracts the attention of the alliance, that operation was all in vain. We're not here to fight, Sushendeo. The key is to find the traces of Aldous and investigate the shady activities behind their family. Huh? It's a pity. I still want to fight against elite-level experts. Will's face was filled with regret. There will be many opportunities for you to fight in the future, and the target is Aldous. Karen can't stand this idiot anymore, but she has no choice but to fight against elite opponents, so she still has to rely on the power of this idiot Will. Olivine City, like Qianwood City, is located in an offshore city that forms the seaport of Johto region. It can be regarded as the largest metropolis in Johto region. From the harbor here you can take a long-distance ship to Kanto. The gym trainer here during Ash's time is Jasmine of the steel type, but even the future Jasmine is still relatively young among leaders. Now he should probably still be traveling around as an ordinary trainer. In a restaurant opposite Jiankong Gym, Susheng and 3 people were sitting on the outdoor seats, looking across the road at the main entrance of the gym opposite. They have already found out that Aldous is currently at the gym and can take action. Whoosh. Will slurred his noodles and spoke a little slurred. You have to do things like stealing things at night, right? Let's fill our stomachs first. By the way, Karen, don't you want to eat this creamy milk fairy strawberry cake? If you don't, then. As he spoke, Will moved his hand toward the cake in front of Karen. Snap. Karen picked up the fork and slapped Will on the back of the pig's trotter. Goes 2 ways. One is to sneak in when he is asleep at night to see if there is anything shady inside, and the other is to wait until he accepts the gym challenge and is delayed by the challenger. Susheng analyzed. Hearing this, Will and Karen exchanged glances and chose the first option in unison. After all, after people fall asleep, they should have more time available. Hello, I am Jasmine, who made an appointment to challenge Mr. Aldous today. At this moment, a girl who was 2 years younger than Will by visual inspection, probably about 6 or 7 years old, walked to the door of the gym and shouted to the security guard in a sweet voice, Jasmine. When he heard the name, Susheng subconsciously raised his eyes and looked at the gym door. It was a little girl with fair skin and short gray shoulder-length hair. Is it that Jasmine? It's just right. There's nothing to do during the day anyway, so let's go and see the excitement. Susheng and others were not the only ones attracted by the little girl's words, because Kanto and Johto share an alliance. The total number of gyms in the Kanto and Johto regions exceeds 20. The animated version clearly states that the Kanto region has more than 10 gyms. As long as you collect 8 of them, you can participate in the Quartz Conference. Therefore, most adventure trainers will choose the relatively weak gym. For example, Pewter Gym is managed by Brock's father, and Cerulean Gym is currently managed by Misty's mother. As the current Johto region's recognized leader, Aldous is as powerful as the 4 elites. There are not many stupid people who dare to challenge him, just like Giovanni from Viridian Gym. It is precisely because of this that Giovanni was able to stay with Susheng in Johto for so long, because no challenger dares to come anyway. And after I heard that someone was challenging Aldous this time, immediately the auditorium of Jianchong Gym was filled with people. They wanted to see who was not afraid of death. Because of this, Susheng, Karen, and Will sat inside without attracting any attention. Kid, you seem to have not reached the age of a trainer stipulated by the alliance, right? Standing on one side of the field, Aldous frowned slightly behind his sunglasses. The alliance stipulates that the minimum age for trainers who can select Earl Dervish Pokémon and go out on adventures and participate in gym challenges and alliance conferences is 10 years old. And the girl in front of me, oh no, the little girl obviously didn't meet the standard. Yes, I am 6 years old, and I just got my first Pokémon from my grandpa yesterday. The Lolita version of Jasmine looked a bit like Hinata. Under the gaze of countless people in the gym, her face turned slightly red and she said nervously, I grew up in Olivine City. I have heard people say that Mr. Altex is the strongest trainer in Johto region since I was a child, so I want Mr. Altex to be my Earl Dervish Pokémon. Arrival. As soon as lowly Jasmine said this, the audience immediately started talking. Good guy, this kid is brave enough. He just got the Earl Dervish Pokemon yesterday, and he dares to challenge Mr. Altis today. This is probably newborn Tauros are not afraid of roaring tigers. Oh, I thought I could see a wonderful showdown, but I didn't expect it to be a baby round. It's boring. Needless to say, it must be an instant kill. Let's go. Many viewers stood up immediately and prepared to leave. After all, looking at Jasmine's age, they don't think she can be that strong. Now that she said that she just got the Earl Dervish Pokemon yesterday, she was even less interested. What's so interesting about the flash kill game? Seeing a large number of spectators getting up and leaving, lowly Jasmine's face turned even paler. She was so frightened that her eyes even turned a little pearly. And just when Jasmine was at a loss, Altis shouted sharply, "Why are you laughing at this child? Isn't her courage worth learning from?" As soon as these words came out, the audience members who were about to leave suddenly looked ashamed. Neither the spectators who were still sitting showed more or less admiration. "That's well said, Mr. Altis. It is indeed the pride of our Olivine city." Karen sneered in a low voice. "TCH, you can really pretend." As the younger brother of the enemy who killed her Houndoom parents, Karen hates everyone and has no good impression of Altis. Susheng remained silent. To be honest, he didn't think Altis was pretending. Even though he has lived for 3 lifetimes, Susheng is quite confident in his vision of people. Of course, if Altis had Aizen's level of acting skills, Susheng said that he really couldn't tell. Chapter 58 Sister Hua doesn't want it. 58 Sister Hua doesn't want it. Sister Hua doesn't want it. Onyx loses the ability to fight and Manectric wins, so the winner is Asahi Gym's gym trainer Altis. In less than 5 minutes, the middle-aged referee wearing glasses and with a big belly raised a flag to announce the result of the battle. It should be said that it is a miracle that Jasmine, who just got the Earl Dervish Pokemon, can still play for nearly 5 minutes. This is mainly due to the fact that Altis is fighting with her. This can be seen from the fact that when he faced the Rock plus Ground type Onyx, he actually sent out the pure Electric type Manectric. Your biggest problem now is that you are not confident enough when giving instructions. You must know that once the trainer shows panic, their uneasiness will also be passed on to the Pokemon. Altis walked up to Jasmine and spoke earnestly. Jasmine took Onyx back and bowed her head slightly to express her gratitude to Altis. "Yes, thank you for your coaching, Mr. Altis." Wow, there was a wave of applause. Although the level of competition is not exciting at all, but Altis's careful teaching was indeed noticed by everyone. Mr. Altis is so considerate and keeps pointing out the girl's mistakes. Not only is it powerful, but it is also very gentle. I heard that Mr. Altis is still single. His father is the richest man in Johto, and he is very powerful. Although he doesn't look very good, it doesn't matter. Ah, that's great. I wonder if I have a chance. Auntie, does your husband know what you said? After hearing the surrounding audience's praise for Altis, Karen's face became even more disdainful. You're pretending well. She still didn't think Altis' younger brother was a good thing. Everyone has 2 sides, Karen. Susheng reminded. Take the simplest and crudest case, Giovanni. Do you think he is bad? Bad. And it's so bad. It is no exaggeration to describe the things that were done secretly as too numerous to describe. On the other hand, Giovanni also likes to discover talents. He wrote the book The Mystery of the Earth. Helping Hand. I don't know how many trainers fell in love with the ground system. As a boss, Giovanni has nothing to say. For example, when a starting time traveler travels to Konoha, the first reaction is basically how to create a counter-attack between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. But if you travel to Team Rockets, there will be almost no one who wants to rebel against Giovanni, because as a boss, Giovanni's charisma is truly unparalleled. If you want to rebel, you can't find a reason for a while. The dwarf who wanted to take over in the future broke out and rebelled after learning that Giovanni had a son. But Susheng felt that the dwarf had overlooked a problem. That is, even if he were to compete with the internal players of Team Rockets, it would still not be his turn. Yamu is coming. The staff of Jiankong Gym looked around and determined that there were no safety risks, then closed the gym door and locked it from the inside. Immediately afterwards, the lights on the entire battlefield were turned off and the entire gym became audibly quiet. However, at this moment 3 figures appeared out of thin air in the audience. It was Susheng, Karen, and Will. Wow, this thing is so convenient. As expected of Ashen, he can always come up with new things. Will, in the form of a thief, touched the wristband with the word 3 written on it and looked excited. In fact, after the battle between Jasmine and Altis during the day, the 3 of them never went out. Use the invisibility ability of the Phantom Thief suit to hide in the audience. It's just a gadget that borrowed Kecleon's blood factor and technology developed by a certain Shamade family. Susheng also put away the wristband with 1 written on it. Karen's wristband says 2. The corners of Will's mouth couldn't help but rise, and he shouted half jokingly, "If you want to go to the women's bath in the future, bang." Before he finished speaking. Karen gave Will a shudder on the back of his head from behind. Bring it here. Sister Hua doesn't want it. Sister Hua doesn't want it. Dante. Karen twisted Will's collar with her left hand and ignored the other's excitement with her right hand. He strongly objected and snatched the wristband away. Don't make too much noise. Susheng couldn't help but remind him. In the end, Will's transformer wristband was snatched away by Karen. Faced with Will's resentful eyes, Karen showed no sympathy at all. I will keep this time outside of missions. She doesn't want a teammate who is a flower picker. Next to him, Susheng had put on his heat-sensing glasses and turned to look around. How's it going? Ashen, what's going on? Karen asked impatiently. Susheng didn't answer but raised his hand and motioned for the two of them to follow. After walking for a while, the three of them discovered that two gym staff were leading a Maitai to patrol the entrance of the accommodation area. You're still on duty late at night? Your vigilance is strong enough, Will complained in a low voice. And I also released Pokémon, obviously to prevent the magnetic controller you invented. I just said there is something wrong with this family. Karen looked unkind and then asked Susheng, are you going to use the transformation suit to become invisible again? Just being invisible can't hide it from the nose of a canine Pokémon. Be careful to keep your distance. We are like this. Susheng nodded the tip of his nose and told his two companions the next action plan. Will is responsible for the left side. Karen, you are responsible for the right side. Karen threw the transformation wristband she had just snatched to Will, and the two used the invisibility ability of their battle suits again and slowly approached the two staff members guarding both sides of the auditorium close to the wall. The moment when the eyes of the two Maitai suddenly changed, Susheng, who was observing from a distance, suddenly lowered his raised right hand. Invisible Will and Karen suddenly threw the pokeball in their hands. Natu, Thunder Wave, Murkrow, Wing Attack. Obviously, Intersect Will uses Thunder Wave to paralyze the opponent. Covet Helping Hand. Houndoom. Karen, who had completed her revenge, struck even harder. Directly let Murkrow hit the staff member on the right and his Maitai on the back of the neck with Wing Attack. Susheng walked up and checked on the staff member who was knocked unconscious and his Maitai fortunately alive. I'm not against revenge, but don't kill indiscriminately. Susheng doesn't want Karen to become a female version of Tsuji. Lin was killed. You can seek revenge from Kirigaku or Uchiha Nolan. Don't talk nonsense like I don't agree with this kind of world. What has the world done wrong? You crazy people think about destroying people every day. Karen remained silent and nodded to show that she understood under Susheng's gaze. On the other side, Will released Jinx again and added a few more rounds of lick. The brother and Maitai who were licking couldn't get up again, so they rolled their eyes and passed out. I guess I won't wake up in a short time. It would be too troublesome to investigate slowly. It would be easiest to arrest Altaz, then let my executor control him and ask for clues. The three of them groped their way outside the leader's bedroom, and Will suddenly suggested the aspect of his executor training is hypnosis. He is completely confident in controlling the target without destroying the brain. I'll come. Karen reached for the doorknob. However, the last moment before the fingertips were about to touch to do beep, the eardrum-piercing sirens echoed throughout the gym. Not only that, in just a short moment the lights in the entire gym automatically turned on, clearly illuminating the masked faces of Susheng and the others. What's going on? We didn't hit the alarm, Will shouted in disbelief. Bang. The next second, Will's question was answered by a loud bang that shattered the door. With quick eyes and quick hands, Susheng pulled Karen back, who was standing at the door. Almost in the blink of an eye, a bone rod knocked on the door. The three of them are very familiar with this stuff. After the bone stick flew in a circle, it spun around in the air like a boomerang and flew back into the house through the broken hole. A Pokemon jumped out of it. It was Marowak. And who appeared next if it wasn't Altaz? What a surprise. I didn't look for you, but you came to me instead. A flash of surprise flashed through Altaz's eyes behind his sunglasses. I'm sure we didn't accidentally trigger the alarm or anything along the way. Can you tell us why we were hit? Classmate Susheng is eager to learn. Chapter 59 Trio vs Elite Level. Faced with Susheng's question, Altaz was silent for a moment but still answered his question. Gym security guards are equipped with special alarm remote controls. You have to press the remote control every 10 minutes, otherwise the alarm will be automatically triggered. Oh my god, are you so cautious? Will was shocked. No wonder they can trigger the alarm even when they don't touch anything. What's up with co-authorship? Is it necessary for an ordinary gym to do this? Sure enough, your family is hiding something shameful behind your back. Karen sneered. Altaz turned his head to look at Karen and said after a few seconds, Kid Karen, it's time to turn back now. As a person who personally experienced the villa incident, Altaz, like Damalancy, was naturally able to guess the identity of the masked girl in front of him. Shut up. Before Altaz finished speaking, Karen interrupted him rudely. Woof. Houndoom couldn't wait to jump out of the ball. Have you heard about this child from your brother? We came back from hell to seek revenge on him. Karen looked a little crazy. Houndoom. Flamethrower. As soon as Houndoom's front paws touched the ground, crimson flames were already burning between his fangs. The moment his forelegs landed on the ground, a swift and violent pillar of flames spurted out. It doesn't matter if you are discovered. If you are too soft, then be tough. Tell me the whereabouts of your bastard brother. Karen's shout made Altis stunned. Of course he knew how his father and brother behaved, judging from Karen's tone and the Houndoom's attitude as if it was going to burn everything down. Although Altis didn't know the details, he could make a rough guess. During the moment when Altis was contemplating, Flamethrower had already rushed over. However, Marowak has caught up. The bone rod in his hand rotated faster than a helicopter propeller, and when Flamethrower hit it, it was immediately scattered into flames. Asheng, look now. We'll look sideways at Susheng. Karen is more excited than I thought, but she's right. I can only do it hard at this time. Seeing that Susheng also spoke, Will no longer hesitated. Jinx, water pulse. Just like 2 months ago, Jinx faced Marowak, palms of both hands facing each other, condensing a high-density water polo the size of a tennis ball and slamming him to the ground in the next second. The water balloon exploded into waves several meters high, hitting Marowak. Houndoom quickly retreated, avoiding water pulse's attack range. Stone Edge. Altis responded calmly. Marowak, who resisted Flamethrower, knocked the stick on the floor. Boom, boom, boom. Spiked rocks rise from the ground, and several pieces gather together to form a shield, helping Marowak block most of the waves. Wang Ao. On the other side, Houndoom was not afraid to see that his own water-type trick was blocked. Open your fangs and run towards the target. Crunch. Earthquake. Marowak didn't look back, keeping his back to Houndoom, lifting up the bone stick that had just hit the ground slightly. The next moment it hit the ground with greater force. Rumble. Full-range earthquake attack. The floor of the gym cracked under the impact from the ground, and the walls began to collapse. The violent impact from the ground also caused Houndoom to lose his balance. After staggering a few steps, he steadied his body and looked at Marowak in pain, still wanting to attack. But Marowak has recovered. The bones whirled in the air and made a whistling sound as the wind hit me. Boomerang. The aftermath of earthquake is still there. In this case, the jump height is limited. In this case, Karen is quick to think. Houndoom. Use Flamethrower on the ground. Houndoom lowered his head suddenly and released Flamethrower with all his strength, lifting his body high like a stick, avoiding Boomerang in this way. Hoo-ho. Karen also learned Ashen's moves. Will said in surprise. But fighting against elite-level opponents is not that simple. I saw Marowak rushing out quickly as if to catch the flying bone stick, but the next second everyone realized something was wrong. The bone club that flew back was about to fall back into Marowak's hand, but Marowak didn't reach out. Instead, he kicked it hard with his short legs in an upside-down golden hook posture. The flying bone rod instantly changed direction and rushed towards Houndoom in mid-air, about to be hit. At the last critical moment, a black shadow rushed between Houndoom and the bone rod. It's Eevee. Moon Eevee in mid-air has her two front paws guarding her chest, crossing them in an X shape. The arms are slightly smaller and exquisite. If you look closely, you will find that the bulging veins and tight muscles seem to have walked out of the JoJo studio. Bang! The elite-level Boomerang hit it, but it couldn't let you EVS. A trace of pain appeared on his face. Even after being hit by a stick, Moon Eevee showed a hideous laugh. This time it's not pretending, it's improving so fast. Altis said it all. Last time, Joker's Moon Eevee used acting skills to deceive himself and won the victory by surprise. But this time, Altis could see it. Just now, Moon Eevee didn't perform. Her defense has been trained to the point where she can directly resist the attack of Marowak. Feint attack. Hit with the bone stick. Susheng and Altis gave orders at the same time. The Moon Eevee in the air and Marowak, who caught the bone stick below, opened their claws and swung their weapons, hitting each other hard. The claws and the bone stick were fiercely tackled. The shockwave hit the surrounding walls through the air. The wall, which had already cracked with numerous spider web cracks due to the earthquake, was hit like this. It was like an old camel that was crushed to death by the last straw. It collapsed completely with a bang. In the process of the confrontation, Marowak was the better one in the end. He held the bone stick with both hands and tried to suppress and knock Moon Eevee away in a home run posture. But it was not that easy. Moon Eevee held the bone stick tightly with his left front paw to prevent the opponent from throwing him away. He raised his right front paw, grinned with a sinister expression, and the next moment his body hair stood up. If you look closely with a magnifying glass, you will find that the hair on Moon Eevee's right front paw is glowing with a trace of dark purple turbid liquid. And Arts also noticed something wrong. Marowak canceled the attack, but it was too late. Moon Eevee suddenly swung his right arm. It made a swinging motion like a big elbow. Although he didn't elbow Marowak, his body fluids had already splashed into Marowak's eyeballs. Marowak cried out in pain and fell from midair. Fortunately, he turned in midair at the last moment and landed on his feet to avoid the greatest damage. But when Arts looked up, he found that his Marowak's face was purple. Poisoned. When you Eevee is excited. Her pores will secrete sweat containing toxins. Susheng walked behind Eevee and smiled. Although she is not a poison type, she is also good at using poison. After a short silence, Arts said, "You have become stronger." Chapter 60 Elite Level Strongman's Feelings. The Terrible Trio. Our original plan was to find out the news about your brother Aldous from you, Mr. Arts, but your brother and father's whereabouts are too erratic, so we can only target you. Susheng smiled. To avenge your companions. Aldous' expression did not change much. To be honest, his elder brother had offended so many people that he, as his younger brother, could not count them all. It was even a little bit annoying. Half of it is, and the other half is, I am a little interested in your family. Susheng's eyes under the mask were even more curious. He had already guessed that it would take about 5 or 6 years for Ash to become a rookie trainer and start his adventure, and Susheng was really curious about how a big chable that was almost comparable to the Yulong family in Blackthorn City could disappear in such a short time. Interesting. Do I look like someone who would sell out his family? Aldous asked back. Then there's no point in talking. Susheng had expected things to evolve to this point when the alarm sounded and Aldous appeared. Aldous took back the poisoned Marowak expressionlessly and threw an ultra ball in his backhand. The ball cover popped open and white light flashed out. A pair of huge blood wings opened in the night sky. Hone Quasi God Salamins. Roar. Elite level Salamins roared, and the wind pressure caused the windbreaker behind Susheng to whistle. It also made the 3 Pokémon narrow their eyes slightly, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. The trump card is sent out. This guy. Karen raised her hand to protect her face to resist the wind pressure caused by the sound waves of Salamins in front. Dragon Pulse. Aldous decisively ordered Salamins. Light Screen. Susheng ordered Moon Eevee almost at the same time. Salamins opened his mouth and a fierce dragon flame shockwave. A large translucent square wall suddenly rose in front of Moon Eevee. Boom. Dragon Pulse tackled hard, and after entering the light screen, the diameter of the entire shockwave was obviously reduced by a level, but it was still powerful, hitting the Moon Eevee hard and detonating on its body. The exploding shockwave lifted the Moon Eevee into the air, as expected of an elite level trainer's trump card. That Salamins, etc. level. I'm afraid he has already stepped half a foot into the champion ranks. I can probably imagine what Big Brother did, but sorry, this doesn't mean I will betray them. Aldous took advantage of the victory and pursued Dragon Claw. Light Screen reduced the power of Dragon Pulse just now, and Joker's Moon Eevee, among all the Pokemon he had seen, its defense was also second to none. In this case, use physical attacks. Salamins raised his right arm high, and the 3 sharp claws ignited blue flames and turned into blades. It was like a giant trident falling down fiercely. However, the moment before it was about to hit the body of the Moon Eevee in mid-air seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand. He moved to the side without following the rules and avoided Salamanki's move. Aldous was startled, but the next moment he found out. A layer of light purple arc light enveloped the Moon Eevee. That's confusion. At this time, Arts noticed Natu with glowing eyes on Will's shoulder behind Susheng. So that's it. Did Moon Eevee avoid the attack when he used Confusion Helping Hand on his companion? But Psychic's special move shouldn't be effective against dark. But immediately, Arts found that Natu's pupils were faintly glowing with a faint golden light. That's Miracle Eye, an auxiliary move that can make Psychic's attack effective against dark Pokemon. Dark Pulse. In a split second, Susheng and Karen gave orders at the same time. One after the other, Moon Eevee and Houndoom opened their mouths at the same time. The dark energy wave blasted towards Salamanki's neck and back. Aquatail. However, Salamins is the trump card of elite trainer Arts after all. There are too many Pokemon with higher levels than Susheng and the other two. Even after being hit by 2 dark pulses, it was not enough to put him in a passive situation, let alone lose his ability to fight. Sure enough, he heard the master's order. After being hit by 2 dark pulses in front and behind, Salamins suddenly opened his eyes, and his tail rolled up spiral water waves. It swept out like a heavy axe. At the moment of collision, Aquatail first shattered the dark pulse of Houndoom, who was already behind. The next second, with almost no resistance, it hit Karen's Houndoom's neck hard. Bang. With a loud bang, Houndoom was directly hit and flew to a ruined wall on the right. Houndoom. Karen screamed and ran up to check on her partner's injuries. Even if it was not a skill of the same system, after all, the attributes were mutually exclusive, and coupled with the huge level gap, Houndoom must have been unable to fight. However, Salamanki's attack was not over yet. Aquatail, which had hit Houndoom hard, was slightly less powerful by 3 points, but it still retained its destructive power that should not be underestimated. It continued to hit Moon Eevee like a sweeping kick. A translucent protective shield with 5 Celadon/rainbow light suddenly spread out, covering half of the light green gem. Instantly, Salamanki's attack speed dropped, and in the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed to be 0.5 times faster. Curse. At Susheng's command, Moon Evie tensed all her muscles. The small but hard muscles on her body were as hard as Orberg Dang, and when Salamanca's aqua tail hit it, it did make a crisp sound like hitting metal. Trick Room. Altaz once again turned his eyes to Will, who was standing at the end of the team, and the Slowbro next to him. Just now, Trick Room swapped the speeds of Salamence and Moon Evie. So that's it. Joker and Karen were the main attackers, and the fat kid stood at the end of the team to assist. Is this their tactic against me? It's more than that. Karen's ghostly voice suddenly sounded behind Arts. Arts frowned and looked at Karen, who was guarding Houndoom, who had lost his ability to fight. What did she mean? Before Arts could guess why Karen said this, a flame suddenly appeared on Salamanca's tail. Although it was only a little bit, it still made Salamence frown uncomfortably. That was phosphorus fire that could weaken the target's physical attack power. When Houndoom was knocked away just now, did he still have the energy to do this? Arts thought for a moment and soon guessed that this was Houndoom's work. Houndoom was the moment he was knocked away by Aquatail. He used phosphorus. How could that low-level Houndoom do such a thing? Our Pokemon are all very pain-tolerant. Karen sneered. At the beginning, I don't think Houndoom's attack can do much damage to your Salamence. From the beginning of the battle, Houndoom's task is to use phosphorus on Salamence, but the attack speed of phosphorus is not fast, and the hit rate is not too high. If you use it directly, you are not sure to hit your Salamence. But at this point, Karen's mouth corners rose a little more. When Houndoom was hit, Salamence would more or less lower its vigilance, right? After all, in its view, Houndoom was no longer a threat at that time. Altaz's face became heavier. I thought Joker's tactic was to use Fatty as an auxiliary, and then he and Karen would do the output. However, I was wrong. Fatty and Karen were both auxiliary, and they cooperated perfectly with each other. What a terrifying trio. Chapter 61. From Elite to Champion. A strange breakthrough. Beep do do beep. The piercing alarm sounded again. No, it's not an alarm this time, but a siren. Yes, the Jenny police team is here. It's not surprising. After all, Asahi Gym is located in the city center. Now that there is such a big commotion, it would be strange if Jenny didn't come. Jenny and the others are coming. We have to end the battle as soon as possible. Listening to the sirens that were obviously getting closer, Will took his Slowbro one step forward. Changed people. Water type and ice type are basically inseparable, and now there is the blessing of Trick Room. His positioning changed from auxiliary to output. Slowbro, Psybeam. Will waved confidently. Several zigzag ice rays intersected and shot out. At first, Arts thought Will was a supporter, while Susheng and Karen were DPS. Now he thinks Susheng is a DPS, while Will and Karen are supporters. But in fact, both guesses are wrong. The real answer is that Susheng has formulated multiple strategies for this operation to deal with different situations. When necessary, Susheng can go to play support. The real Pokemon battle is not a game. You can only bring 4 skills, and the role positioning in the team is stuck. Indeed, time is running out. Let's end this battle quickly. Looking at Psybeam rushing towards Salamence, Art's eyes flashed with determination. Sorry, Salamence. Arts lowered his head and muttered to himself. Don't you have any tricks left? Noticing the change in Art's expression, Susheng also felt a little uneasy. After all, the other party is a character who has never appeared in the original timeline. Even Susheng, who is a time traveler, can't judge the strength of Arts. But Susheng thinks that no matter how much the other party hides his strength, it is impossible for him to break through the elite level and reach the level of champion, right? If you are really so awesome, why are you gone when Ash is adventuring? Come on, Salamence. Arts changed his usual silent style and suddenly raised his voice and roared. Roar. Salamence also roared. Will and Karen couldn't see it, but Susheng, who has the power of artificial viridian, can vaguely feel it. An extremely fierce, even fierce energy fluctuation burst out from Salamanca's body. This energy made Susheng, who has the power of viridian that symbolizes nature, very uncomfortable. In this moment of gap, Slowbro's Psybeam has hit the vital part of Salamanca's head. Roar. However, within 2 seconds, Salamence roared, and the sound waves bursting out from its fangs and mouth were surging, forcibly dispersing the ice attack that was 4 times restrained by itself. Impossible. Will's eyes almost popped out. Even if there is a level gap, he has become stronger, not to mention that this is a 4-fold restraint. No matter what, it can't be so easy to block Slowbro's Psybeam. What's going on? Suddenly so strong. Although she has seen incredible things during the time she has been with Susheng, but it is the first time to see such an exaggeration. An elite level Pokemon broke through to the champion level. Earthquake. Altaz uttered 2 words lightly. Boom boom. Salamence raised his right front paw slightly, and the next moment he stomped hard on the ground that was already devastated by the previous battle. The ground of the gym was splitting more severely, and violent wind and waves were mixed. Endless rubble indiscriminately attacked the 3 people around. Slowbro was the first victim of this move. The impact from the cracks on the ground and a large amount of rubble hit that honest fat face. face. Slowbro was instantly knocked out and fell to the ground with a bang. Slowbro lost his ability to fight. How could it be? Will couldn't believe it. His own Slowbro actually. Susheng's eyes also flashed with surprise. Slowbro defeated Will Slowbro with one blow. This is no longer something that an elite level Pokemon can do, but a champion level 1. Karen, who had taken back Houndoom, had released Murkrow, and Murkrow was saved by his flying ability. But Salamanki's next round of attacks came again. Flamethrower. Salamence turned his head and looked at the dead bird flying above the back of his head. Opening was a huge pillar of flames. Not only the physical attack power, but also the special attack power is not the same level as before. Karen gritted her teeth secretly and waved her hand to order. Murkrow, use that move. Murkrow flew in the S-route, avoiding Flamethrower while approaching Salamence. It wanted to use the Song of the End, just like when the master beat the fat human before. Fire Blast. In an instant, Flamethrower split into 5 and turned into a huge big character. The attack range was also expanded several times. 5 pillars of fire almost burned half of the sky of Olivine City red. What's going on? In an unremarkable house in Olivine City, Jasmine, who had fallen asleep, felt the light outside the window and thought it was dawn. She subconsciously moved her eyelids and opened her eyes. However, when she got up and saw the fire burning in the direction of the city center, she was completely dumbfounded. What happened? Doduadu. Not only the burning flames, but also the echoes of sirens also echoed in the ears of the citizens. Plop. Murkrow, who had not had time to sing the Song of the End, fell down. Karen lost all the Pokemon that could fight. Karen's eyes were dark. Ahem, just kidding. This is not a game after all. But Karen really has no ability to fight again. This is indeed the truth. What the hell is going on? A drop of cold sweat fell on Karen's pretty face. No matter whether it is a strengthening skill such as Dragon Dance, Swords Dance, or Quiver Dance, it is impossible to increase Salamanki's level so much at once. Could it be a potion? After all, some tree fruits and potions developed by the Pokemon Company can indeed improve certain aspects of Pokemon's abilities in a short period of time. But it's not right. I didn't see what arts fed Salamence just now, and Susheng and the other two didn't know. In their eyes, Salamanki's appearance has not changed. In Art's eyes, through the sunglasses on his nose, he can clearly see the strange dark energy rising slowly on Salamanki's body, like the dark berry of Curious Blackbeard. Joker. Jenny's police car has stopped at the door. Retreat. At this time, Will, who was flying high in the sky and letting Nata grab his shoulders, saw a large number of police cars gathered at the door of Asajai Gym and shouted to Susheng below. This won't do. Susheng hasn't answered yet. A large number of trainers suddenly surrounded this area. They are the staff of Asajai Gym. Master Keshin is very interested in you, and you just took the initiative to come to the door, so stay obediently. The speaker was the referee of the challenge match between Arts and Jasmine during the day, but at this moment he didn't have the righteousness when he was a referee during the day, and his expression was exactly like a villain. Is it okay, Master Arts? The referee turned around and shouted at Arts. This gym is indeed problematic. Karen Will frowned. Which gym staff behaves like this? And their way of addressing Arts is also very strange. Generally, gym employees address the leader as Mr./Ms. XX, so how can they address him as Master XX? But the most important thing at the moment is how to escape. According to the official game settings, dark Pokemon are no different from ordinary Pokemon in appearance and can only be seen with special glasses. Only one can be seen differently in appearance, and I believe everyone can guess who it is. Chapter 62. The Three Hellhounds. Dai, Lulu, and Bibi. Will, who let Natu hold his shoulders and stay in the sky, looked towards the entrance of the gym again. Jenny from Olivine City has brought many police officers to prepare to enter. Coming, but he was blocked out by the staff of Asakusa Gym. Something is wrong. Absolutely something is wrong. Gym employees are also part of the Pokemon League. In this case, the police officers are their companions. Why should they prevent the police team from coming in? Joker. There's something wrong with these people. Will asked Natu to put him down and shouted to Susheng. When the referee saw Will's shocked expression, he seemed very proud and sneered. Of course, we want to capture you and dedicate them to Mr. Cai Shen. How can we let Jenny get in the way? Wazir, you talk too much. Seeing that this talkative man seemed to be planning to continue talking, Altis scolded him with a dark face. The man named Wazir turned his face to the other side with a bad expression, muttering secretly, "Damn it, you and I are both cotters. Calling you sir is just to give the commander-in-chief face. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" However, although he scolded Altis in his heart, on the surface, the ugly man named Wazir did not dare to say anything. He returned to the topic and shouted to the surrounding men, "Catch these 3 boys. There will be heavy rewards." There were nearly 20 Jiankong Gym employees around them, one by one with evil smiles on their faces, approaching Susheng and the others. If this were replaced by Gardevoir, it would be impossible to broadcast. Hey, the situation is not good. Will and Karen were forced to retreat one after another, forming a triangle position back to back with Susheng. There is no way. I originally wanted to practice more, so I had to take it out in advance. Susheng Ching sighed, took out the pokeball and took back UEV. Then throw 3 pokeballs in one go. Bang bang bang. 3 pokeballs opened the ball cover on their own at the same time. 3 hound hours stood neatly in front of Susheng side by side. Opposite Wazir and his group of men with malicious expressions were stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter in unison the next second. Ha ha ha, I thought you had some ace up your sleeve. It's like 3 thin dogs. Wazir bent over with a smile while holding his somewhat fat belly. The subordinates around him also had similar expressions. Thought you were holding back a big one, but ended up having a big one? Will and Karen also looked at each other. As companions who have been together for nearly 2 months, they certainly understand the strength of Susheng's 3 hound hours. Okay, even if Susheng occasionally makes a small fuss for the 3 of them, but after all, it only lasted 2 months. No matter how small the stove is, how strong can it be? Faced with the ridicule of everyone around him, the expressions of Dai Dai, Lulu, and Bibi are the same as those of their owners, with no expression of joy or anger. Idiot, pay attention. At this time, Altaz, who was planning to take back Salamins, noticed something was wrong. A strong light was seen radiating from the bodies of the 3 hound hours. Their bodies became taller and taller, like devil's horns sprouting from both sides of their heads. The slender tail slapped hard on the ground, making a pop sound. Woo, oh dash. The 3 hellhounds wrapped in the light of evolution raised their heads and roared at the same time. The sound of roar echoed throughout the street. Jenny and the police team under her command at the gym door naturally heard it clearly. Are you still fighting? The leader, Captain Jenny, was startled and shouted anxiously, hey, let us in quickly. The gym employees guarding the door laughed and stopped. Officer Jenny, don't worry. Don't you know Mr. Altaz is strong? He will definitely deal with these thieves. If you go in, maybe you will. It's not good to be affected by the battle, isn't it? Jenny frowned. It sounds like the police will hold them back, but considering the strength of the elite class, it seems not unreasonable. In desperation, Jenny could only ask her subordinates to surround the front and rear entrances of Asakusa Gym, avoid any possibility of the suspect escaping, and more people came to watch the excitement. Light Onion Gym backyard. The light of evolution dissipates. The 3 hellhounds looked at the trainers who were just trying to get closer. They were breathing heavily and looking fiercely, like messengers from hell. For a moment, no one around him dared to approach. A bunch of idiots. What are you afraid of? Seeing the fear on the faces of his subordinates, Wazir immediately suppressed the panic in his heart and scolded, even if it's evolution, it's still just 3 dogs. Not to mention there are so many of us, and how can that kid command 3 Pokemon at once? What are you afraid of? Hearing what his boss said, the eyes of the surrounding minions also brightened. Yes, in the final analysis it is just Houndoom. If there are 3 Dragonites or Tyranitar's, it will be really troublesome. Just a wild dog. What are you afraid of? Moreover, Wazir also said a truth. Susheng wants to command 3 Pokemon at once, very unrealistic, because the trainer's judgment and reaction ability are limited. In a doubles match, commanding 2 players is already the limit. In the past, regions such as Unova and Kalos also tried to implement 3-player battles in which 3 Pokemon were sent out at once, but it has never been recognized by the Alliance, because the Alliance discovered that almost no trainers can perfectly command 3 Pokemon at the same time. Not to mention the reaction, your speaking speed is probably not that fast. Even if you use 2 Dragonair plus 1 Dragonite Lance. He seemed to have taken out 3 Pokemon, but in fact he didn't care about the 2 Dragonair Lances at all. He concentrated on commanding the Dragonite. The 2 Dragonairs are basically put aside to provide support and provide weather buffs to Dragonite. Really? Susheng joked. Raise your hand slightly and raise your index finger. Whoa. Bibi suddenly raised her head, looked up to the sky and roared to send energy to the sky. The originally gloomy night sky revealed a glimmer of light, and it grew bigger and bigger, spreading over the light green gym. Sunny day. While Bibi growled, Dai opened his mouth wide. The huge big shape flame net covered almost everyone on the opposite side, whether Wazir or his subordinates. In a sunny environment, the power of the fire type will skyrocket and the water type will decrease. Stop this kid. Wazir stepped back, waved and shouted. The subordinates quickly threw pokeballs. Golem, Tentacruel, Donphan, all have attributes that restrain the fire element. Stone Edge, Water Pulse, Guard, Attack and Defense skills are used together to compete with Dai's enhanced version of Fire Blast. The 2 sides were in a stalemate for a while, but suddenly, Wazir took out the pokeball and threw it. Quagsire, the water breaks. Quagsire's right arm jumped out of the ball with water ripples and instantly turned into a water jet. He jumped up and split the weakened Fire Blast in 2, but the 3rd Houndoom jumped out of it. Everyone looked in disbelief. There is a 3rd Houndoom hidden in the flames. Lulu, Flare Blitz. Lulu jumped out of the fire blast and opened her mouth to suck up the flames of Dede Fire Blast like a fire dragon slayer. The next moment, blazing flames ignited from the surface of the body. Boom! Quagsire, who was completely unable to react, took this move head on. The struck Quagsire had a big mouth, and he felt that his internal organs were being knocked out of place at this moment. Then, it doesn't know anything anymore. Chapter 63 Susheng's Trump Card 6 Path Houndoom. Seeking for further reading. In Wazir's eyes, the hell dog, whose whole body was burning with flames, seemed to crawl out of the abyss. After knocking away his Quagsire, it rushed towards him with its mouth wide open. In the reflection of his pupils, Lulu's figure suddenly enlarged. Salamence, Dragon Pulse. Aldous, who had originally planned to take Salamence back into the ball, had to take action again. Lulu, who used Flare Blitz, had no time to break or change his moves. Fortunately, Dai and BB had rushed forward to stand between the two parties. Exploded with all his strength, the throat was burning with hot and boiling flames, and he faced it bravely. Flamethrower duo. There was a loud bang, centered on the location of both parties. The ground of Jian Kong Gym suddenly collapsed, and large-scale cracks spread in all directions. Whether it was the Jenny police team who was stopped at the door, or the citizens who were watching the excitement in the outer area more than a mile away. And clearly, a blue and red shockwave was seen rising into the sky from the backyard of Jian Kong Gym. Isn't it solved yet? Is it okay to be Altus leader? Seeing that the fighting was still going on, Captain Jenny from the Jian Kong police station also became anxious. Johto region's strongest gym leader has been unable to defeat the opponent for so long. Bang, bang, bang. The center of the battlefield. Dede, Lulu, and BB hit the wall of the gym courtyard behind almost at the same time, causing 3 cracks in it. In the eyes of Aldous, Salamence, whose whole body was ignited with dark arrogance, still stood there, motionless as a mountain. The level gap between the two sides is evident. Those 3 Houndooms, are they the 3 that escaped before? Aldous said with empty eyes. In just 2 months, it has grown to such an extent. It is truly amazing, but it is not enough to threaten my Salamence. After saying that, Aldous added in his mind, and it's Salamence in dark form. At this time, Wazir received the call through the communicator. When there was news, his face suddenly changed and he shouted at Aldous. Aldous, no good. The Onion police team is coming in. Because of his panic, Wazir even forgot to add the word sir. Aldous frowned behind his sunglasses. There is nothing you can do. Don't blame me. After muttering something silently in his mind, Aldous raised his hand and waved. Salamence. Hearing the master's extremely heavy tone, the dark energy on Salamenki's body exploded even more exaggeratedly. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, apart from becoming more violent, Salamence has not changed much in appearance. Only Aldous, who was wearing sunglasses, could see the changes in his partner. That's Joker and his 2 accomplices. At this time, Captain Jenny from the Jian Kong Police Department also arrived with a group of police officers. The situation on the battlefield and the amount of information were so overwhelming that she couldn't even recover for a moment. But seeing Salamenki's unstoppable look, presumably today, the Team Rocket's member who has turned Johto upside down for more than half a year can finally be brought to justice, right? However, what Jenny Jian Kong never expected was that what shocked her was yet to come. He's become stronger again. Although Susheng couldn't see it, the power of Viridian could vaguely detect that the power of Salamence had increased to another level. Aldous, what on earth did you do? Susheng became more and more interested in this elite master who did not appear in the original work. Feeling the violent aura flowing out of Salamenki's body, Susheng's expression flashed with helplessness, but in the next moment it completely turned into anticipation. There is no other way. Use that, Dede, Lulu, BB. With Susheng's excited shout, the 3 Houndooms raised their heads at the same time, and the 3 pairs of hellhound eyes glowed with a hair-raising purple light. What's going on? The momentum of those 3 Houndooms is completely different from just now. Captain Jenny felt extremely uneasy, and a strong sense of foreboding surged into her heart. Howling woohoo. Standing in the middle, Dai was the first to raise his head and issue howl, a unique move that can increase his own attack power in a short period of time. And Lulu and BB ran out from left to right. 3 hellhounds were in front of Salamence, left and right, forming a triangle shape surrounding Salamence. Aldous also vaguely felt something had changed in the 3 Houndooms, but now he didn't have time to think too much. With Salamenki's current state, he had to fight quickly. Dragon Pulse. Salamence flicked his slender neck, and the extremely powerful wave of dragon flames struck Dai, who was facing him. Karen and Will look pale under their masks. The level gap was too big. If you take that move head on, you will definitely lose your ability to fight on the spot. The next moment, a light green semicircular protective shield emerged from Dai's body. That is the protection trick, but it doesn't matter in the game where the guardian of level 1 Pokémon can also block level 100 Arceus's special move. There is a huge level gap between the two sides, and Dai's guardian can only resist Salamian's for just a second. Within 3 seconds, the protective shield was like fragile glass, with huge cracks visible to the naked eye. Woof! In a second, Luru on the left jumped up, his fangs flashing with lightning, and pounced on Salamanki's neck. Salamanki's eyes were fierce, and his long tail rolled up swirling water waves and swept out. Aqua tail. However, at the moment when it is about to hit, Lulu suddenly tensed up. Bang! The aqua tail, which had an outstanding effect, hit Lulu hard on the waist, but it did not make her lose the ability to fight on the spot. That is, a defensive skill that can concentrate your strength and withstand the opponent's attack as much as possible. Endure. Altas, who noticed this scene, and some experienced trainers present realized that something was wrong. The aqua tail just attacked the Houndoom on the left from the side blind spot. In this case, why can she predict and use Endure in advance? Pain split. Susheng's order was issued. Lulu's whole body glowed with white light symbolizing explosive power, roaring like a small missile, hitting Salamanki's back hard. Woo! Salamians cried out in pain. A pain split that can divide the opponent's physical strength equally with one's own. Just now, Lulu was almost knocked unconscious by Salamanki's beating. One can imagine how much of Salamanki's energy she took away from him at this moment. Lulu, whose physical strength had been restored, smiled ferociously, and his fangs charged up lightning again, wanting to use Thunder Fang again. Twister. Altas ordered sternly. Salamians fanned the huge blood wings, and the wind pressure mixed with the soil on the ground. Lulu was swept up higher into the sky, and the wind pressure was so strong that Lulu even opened his eyes. Don't open your eyes. Dragon Claw. Salamians flew up, the sharp claws on his right arm glowing with green light like a machete slashing at Lulu. Kill one first. The trainers from the surrounding gym all shouted excitedly. Karen and Will's faces turned pale with fright, and they watched helplessly as Salamanki's claws got closer and closer to Lulu inside Twister head. At this moment, the corners of Susheng's mouth curled up slightly. The next moment, Lulu tilted his neck high in the sky. The dragon claw, which made Salamians glow with a sharp blue light, almost scratched his face. Immediately afterwards, a wave of dark light burst out from the right front paw, and it grabbed Salamanki's eyeball hard. Roar! Salamians screamed in pain. That's sucker punch? But why? Not to mention the people under Altas, there are also the Jenny troops who came for reinforcements. Even Karen, who is one of her own, was dumbfounded. As a trainer who specializes in Dark, she certainly knows that the move is the sucker punch, Dark's ultimate move that can be used as a last resort. But if you want to strike first, you must be able to see the other party, right? You can't see. How did you fight? At this moment, Karen noticed that Dede and Bibi on the ground were staring at Lulu and Salamians in the sky with their purple eyes. Chapter 64. Your Salamians is very painful. Although Salamians suffered a sucker punch move, it is not a restraint attribute after all, and the level gap between the two sides is too large, so it is far from making Salamians lose its fighting ability. Woo! Salamians fell next to his master with a distorted expression and shook his head. Although it is not very harmful, it is extremely insulting. What makes Salamians even more puzzled is that the smelly dog was obviously unable to open its eyes by her twister. How could she still hit her? Altas also noticed that the branch was on the other two sides of the battlefield, staring at Salamanki's other two Houndooms. He suddenly realized and said in disbelief, could it be that the three of them share the same line of sight? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Sharing of sight? Still, this kind of thing can happen. As expected of an elite level trainer, his insight is really sharp. Susheng smiled and said, yes, this is the upgraded version of Bank Record. Joker Record. Joker Record. Altas frowned. Yes, one of my teachers once invented a system called the Bank Record. This system allows the brains of different living beings to be connected in series and share learned knowledge, experiences with each other. I use this on my three Houndooms. They can sense the thoughts of the other two companions at any time, coordinate seamlessly, and grow 3 times as fast as ordinary Pokémon. Susheng tapped his brain and explained with a chuckle. Not only that, I also upgraded the Bank Record of the teacher's invention so that Houndoom and the others can share not only their experience and knowledge but also their 5 senses. In other words, what they see, smell, and hear can be passed on to other companions. This is the Joker Record. After listening to Susheng's explanation, Olivine City Jenny was already covered in cold sweat. How could such a thing happen? Woo! At this moment, Salamanki's expression became even more distorted than before. Altas's expression suddenly changed, and he secretly thought something was wrong. Salamians is reaching its limit. Ho 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 ho. The next second, Salamians let out a heart-rending roar of pain. Twisting his neck and body, he first hit the surrounding buildings, and then released flamethrower randomly. Burn everything in the scene. Captain Jenny said in horror. What's going on? Leader Altas, what happened to your Salamians? Altas suddenly finally realized his wisdom and shouted, "It's a side effect." The side effects of outrage from the previous battle with Salamence have come on, and Salamence has entered a state of chaos. Alta's explanation made Karen and Will look stunned. They do know that using the dragon-type high-power skill outrage will have the side effect of causing the Pokémon to fall into a state of confusion. But you haven't used outrage in the fight so far, right? But there was no time to think too much. The chaotic Salamence had already released flamethrower towards the police force. Lapras. Hydro Pump. Upon seeing this, Altas quickly called out a new Pokémon. Lapras appeared and opened his mouth to release Hydro Pump, slicing it as much as possible. Weak flamethrower's destructive power. However, Salamence didn't even recognize his colleagues and raised his claws to release the Dragon Claw to grab Lapras. Walk. The scene was in chaos. Susheng took Dai, Lulu, and Bibi back and shouted at Will and Karen. Karen was unwilling to get any information about Aldous, but she also knew that now was the best opportunity to retreat. If you miss it, you may be sent to the Alliance prison. Will patted his little heart and said, "Oh, it's a good thing that Salamence was in chaos, otherwise the three of us would have been completely exposed here." Confusion. Is it really that simple? Susheng glanced at the frantic Salamence thoughtfully. "Captain, Joker is running away." A police officer from the Jiankong police station pointed at the three Susheng who had left the battlefield and shouted, "Is there still time to take care of this now?" Captain Jenny was also furious, but the most important thing now was to subdue this crazy Salamence. "Your Salamence is very painful." When passing by Altas, Susheng left a message. Altas's expression suddenly changed, and then he immediately regained his composure. Manectric, Thunderwave, Flygon, Dragon Pulse. Altas was at a loss as to the departure of Susheng and the others, and sent out two more Pokémon one after another. Cooperating with Lapras, Salamenke's actions were finally temporarily restricted. The sunglasses on his face were also broken into pieces, exposing the corner of his left eye. Salamence, come back. Taking advantage of this momentary gap, Altas quickly took out the Pokeball and took Salamence back. The scene was already in a mess. Thank you, Altas leader." Astonished Jenny patted her chest, walked up to Altas and saluted. "No, it's my problem." Altas squeezed the Pokeball tightly. Through his sunglasses, he could see that Salamence, whose surface was ignited with dark arrogance, was still going crazy inside. "Mr. Altas, you are too humble. It's obviously Joker's fault." Another police officer came up and shouted angrily, "Damn it, I thought he was a righteous thief who punished rape and eliminated evil, but I didn't expect him to be no different from those Team Rockets in Kanto. They are all evil people." "That's right." Wazir couldn't wait to say, "Dear police officers, we must make these little bastards pay the price. Damn it, if I can dedicate these three brats to the Commander-in-Chief, I will definitely be able to level up again. Sorry, I have to go treat Salamence and Marowak first." Altas didn't want to stay here any longer, so he quickly left after finding an excuse. After returning to his room, Altas opened the closet and threw out all the clothes inside. There is an elevator hidden inside. Altas strode into the elevator, pressed the button and the elevator moved down. When Altas came out again, a young woman quickly came up to him. "Oh, Lord." Altas was actually forced to use darkness. "Little Joker is getting stronger and stronger." The iconic sizzling green tea voice is surprisingly the Shadow Chief Scientist Alina, who met Susheng and Will at Manjin Station a few months ago. Cure Salamence quickly. Altas was too lazy to talk to this woman and directly threw Salamenke's Pokeball to her. At this moment, Susheng's words when he left echoed in his ears again. "Your Salamence is very painful." The outer area is more than 1 mile away from Jiankong Gym. A large number of citizens gathered in this area to watch the excitement. I didn't notice at all that there were two boys and girls with an average age of no more than 12 years old walking in the opposite direction of the crowd. What happened to that Salamence? It went crazy all of a sudden. Karen, who had taken off her mask and put on casual clothes, followed closely behind Susheng and asked. Will patted his little heart in shock. "No matter what, it's a good thing for us. If that stupid dragon hadn't gone crazy, we might not have been able to get out. It seems that the strengthening method has side effects beyond imagination," Susheng said to himself. Immediately, he looked at a piece of glass shard in his hand. "Sheng, what is this?" Karen and Will put their heads together. Susheng, the fragments of Alta's sunglasses. Bank record. One of Bega Bank's inventions, allows several lives to share a brain and share daily experiences and knowledge. It's a bit like EXP. Share in the game. Please vote. Chapter 65. Agatha, you betrayed the trainer class. CNM. The next day, Asakusa Gym began reconstruction work, and the Johto media has started frantically reporting news about the Joker trio. Fujin TV. Obviously, the previous chivalrous behavior was just a play performed by Team Rockets to disguise their own crimes. This time, the open attack on the leader of Elts is enough to prove that Joker is no different from those evil Team Rockets in Kanto. As Lance Elite said, once a Team Rockets, always a Team Rockets. I hope everyone will not be confused by the hypocritical faces disguised by criminals. Saffron TV. The Alliance has decided to intervene and close the accounts of netizens who claim to be Joker fans on the internet. This will have a negative impact on the internet atmosphere. At the same time, in view of the uncontrollable power displayed by Joker last night, the Alliance has officially decided to raise Joker's wanted level from A to S. A nova fiun daily. Obviously, Team Rocket's behavior is a serious taunt to the Alliance, but as we all know, Johto region is the main activity site of the Shadow organization. I hope the Quartz Alliance can eradicate these two organizations as soon as possible. Finally, welcome everyone to visit our Unova. Our Unova people are simple and honest, and there will never be criminal organizations like Team Rockets or Shadow. Manjan Gym backyard. Hudao and Whitney are together. The two Pokémon, Smeargle and Moltank, are playing around. In sharp contrast to Hudao's worried expression. Whitney, do you think Joker brother is that kind of person? There must be some misunderstanding here. Walnut, who was as introverted as Hinata in the early Naruto period, suddenly shouted excitedly, which scared Whitney. Whitney scratched the back of her head awkwardly. She knew that her friend was a senior member of the Joker Fan Association. As a person who had experienced the Manjan train incident, to be honest, she had a good impression of Joker. After all, it was he who saved more than 1,000 passengers. But as the granddaughter of gym leader, she couldn't speak for the wanted criminal. Right, I've decided. Just then, Walnut spoke again. I want to be a reporter, a news anchor. I want to investigate the truth myself and tell everyone the truth. Seeing her bestie's confident look, Whitney blinked twice. Are you serious, sister? At noon, at the Quartz Alliance headquarters on Indigo Plateau, 4 elites and champions rarely gather together. Even the erratic Aldous is included. The counselors are very happy. Lorelei took a sip of red tea, lifted her long black silk legs and said, Joker's chivalrous behavior has made the Alliance passive. Now he has caused such a thing, which has ruined his reputation. He has captured wanted criminals alive in public many times, and once saved thousands of people on the gold train. More and more people have given Joker the title of righteous thief. At the same time, this has also caused doubts about the Alliance, because Joker always catches criminals faster than the Alliance and the police. More and more people are asking the Alliance, can you do it? However, once this incident happened, those senior staff who were unhappy with Joker got the opportunity. Little guy, I will black you to death. It's just dog bites dog, but there are many tricks. Lance sneered. A thief is a thief. What's the righteous thief? It's so funny. But why did Joker attack your brother? Does he have something Joker wants? Agatha, the current champion of the Quartz Alliance, glanced at Aldous. Even if they are colleagues, it is not easy for them to see this elite on weekdays. Who knows? How can we normal people guess the thoughts of criminals? Aldous still had a blank expression, or no expression at all. Really? Agatha looked at him twice more, but didn't say anything more, because someone she was more interested in had arrived. Champion Agatha, all the elites. Professor Oak is here. I tried it with the Houndoom sent by Professor Birch from Hone. Pokémon like Houndoom don't have the special ability of sharing vision. In the conference room, Professor Oak was giving a lecture, explaining science to everyone in the room. It was just that the audience was more famous. The president of the Alliance, Dama Lankai, Quartz champion, and 4 elites, as well as some gym leaders and senior counselors of the Alliance. Next to Professor Oak there was a middle-aged man with a mustache, a big belly and a kind face. It was Professor Birch, who came from Hone, and under the feet of the 3 Houndooms were sleeping. 2 of these 3 Houndooms were raised in Professor Oak's backyard, and 1 was borrowed by Professor Birch from Murina, one of the 4 current elites of the Hone Alliance. By the way, he is the grandfather of the future Lavaridge Town gym leader Asha. After learning from Jenny that in the battle last night Joker's 3 Houndooms could actually share vision and even 5 senses, Professor Oak was shocked and immediately called his friends in the academic world to ask them to get a Houndoom, see if they could do the same thing. However, the opposite happened. However, the development was as disappointing as expected. It is impossible to do such a thing. Obviously, Joker made special modifications to the 3 Houndooms. Agatha turned her head away disdainfully for Professor Oak's popular science on the podium. She is still indignant that Professor Oak gave up the path of a trainer and switched to become a researcher. You betrayed the trainer class. Old Oak Shuechan, could it be because of the level or the lack of affection between Pokémon? De Malankai proposed a possibility. This, at least in terms of level, it is unlikely. Professor Oak thought for a moment and answered, the 2 I brought were fine, but the one Professor Birch brought was a 4 elite Pokémon. There shouldn't be a problem of insufficient level. Everyone at the scene started talking. Only Giovanni showed a look of secret joy. You've come up with something new again, Ashen. You're worthy of it. Maybe it's Pokémon transformation. Aldous spoke suddenly. As soon as he said this, Lance and Lorelei's faces changed drastically. family. This is what they hate the most. Calm down, Lance, Lorelai, Damalanchi shouted in a low voice. It's too early to say. Hee, I don't think Team Rockets can master such technology. Giovanni smiled and looked at Aldous for a few more times. To be honest, he was also very curious. Why did Susheng attack this guy's brother? The report of the league said that Joker had psychological problems and this was a revenge. Giovanni said, bullshit. That kid would never do such a boring thing. This group of people must have problems. Chapter 66 Mutual Recognition. It has been 2 days since the Asahi Gym incident. At noon that day, Susheng and the other two were having lunch at home. The TV in the living room was broadcasting the news. Manjin TV, Mr. Aldous, one of the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance, accepted an interview and said that Joker's behavior was a major taunt to the Alliance and a contempt for the lives of citizens. Everyone in Johto region knew that his brother Aldous was a kind gym leader, and Joker would pay the price for this behavior of bullying the good and fearing the evil. Will curled his lips in disdain. Their family is the one with problems, and now the bad guys are complaining first. Hey, Sheng, aren't you angry? Will asks Susheng. Even if I am not very smart, I can see that Aldous' family has a big problem. Can Susheng not see it? However, now it is the other family that occupies the moral high ground. It's not pleasant to think about it. What's there to be angry about this kind of thing? And when have we been good people? Susheng asked back continuously, which made Will a little confused. Susheng didn't take the voices from the outside world to heart from the beginning. Well, forget it. Since you don't care, I won't meddle in your business anymore. Will picked up the remote control and changed the channel. Table TV. In addition to Joker, we learned that there are 2 accomplices around him. The 2 juvenile suspects are estimated to be around 12 years old. It is hard to imagine that such young children can become criminals. This makes us doubt the education level of Johto region. I hope that parents in each region will pay attention to the education of their children. Next, let us introduce to you the Orange Academy, the oldest in the history of Pokemon continent. Haha, the Pattaya Alliance still likes to make trouble for the headquarters as always. Will couldn't help gloating when he heard Table TV, which is the mouthpiece of the Pattaya region, say this. The 2 regions that are most at odds with the Quartz Alliance, which is the headquarters of the Alliance, are Pattaya and Galar. Susheng couldn't help but smile slightly when he mentioned this topic. During the more than half a year when he was making trouble in Johto region, whenever he was on the news, the reports from the 2 regions of Galar and Pattaya have more or less caused some trouble or controversy for the Quartz Alliance. The reason is very simple. The presidents of ON are all ambitious and want to develop their own region to replace the Quartz Alliance as the boss. Although Yusai, the president of the Padayan Alliance, is young and a woman, she attaches great importance to talent cultivation. I would go to Orange Academy every 3 days to see if there were any good seeds. Once discovered, focus on cultivation immediately. And Roz, the president of the Galar Alliance, is even more important. In order to avoid the possible shortage of resources in Galar 1,000 years later, Eternatus was directly released. Of course, there is another reason for this. That is, he hopes that Leon can conquer Eternatus, ascend to the throne of the strongest trainer, and lead Galar to become the strongest region. He is also a ruthless person. Speaking of Ashen, was it because of the Joker record that you asked Houndour and the others to contain evolution? Karen didn't care much about the conflict between alliances. She glanced at the Pokemon at the table who were also enjoying lunch, suddenly remembered something, and asked Susheng. Susheng's 3 Houndooms were obviously higher than his own, but the evolution time was a little later. It was obvious that Susheng did this deliberately. Karen thought about it and felt that the only possibility was the Joker record. That's right, although the Joker record allows Dai Dai and the others to share experience and achieve 3 times the growth rate, the tacit understanding between each other still needs to be developed through exercise. This kind of tacit understanding still needs to be practiced by the smaller Houndour. The more appropriate it is, the bigger the size will be and the more difficult it will be to practice. Susheng continued to explain to the 2 of them. As for Dede, Lulu, and Bibi, I hope they can exert the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 3, just like Pain's 6 paths. I see, that's why you always let the 3 of them get together for special training. Karen suddenly understood, and then another question mark appeared above her head. Wait a minute, what are the 6 paths of pain? Regarding this question, Susheng smiled and said nothing. Looking back, more than 2 months of special training days, Susheng did not classify the 3 Houndour's training methods based on the differences in their fighting styles. Rather, the main thing is to practice coordination. Speaking of it, this thing is just like the EXP share in the game, but the effect is still not that incredible. Susheng suddenly remembered the magical item in the game that had the same abnormal effect as rare candy EXP share. After wearing it on a Pokemon, you can get half of the experience. But the Joker record created with reference to the bank record is not so outrageous, because the experiences Joker records that can can be shared are just experiences, not experience points in the game. The only thing that can be shared is combat experience. In battle, experience is of course important, but what's more important is your own body. This you can only rely on yourself to exercise. While chatting, Susheng suddenly seemed to remember something. He stood up and took out a box of Pikachu chocolate biscuits and 3 cans of Toros from the cupboard. They fell into the rice bowls of Evie and the 3 Houndooms respectively. Everyone has worked hard before, so enjoy it. Woof woof. Dai Dai, Lulu, and Bibi howled excitedly, because Susheng checked the ingredients of the Toros can before and found that there were too many additives in it. In the words of his previous life, it was all technology and ruthless work. For the sake of their development, I rarely buy food for them. Today is a bit of indulgence. And Pikachu chocolate cookies have special meaning to you, Evie, because at this time, she and Susheng fought side by side for the first time and won the spoils. Although the opponent I defeated was a primary school student, it was not worth showing off, but this snack is really special to her. Noticing the sharp contrast with the 3 Houndooms wolfing down the biscuits opposite him, Evie did not eat them after he poured down the biscuits, which made Susheng a little puzzled. The next second, a scene happened that shocked Susheng, no, everyone in the room and all the Pokémon. Evie gently raised her front paws and pushed her rice bowl with chocolate biscuits in front of the 3 Houndooms. Real or false? Will looked incredulous. You know, not long ago, these 2 guys got into a fight while having dinner, but now, I recognize the other party. Karen put her chin in one hand and smiled. Woo. Dai Dai, whose mouth was still stained with meat particles, Lulu, and Bibi's eyes widened even more. I wonder if I am dreaming. Bye. Evie shook her head and raised the corners of her mouth. The meaning is self-evident. Woof. The 3 Houndooms on the other side also smiled back and pushed their rice bowls forward. Chapter 67 Revenge in front of the whole world. Asheng, aren't we going to attack Aldous? The warm lunch time is over, and it's time for the afternoon practice session. During the break, Karen walked to Susheng and asked, they will definitely be more vigilant in the near future, and who knows how many trump cards that family has hidden. Susheng glanced sideways and said, don't be anxious, let's get stronger first. It took Urjazu 8 years to seek revenge from Weasel. You, Karen, and Guzi are not even 3 months old yet. Why are you so anxious? I know. Karen looked a little sad, but she also knew that what Susheng said made sense. But if you want to find that guy Aldous, I have a way. Will suddenly came up and joined the conversation between the two. Although Karen didn't think there was any good solution for this idiot, but with the idea of treating a dead horse as a living horse doctor, she still brushed the hair on the back of her head and asked without expectation, oh, then please tell Mr. Will. Will didn't seem to hear the irony in Karen's tone. He laughed twice and said, although that guy is secretly doing some shameful things, but on the surface he is truly one of the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance. If that's the case, then in the Elite Challenge after the Quartz Conference every year, he will always show up, right? As soon as these words came out, Karen's eyes suddenly lit up. The Quartz Conference is an annual event. Trainers who have collected 8 badges within a year will gather at the region conference held in Indigo Plateau. The winner will be qualified to challenge the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance. If you defeat the original elite, you will become a new elite. If you defeat 4 elites, you may even challenge the champion and even become a new champion. As Will said, although Aldous' whereabouts are usually mysterious, he has the superficial identity of 4 elites after all. He has to come to the elite challenge, right? I really didn't expect that a good guy like you could come up with reliable opinions. This may be the first time Karen has praised Will since joining the team. Will rolled his eyes, not knowing whether this bad woman was praising or hurting him. He remembered something again and said, however, the champion winners in the past 2 years cannot even get past Lorelei. Therefore, Aldous did not show up in the elite challenge. Yes, although Aldous is a 4th elite, he has not appeared in the elite challenge in recent years, because the current strength ranking of the 4 elites in the Quartz Alliance is Lorelei, Bruno, Aldous, Lance, refer to the game version. Therefore, challengers always choose Lorelei as their first challenger. Naturally, Aldous, the 2nd ranked one, won't show up either. Sure enough, it would be more convenient to find an opportunity to dig up clues about Aldous than find him and kill him, right? Will suggested, if Karen uses this method to find Aldous, then she will have to challenge 8 gyms along the way, participate in the Quartz Conference, and then defeat 2 elites, Lorelei and Bruno, in a row. Finally, you can fight Aldous. In Will's opinion, this is too much trouble and it is simply a deliberate detour. In this regard, Karen did not answer immediately, but looked at her Houndoom. Houndoom, what do you think? Whoa. When the enemy's name was mentioned, Houndoom roared in a low voice, I don't understand it at all. Asheng, please translate. Will shrugged. Don't think of me as Meowth. Susheng punched Will moderately, then raised his hand and slapped Houndoom on the back. After using the power of Viridian to sense Houndoom's thoughts, Susheng said to Karen, he asked if this is was the case, can I kill my enemy in front of the whole world? Karen smiled brightly. You have the same idea as me, Houndoom. How can a secretive revenge be as good as an honest one? Not only do I want to kill you, I also want to kill you in front of the whole world. Let you pay for your previous actions. Susheng silently looked at the excited Karen and Houndoom. To be honest, he felt that the idea of a man and a dog was a bit childish. But Karen is just a child now, so it doesn't matter what she thinks. And it's really nice to get revenge like this. There's less than a month left for this year's Quartz conference, right? It's too late. Susheng thought of something and said, in less than a month you will be traveling back and forth between 8 cities, and you may not be able to make it in time. Not to mention that as the registration day for the conference approaches, the number of challengers will only increase dramatically. And if you want to participate in the gym challenge, you will most likely have to queue up. I have 7 badges here. How about I lend them to you? Will dug into his inner pocket and took out 7 shiny badges. Oh, I almost forgot. Before joining Susheng, Will was also playing gym. The nearest gym to Qianwood City. It should be Kaji Gym, right? Do you want to go there? Will asked. Follow. After Susheng got involved, Will had lost interest in the Quartz conference, but he really wanted to see Karen take revenge on Aldous. It must be fun to kill an elite in front of the whole world, right? Idiot. Whoever participated in the gym challenge and got the badge is recorded by the Alliance. Susheng said angrily. Are you a fool of the Alliance? Every time Jim accepts a challenge, it will register the contestants' track information and then transmit the information to the headquarters. When you go to register, the examiner will check the information. Otherwise, who would play Jim? Wouldn't it be more cost-effective to directly grab other people's badges? And Karen, do you think you can beat Lorelei and Bruno with your current strength? Susheng questioned Karen again. The excited Karen and Houndoom were immediately silenced. It's true. If you seek revenge on Aldous secretly, teammates Susheng and Will can still help. But if Karen chooses the elite challenge, she will have to rely on herself. Think about it yourself. After leaving these words, Susheng continued to conduct special training for Evie, Dai Dai, Lulu, and Bibi. At the same time, he was sitting on a rock by the beach, holding the egg left by Alteria, and doing prenatal education. Look, everyone is working hard to welcome your birth. You will grow up healthy and healthy. This is what your mother hopes for you. Come on. Will held it in for a long time, barely managed to say the sentence of comfort, and then slipped away. Karen, her Houndoom, and Murkrow stayed where they were, lost in tangled thoughts. 2 days later, Karen made her choice. Asheng, I have decided that I will work with Houndoom to complete my revenge under the attention of the whole world. She thought clearly that even if Susheng and Will help, she would at best ask them to help find traces of Aldous. When it comes time to actually take action, you still have to take action alone to settle all these grievances. By then, you must have enough strength, since the final result of the 2 methods is to fight Aldous alone. But why not choose a method that makes both you and Houndoom like it more? Chapter 68. Stay away from Price. After hearing Karen's decision, Susheng and Will both turned to look at her. Isn't this road difficult to walk? After a brief reflection, Will spoke first. You need to register in advance to participate in the Quartz conference. But now, having said this, Will pointed to the blackboard where everyone usually makes plans before taking action. There are 3 wanted posters posted on it. Now that you are a wanted criminal, how can you attend the conference? Will asked helplessly, pointing to the wanted poster of Karen wearing a mask. This is quite simple. Susheng immediately gave a solution. Do you know a Pokémon that can transform into a human? As soon as these words came out, Will and Karen shouted the same name at the same time. Ditto. Yes, if you want to say that the most famous Pokémon that has transformation skills, it has to be Ditto. After all, he is the most famous egg-laying maniac. At the same time, it is also one of the most coveted Pokémon owned by Susheng's LSP in his previous life. According to them, as long as there is Ditto and Kikyo, Naneo Arcane, Hydrangea, etc., can't the tricks be changed every night without repetition? Ahem. Stop it. Stop it. Susheng said that people can't. At least they shouldn't. Ditto is indeed a good choice. If you stick it on Karen's face and use its transformation ability, you can turn it into another person's face at any time. But Karen, you have decided to take the dark specialization route, right? Karen nodded, then squatted down and placed her hands on Houndoom and Murkrow. They are Pokémon that have been discriminated against and treated unfairly by humans. They are very similar to me, so I want to go on with them. Susheng temporarily ignored Karen, who was suffering from an attack of literary youth disease, and got back to the topic again. There is a Pokémon that fits your aesthetic very well. It's called Zorua. Zorua. Hearing this name, the 2 of them were stunned again. No wonder. After all, the attribute Dark was only discovered in recent months, and Zorua family is a rather rare Pokémon. Of course Karen and the others have never heard of it. That is a rather rare dark Pokémon. It has a characteristic called transformation and can. Susheng gave the 2 people some knowledge about Zorua's special abilities. If Ditto's ability is transformation, he can transform himself into the appearance of other humans or Pokemon. Then Zorua is a projection, which can make yourself look different in the eyes of others. But it doesn't matter as long as it helps Karen achieve her goal of deceiving the Alliance. As for the issue of fake trainer qualification certificates, it will be easier to handle. Don't forget that we still know each other. A big shot. As soon as these words came out, Will immediately drew inferences from one instance. He Mr. Giovanni, right. This time Karen was the only one confused. Giovanni, could it be the strongest leader Giovanni in the Kanto region? They even know this person? After these two things are done, you can challenge the gym with a fake identity. Susheng planned a revenge route for Karen. When Karen nodded, Susheng remembered something. Oh, by the way, don't challenge Kaji Gym. Karen was stunned. Why? Yes, why? Will was also a little confused. Speaking of which, he had collected 7 badges, and now there was only one left. Kaji Gym. Susheng did not explain much about this, because the explanation was not clear. Isn't it because of price? That cheater? If you go, you might be arrested. In fact, according to the timeline speculated by Susheng, Will and Karen should have been arrested at this time. But it may be the storm caused by this butterfly that made them stay here. But even so, they still have to keep their distance from Price. There is no way. The old man is not as easy to talk to as Giovanni. For 2 Lapras, he can turn Johto region, no, even the entire Quartz Alliance upside down. He is really half angel and half devil. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Susheng doesn't want to deal with such people. After a day of training, Susheng and the other 2 returned to the beach house. After dinner, while Aaron was washing dishes and Will was cleaning the room, Susheng turned on the computer and began to check the data of the Pokemon today to see if the training plan needed to be changed to better stimulate their potential. Before he had looked at it for a while, Susheng found a problem. The data of Moon Eevee in the past 2 days set the lowest record in the past month. What's going on? If it was just 1 or 2 items, it could be said that the condition was not good. But if every item was like this, something was wrong. Susheng did not call Moon Eevee over to ask questions immediately. Instead, he observed her for a few more days. Susheng also found that the training direction of Moon Eevee in the past few days was mainly focused on auxiliary moves. Originally, this was not strange. After all, Moon Eevee's innate advantage lies in her abnormal defense, and Susheng's Moon Eevee is even more so. Her main development route is also based on defense, but Susheng found that the main direction of Moon Eevee's research recently was not spells, calm mind and other skills that strengthen oneself. More are helping hand and baton pass skills that strengthen teammates, and Susheng always feels that Moon Eevee is not in a good state. Satsuki, what's wrong recently? Late at night, after confirming that Will, Karen and other Pokemon, including Dai, Lulu, and Bibi, were asleep, Susheng took Moon Eevee to the beach, and the man and the fox sat on the beach after a long time. Moon Eevee responded softly. Susheng put his hand on the top of Moon Eevee's head and knew her thoughts. Moon Eevee said that she wanted to completely switch from the position of tank to the position of auxiliary hand. Just like Lance's 2 Dragonair, the position in the team is only auxiliary hand, specializing in buffing. Did you have this idea after seeing Dai's performance? Susheng detected Eevee's little thoughts at a glance. Susheng knew very well that with Eevee's self-esteem, she would not really be willing to be the supporting role in the team. But she also felt that the 3 juniors had caught up with her at the speed of a rocket launch. It won't be long before they will surpass her. Therefore, instead of waiting to be forced to retreat to the second line by them in the future, it is better to transform in advance and play the supporting role obediently. This is also Eevee's self-esteem. Eevee, don't lie. Follow your heart and tell me, are you really willing to play the supporting role? Susheng stared at Moon Eevee, making Moon Eevee afraid to look into her master's eyes. Willing? How could she be willing? As the Earl Dervish Pokemon saved by Susheng, Moon Eevee decided to fight for him a long time ago. Although playing as a support is also fighting for Susheng, but how could Moon Eevee really be willing? She wants to fight. She wants to fight on the front line. She doesn't want to be a supporting role for other Pokemon in the team. But what can she do? Moon Eevee suddenly remembered what Giovanni said more than half a year ago. That Moon Eevee, the upper limit is like that. Chapter 69, A Rare Good Boss in the Second Dimension. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Please read. The psychological problem of Pokemon is a big question. In the animation, Ash's Sceptile was once because a broken heart and thus unable to release skills for a period of time. It can be said that this is one of the few black histories of Honking, but it is definitely unforgettable. The current Eevee is also like this. If I don't help her get over the hurdle in her heart, the gap will get bigger and bigger. Finally, it will reach a point where it cannot be filled. Finally, under Susheng's burning gaze, Eevee's eyes flashed with determination and shook her head. This is her true voice. It is also the answer that Susheng Sheng expected. Rest today and start your exclusive strengthening plan tomorrow. Su Sheng didn't say anything nonsense and promised on the spot that he would definitely help you break through the limit. Bulletin Yi. The next day, breakfast time. Going to Alola. Will was stunned when he heard the news from Su Sheng. What's the matter? Are you going to relax after practicing for too long? Alola region has not yet become a part of the Pokémon League, but it is indeed the most famous resort in the Pokémon world. The beautiful beaches and beautiful women on the beach in Zaiwei are widely praised by tourists from all over the world. There are also very good scientists there. The content of their research may help EV Moon break through the limitations of strength. Su Sheng glanced at EV Moon, who seemed calm on the surface, but his eyes still revealed his anxiety about the future from time to time. This is very similar to the author's worry and fear when he first opened the book. Of course, he is still afraid now. Then let's go together. Will couldn't wait to say. The Meli Meli Island beach in Meli Meli Island, Alola region, is said to be the best beach in the world. It is said that there are many beautiful women in bikinis. Will couldn't help laughing at the end. Karen gave him a look of disgust, the same as showing you your panties. Will smacked his lips and hurriedly explained that he was just joking, but he still couldn't stop his image in the other's heart from falling to the bottom. A resort? Do we still have time to be so leisurely? Karen let her hand down and brushed the back of Houndoom, who was eating. Revenge is revenge, but life must go on as usual. Su Sheng reminded, don't you want to attend the Quartz conference and kill Aldous in front of the whole world? That requires at least 6 handheld Pokemon, right? Alola's pleasant climate is suitable for any Pokemon life. Maybe you can find a new partner there. Su Sheng felt a little tired at this moment. After doing psychological counseling for Pokemon, he still has to do it for others. If Karen is like this, if she doesn't correct her character, she might really become the second pillar of the Pokemon world. Okay, I get it. If Karen can still listen to someone now, it's only Su Sheng. In Karen's impression, she never missed what the other party said. Seeing Karen agree, Su Sheng was relieved. If this girl is too stubborn, he might even let Karen go. After all, I am not a good guy like Ash. I can tolerate a disobedient old spray for nearly 100 episodes. I should do it myself. Let it go and then tame an obedient Charmander. Isn't it better to cultivate it? Blue Airport. Hey, is it okay? Ah Sheng. When entering the hall, Will suddenly remembered something, leaned next to Su Sheng, and whispered, it's okay for the two of us, but, as he said, Will pointed at Karen and whispered, once Karen is registered, won't the Alliance know where she is immediately? Although the Alliance's wanted list shows a photo of the 3 wearing masks, but unlike Su Sheng and Will, the Alliance must know that the real identity of the iron-faced woman is Karen. It may be because Damalankai showed mercy, or because of the relationship arranged by Karen's father. This matter has not been made public, but once Karen buys a plane ticket, the news will naturally be known to the Alliance. Then wouldn't Su Sheng and Will's identities be exposed? It doesn't matter, we're on a private plane. Su Sheng didn't even look at the ticket gate and strode into the boarding channel from the VIP gate. Will was stunned for a moment and followed. 2 minutes later, he saw a small plane with Giovanni's head printed on it on the apron and slapped his forehead. Damn, I forgot that Su Sheng knew a big shot. Welcome to Giovanni's number 2 special plane. I'm Rocket, who is responsible for receiving you. Oh no, Cassidy from Viridian Gym. As soon as the 3 of them sat down on the plane, a young orange-haired woman dressed as a stewardess came up and introduced herself. This flight from Johto Chenwood City to Alola Meli Meli Island will be served by me and my partner Xiao Sanzan. It's Butch. As soon as Cassidy finished speaking, a man's roar came from the cockpit. Thank you for your hard work. Leave this thing to Uncle Giovanni for me. Su Sheng casually threw something to Cassidy. Upon seeing this, Cassidy quickly caught it. As an ordinary team member, she didn't know much about the relationship between Su Sheng and Giovanni, but for this mission, Giovanni personally summoned the 2 of them and asked them to greet each other properly. This fully shows the status of these 3 brats in the heart of boss Giovanni. What Su Sheng gave Giovanni was the APTX 4869 he developed. It's a degenerating agent. The reason why he chose such an alias was purely because of Su Sheng's bad taste. After sitting down, Su Sheng looked at Cassidy again. Cassidy and Xiao Sanzan. This pairing is also a pair that appears more frequently among Team Rocket's members. However, although it has more funds than the funny trio, its strength is slightly better. But as long as they appear in the episodes, it seems that the plan has never been successful. Maybe it was successful in private, but the rest was ruined by the funny trio. But what made Su Sheng even more incredible in his previous life was that the 2 of them resigned from Team Rockets in the end. It seemed that one opened a coffee shop and the other opened a bakery. Haha, what a good boss. Su Sheng couldn't help laughing. Master Su Sheng, do you have any instructions? Noticing the change in Su Sheng's expression, Cassidy quickly stepped forward. She has secretly decided that she must make serving these 3 masters comfortable. In that case, it would not not be a dream to get a salary increase and become a coder after returning and be promoted to a branch director? It's nothing, just do your best. Uncle Giovanni is a good boss. Susheng is really not trying to flatter Giovanni by saying this. Giovanni did a lot of bad things, Susheng never denied this. But in the second dimension where bosses like the Konoha elders in the Naruto world, the pink octopus in JoJo, and the 5 old stars in the pirate world are everywhere, Giovanni can definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the good boss ranking. As the leader of a criminal organization, his subordinates can resign at any time instead of just killing the donkey if they want to leave. It's so heartwarming, and it's said that Giovanni doesn't even take the whole holiday off to do such a cool thing. Please read, please read, please read. Please turn the last page and give my little sister a follow-up. Chapter 70 Karen's Bad Girl Skin. Please read it. Please read it. Chapter 70 Karen Bad Woman Skin. Please read it. Please read it. Meli Meli Island is located in the northwest of Alola region. The private plane taken by Susheng and the other 3 landed smoothly at Hall Airport in Hall City. It's really beautiful. Walking out of the airport hall, you can see the blue sea and light white beach in the distance. Karen, who has been nervous since she joined the team, couldn't help but be fascinated. It's really beautiful. It is indeed a world-famous holiday destination. Although Alola is a smaller region among the regions, its pleasant climate is suitable for almost any Pokémon to grow, so you can even find rare Pokémon from other regions here. Susheng explained. Karen, see if you can find Zorua here. If not, we will find another opportunity to go to Unova in the future. Karen nodded and then whispered thank you in a low voice like a mosquito, but Susheng probably didn't even hear what she said clearly. What should we do next? After finally arriving at Alola, let's buy some Alola-style floral shirts and beach shorts first. Right. Will rubbed his hands together excitedly. Susheng didn't disappoint his companions either. He nodded and entered the city together. Before leaving, he leaned down and touched UEV's head. Don't worry, UEV. Bye. UEV responded sensibly. She also knew very well that Susheng circled half of the Pokemon planet and came here just for herself. Soon, in a clothing store in Hall City, Susheng and Will put on Alola-style floral shirts and beach shorts, standard tourist attire, which was somewhat similar to the attire of James, who would attend the Manaro conference under the pseudonym Dekjiro in the future. Karen's new clothes are not as fancy as the two of them. They just changed from a white skirt to suspenders, and underneath are a pair of white cropped pants. I have to say, this yellow sling coupled with the majestic big dog following beside me. Karen now has a bit of the badass womanhood of being a dark elite in the future. Will held his chin and looked at Karen. What? Karen asked angrily. She instinctively felt that this little fat man couldn't say anything good. No, it's nothing. Will suddenly said. I just suddenly remembered that Karen, you are also a woman. Karen gave Will a kick in the knee with a black face. Karen, try this. Susheng, at this time, I came over with a suit of clothes. Karen took a closer look and found that it was a black suspender skirt. Under the BGM of Will holding his knees and wailing, Karen stared at Susheng for a few seconds before walking into the dressing room with his clothes on. Such feminine clothes are not suitable for this violent woman at all. Right. Will rubbed his knees and came forward. Who told you to be so mouthy? The style of the outfit Karen chose just now is actually very close to the outfit she will wear when she becomes the 4th elite of the Quartz Alliance in the future. But how to say it? Susheng felt it was a little tasteless. Finally, Karen walked out of the locker room. At this moment, Will, who just kept scolding Karen for being a violent woman, was also stunned. Although Karen, who is the same age as Susheng, is only 12 this year, her already extremely delicate face, coupled with her increasingly rebellious temperament after running away from home, is complemented by this all-black suspender covering skirt. It fully demonstrates the charm of the bad woman attribute, especially the dogs and birds that are all black next to me. It is also written by Dragon Ascent. If I have to say there is any shortcoming, I am afraid that it is only a 12-year-old girl, and her face is still too young. I can't hold on to Makima's bad feminine temperament. Don't keep looking at me. After being stared at by Susheng for a while, Karen turned her head to the other side uncomfortably. Will is stupid. This guy is so shy. Oh my god, even evil girls can be shy. Isn't this great? Just wear this style from now on, Susheng praised. After recalling Makima's dressing style, Susheng thought about whether to apply the template to Karen. The trio spent a rare period of daily life. It was already evening after enjoying Alola region's specialty food Malasada with my partner Pokemon. Sitting in the Malasada store, watching the sunset on the picturesque Hall beach through the transparent window, Susheng took another sip of tree fruit juice and said, it's quite late. Find a place to stay and get down to business tomorrow. Which one should I listen to? Will, whose mouth was still stained with Malasada frosting, was slurring his words. No, we won't stay in a hotel. Let's camp in the wild during these few days in Alola. After all, the other main purpose of this operation is to help Karen find wild Zorua. As a Zorua family that was as rare as the Lucario family, Susheng felt that the possibility of finding it in just a few days in Alola was really low. Although it is common for Alola to encounter Pokémon from other regions in the pleasant environment, this is not Unova after all. And even in Unova, it's not that easy to find. Do you think everyone is Ash and the mythical beast pounces on you as if it's free of money? But no matter what, the possibility of encountering them in the wild is always much greater than in the city. 2 hours later, in the forest on the outskirts of Hau'oli City. Oh, this place is really nice. It's a perfect natural camping spot. Looking at the small cave in front of him that was covered with vegetation and with a towering tree at the top, Will said in surprise. Well done, Dai Dai, Lulu, Bibi. Susheng leaned down and rubbed Dai Dai's head first. This place was discovered by them. When Lulu and Bibi saw this, some of them who were a little unhappy came up and pressed Susheng's arm. Okay, all great, all great. Susheng touched the three of them one by one. Subsequently, the three began to organize their secret base in Alola. Susheng organized the scientific research tools, Will was responsible for daily necessities, and Karen was responsible for the Pokemon area. Will, who finished first, lay directly on the quilt on the floor and said feebly, I'm so exhausted. Will, who was rolling around, suddenly discovered that Susheng was placing a Pokemon egg on a medical instrument for examination. That's the egg of Altaria that I got from the Iron Masked Marauder's newborn in the puzzling forest a few months ago. That egg is. Karen, who was taking turns combing her Houndoom, Murkrow, and Susheng's UEV, Dai Dai, Lulu, and Bibi, was also stunned. She joined the team one step later than Will and didn't know where the egg came from. SHH. Will was rare this time and put his index finger in front of his lips, signaling Karen to keep her voice down. Judging from Susheng's expression, the egg situation must not be very optimistic. That's right. After all, the mother's appearance was already terrible, and in the end, Susheng took out the egg by cesarean section when she was on the verge of life and death. If possible, I still hope that it can see the world instead of its mother. Will, who has always been afraid of the world being in chaos, rarely showed sadness at this moment. The picture is Karen from the fan comic The Festival of the King. I felt that this outfit looked more beautiful, so I used it. In fact, the first heroine of this book was originally supposed to be Sister Baikei, and she was set to be the deputy leader of Team Rockets. The male protagonist and Sister Baikei, who is the Sinnoh champion, fell in love and killed each other, but the beginning was champion level and became invincible too fast, so I changed it because I was afraid it would collapse. Some readers said that I am just a cool writer. Yes, my little sister is a writer of cool posts and has been writing them for 10 years. Even when I first started writing a book, it was because I was afraid of being targeted. The reality was too painful, so I wanted to be the protagonist in the book. I hope I can write a book here that I enjoy writing and that everyone enjoys reading. After all, life is so hard, so let's read something enjoyable together. The heroine issue is currently determined to be Karen, and the roles have also been updated. I will still organize the outline in the future, but Lucamine, Cynthia, and other characters have already appeared in the archives, and they are reserved for release on the shelves. Please continue to support me. Please read and read. Chapter 71 Alzub's Idea. Early the next morning, Karen's cooking is still as unpalatable as ever. I also want to conquer a new Pokemon. Well, I decided on Gardevoir. During breakfast time, Will's baby fat cheeks were shaking due to chewing on both sides, and he complained about Karen's cooking skills while eating. Because it was obvious that Susheng was not in a good mood, Karen got up early this morning and made breakfast. But looking at the current situation, if Susheng and the Pokemon weren't here, Karen would be tempted to make Will for breakfast. Sheng, you haven't told us what you plan to do yet. Karen silently made a mental note to Will, and then changed the subject. I'll take care of this little fat guy later. Will also stopped chewing and turned to look at Susheng curiously. Although I knew that Susheng came to Alola this time to help UEV break through the bottleneck, but how to do it specifically? Let's go to the Ether Artificial Island. Ether Artificial Island. Upon hearing this word, Will and Karen were both stunned. It is a large artificially constructed island located in the center of the 4 Alola Islands. Many people also call it the 5th island of Alola region. It is the headquarters of the Ether Foundation. The Ether Foundation, I remember, it is an organization whose main purpose is to protect Pokemon. Right. Will thought for a while and said, they seem to rescue wild Pokemon that have been abandoned by the group and have no ability to live on their own, and they will also adopt Pokemon that have been abandoned by their trainers. It is a caring organization. It's more than that. Karen interfaced. They seem to be conducting in-depth research on Ultra Beast. Ultra Beast? What the hell? Will has a question mark. Karen rolled her eyes secretly. Read more books when you have time. As she spoke, Karen threw a book she bought at the bookstore yesterday to Will. Ultra Beast has often appeared out of thin air in various places in Alola in recent years. Not only in Alola, but but throughout the entire Pokémon continent there are strange Pokémon that were unheard of in the past. They often have quite terrifying power. Every time it appears, almost only the king of the island or even the 4 gods of the island can suppress it. Alola has always wanted to become a member of the Pokémon Alliance, and the local Pokémon Professor Kukui has been working hard to promote it, but the Quartz Alliance has not agreed. Susheng said, on the one hand, it is because Alola does lack strength. On the other hand, the secret of Ultra Beast has not yet been revealed, and the headquarters feels that joining the alliance is risky for regions whose security is uncertain. But is there any connection between the Ether Foundation's research on Ultra Beast and helping hand UEV's breakthrough of the bottleneck? Will, who had a preliminary understanding of what Ultra Beast was, raised a new question. Susheng stood up and cleared the plates, followed closely by Will Karen. As the 3 of them packed up and prepared to go out, Susheng explained, Ultra Beast is a very special kind of Pokemon. One of the special things is that it is difficult to judge their attributes by their appearance. For example, do you know the Pokemon Sudowoodo? After hearing this, Karen said without hesitation, Bonesley's evolution type looks like a grass-type Pokemon, but it's actually a rock-type Pokemon, right? Yes, Ultra Beast also has this characteristic. It is often difficult to judge its true attributes based on its appearance. Speaking of this matter, Susheng thought of Nihilego again. When I first saw that jellyfish, who would have thought that it was rock plus poison? So in order to deal with Ultra Beast, the Ether Foundation began to try to create a Pokemon with all attributes. Will and Karen were all shocked when they heard this. His hand shook and the plate fell to the ground. Fortunately, Will's Natu had quick eyesight and quick hands, and used confusion to catch the dinner plate that was about to fall to the ground. Have it all Pokemon with different attributes? How is this possible? Will shouted in disbelief, ignoring the plate that almost fell to the ground. Although Karen was not as loud as Will, the shock on her face was no less than that of the other party. Although in the real world, the attribute restraint of Pokemon can be as exaggerated as in the game, and there are many ways to make up for the disadvantages between attributes, but a Pokemon has all attributes. Isn't it invincible? To be precise, it does not have all attributes, but can switch between any attributes. Yes, Susheng is talking about the artificial Pokemon, Silver Companion. You can change attributes by switching discs. It is different from the situation in the game where you have to fight to death after using a disc. In this real world, you can switch storage discs at any time. Gladion has done this before. Switch attributes. Wait, Sheng, what do you want? Karen has already guessed what Susheng wants to do. Yes, strictly speaking, isn't Eevee also a Pokemon with multiple attributes? As for the Eevee evolution type that appeared in Professor Oak's lecture, there are 5 types: Fire, Water, Thunder, Sun, and Moon. I don't know if there will be other types in the future. It's just that after Eevee evolution, its attributes are completely determined, but if it can be switched, Karen can't imagine how strong it would be. That's Arceus. Susheng laughed. Yes, isn't this the Eevee version of Arceus? It's called Arceus for short. Susheng's reference template is still Arceus, not Silver Companion. Although in this real world, Silver Companion can switch discs at any time, but that also requires the help of the owner. When masters fight, the victory or defeat can often be decided in 1 second. Where is the time to leisurely change the disc for you? But Arceus is different. I can change it myself. And Arceus has another awesome function of switching attributes. That is, once I switch attributes, your attribute is completely ineffective against me. This is just the ability of the clone. Who knows if the original body has any big moves left? Although the attribute switching method of Silver Companion War Beast is a bit cumbersome, Susheng still has to refer to the development data of Silver Companion War Beast to modify the genes of Moon Eevee. It must be said that geniuses exist in every world. Although Susheng learned everything from Vegabank, but he has not yet claimed to be invincible. For example, the person who can research the AR system of Silver Companion War Beast must be a genius. There are still many things to learn. Susheng sighed when he finished cleaning up the dishes and wiping his hands. Leave one to guard the base. Let's go. Susheng turned his head and said to the 2 of them, leaving one to guard the base is not only to prevent the invasion of wild Pokemon, but also to protect the Pokemon egg soaked in the nutrient solution. Will and Karen exchanged glances. Finally, Will left his Natu to guard the base. The trio came to the port of Hao City and bought 3 tickets to the Ether Artificial Island. Marched towards the pure white island in the center of the Alola Sea. Although many authors should have said it but the same sentence, don't forget September 18. Chapter 72 Stufful. The King Kong Barbie. Alola is really not very big. In just over an hour, the 3 of them arrived at the 5th island of Alola region, the Ether Artificial Island. The Ether Foundation has areas for ordinary tourists to visit, the most famous of which is the Pokemon Sanctuary. It is used to place wild Pokemon that cannot survive alone in the wild or Pokemon abandoned by humans. But the person person Susheng is looking for this time is not here. Hello, I want to see Chairman Lusamine. Susheng walked straight to the front desk and said to the receptionist, seeing a child who was estimated to be around 12 years old asking to meet the highest person in charge of the Ether Foundation. The receptionist even laughed a little, but she still asked in an official tone, Hee okay, do you have an appointment? No. Hearing these two words, the receptionist shrugged regretfully. I'm sorry, little brother, the chairman can't see you without an appointment. Fuck. So the plots of those fan fictions that you can meet big figures like the Alliance President or Elite Champion at any time are really nonsense. Can I make an appointment now? Susheng changed the topic and asked. The lady at the front desk blinked and asked with a forced smile, little brother, what do you want to do by making an appointment to meet the chairman? I heard that the chairman is very interested in Ultra Beast and wants to discuss academic issues. Susheng told the truth. Puff. At this time, the lady at the front desk couldn't help laughing out loud, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said a little brother, if you want to play games, I can send you to our Lost Children's Center, where there are many children. Susheng said, damn it, I don't believe it, to be honest. But speaking of, in the end, this body can't bear the capacity of Professor Dr. Susheng. How can a drum washing machine go to the murder scene unimpeded with the identity of a primary school student? It's more troublesome than I thought. I can't even see the person. Karen stood behind and complained quietly. Ah Sheng, how about using the old method? Will whispered in Susheng's ear. What he called the old method was naturally to sneak in after disguising himself, just like the three of them sneaked into the Shallow Onion Gym before. No, if you can use an above-board method, try not to use shady tricks. Although Susheng didn't like the Death God elementary school student, he agreed with him on one point, that is, as long as you do something, no matter how covered it is, you will definitely leave clues. So as long as it is not something shameful, Susheng prefers to use the identity of Susheng instead of Joker. What should we do? We can't see them and we can't get the information. Karen frowned. Wait a few days. Lusamine is not like Doug Trio who stays underground all day and won't come out. We can find her when she shows up. Susheng had studied the relevant reports about Lusamine before coming. Although Alola has not joined the Alliance yet, this amazing woman who has developed the Ether Foundation into the leading enterprise in Alola region has been called the most likely person to serve as the president of the Alola Alliance in the future by the locals. Lusamine herself often appears in front of the media for interviews, expressing her love for Pokémon to the public and promoting her statement that I hope to love Pokémon like my mother. This has won the support of a large number of local people in Alola. Therefore, it should not be difficult to meet her. If time passes, use Will's method. After leaving a final word, Susheng took the two away from the Ether Artificial Island. After all, his patience has its limits. Or we can use Uncle Giovanni's connections. Will thought of another way on the boat back to Meli Meli Island. Just tell others that you are Uncle Giovanni's nephew, just like before, and let Uncle make a phone call. We can entirely use Villa. Isn't that the way to do it? Hey. Susheng's tone became heavier when he noticed Karen's attitude change when she heard the name Liu. Will also immediately realized his gaffe, coughed twice, moved his butt awkwardly, and moved further away from Karen. It's better to use Uncle Giovanni's connections less. The main reason is that it's only a matter of time before Giovanni's identity as the boss of Team Rockets is exposed. If you get too close to the other party, it will definitely be traced back to you. Pokémon world is not like the pirate world, where people are not ashamed of being wanted but proud of it. No matter how many hundreds of millions or billions of dollars you are wanted, it doesn't stop you from walking around the street. That world is rotten. Pokémon world, once you are wanted, especially if your true face is wanted, it will be very troublesome. Although there are ways to disguise, such as disguise, Ditto, and Zorue, but why hide when you can use your own face? I'm starving. Let's not eat what Karen made for lunch. Let's go to the Malasada shop we had yesterday and bring some more back for Natu. Back to Meli Meli Island. Will started to talk nonsense again as soon as he got off the boat. Karen had a dark face. Sooner or later, she would tear the mouth of this bitch. Take everything out and eat it when you go back. I have an invention that is almost finished. Susheng decided. Will made an okay gesture and quickly went into the Malasada shop. That guy is just a chatterbox. He doesn't have any bad intentions. Susheng smiled. You are kind, Karen said unhappily. You haven't seen a truly annoying guy. My biggest regret is that I didn't kill them all. Susheng shrugged. He must be a very bad guy to make you hate him so much. Right. Karen couldn't help but become interested. Even you Evie, Dai Lulu BB who were following him secretly pricked up their ears. There's gossip to listen to. It's not a question of whether he's bad or not. He's just the kind of person who is very unlucky. How to describe it? Thinking back to the behavior of that group of people in his previous life, Susheng showed a nauseous expression for the first time in a long time. I really want to meet him if I have a chance. It was the first time that she saw such such a disgusted expression on Susheng's face, and Karen became more and more interested. Don't. Their whole family is sick, and it's easy to be dumbed down if you stay with them. Susheng rolled his eyes. Yamato is a typical case, just like being possessed by a hero. My friends, I'm back. What are you talking about? Will came back with a bag full of malasadas. It's none of your business. Karen turned away and left quickly. What's wrong with you again? Will said that this woman was obviously targeting him. All the people under his command were worry-free. Susheng said, Akainu, is this the price you pay for being a marshal? Whoosh. When Susheng and the others were about to arrive at the base, suddenly I heard the scraping sound of wind pressure friction in the air. Will's expression suddenly changed. That was the sound of his Natu using the air blade. The three of them quickened their pace and quickly arrived at the cave in half a minute. I saw Nzatu flying in mid-air, fanning its wings at high speed and slashing out air blades. That's my Natu. Will's expression was surprised and happy. Evolution. Susheng and Karen, on the other hand, focused their attention on the ground. Boom, boom. On the ground, a Pokemon is moving quickly, avoiding the attack of Nzatu, which will transformed from Natu evolution. That's Stufful. Stufful shuttled and ran on the ground in an S shape, almost grazing Natu's air blade every time, avoiding the attack at the smallest angle. So fast. Is that Pokemon that fast? Karen exclaimed. The failed air blade cut off the waist of a big sloth nearby and fell to the ground with a bang. When Stufful saw this, he stretched out his two small hands and forcibly lifted the trunk of a large tree that was more than 10 times his size. Not to mention Karen will. Even Susheng was shocked. What a lot of strength. At this time, Susheng thought of an adjective. King Kong Barbie. Chapter 73. Set up a stick stance. Right. Stufful lifted up a tree trunk that was more than 10 times his size and swung the big stick to hit Nzatu in mid-air. Nzatu quickly incited his wings to retreat. Although he is a flying type, his dexterity is not excellent. The huge tree trunk almost brushed against the bird's beak, almost destroying its appearance. I don't know why we started fighting, but I will let you be my opponent in my first battle after Nzatu evolution. Will shouted a little excitedly. Nzatu, Sicehawk. Nzatu, who almost got a stick, heard his master's order. Open your wings as high as your hands. The purple-pink energy quickly condenses into countless light particles, which shoot out like the purple version of Monkey D. Kizura's 8-foot Megatama. Boom. However, Stufful is still showing off its skills. After swinging the tree trunk in a circle, Stufful stood up on his hind legs and did a pole vault while hugging the tree trunk. Not good at jumping, she used this move to splash 7 or 8 meters in the air, almost at a height parallel to Nzatu. Bang, bang, bang. The light particles produced by Sicehawk continuously impact the ground and tree trunks perpendicular to the ground, but it just missed Stufful. The tree trunk was about to be beaten into powder. Boom. Stufful shouted. Both hands, or two front paws, once again hugged the top of the tree trunk, swinging tree trunks high in the sky. The huge force swung the big stick, making a crackling sound of tearing the air. Bang. Nzatu's Tianling guy was hit hard. Stand up in a stick position. Right. Susheng was both surprised and laughed. This Stufful is so strong. My Nzatu. Looking at Nzatu crashing in embarrassment, Will was also dumbfounded. My beloved Nzatu's evolution debut was suppressed like this. Boom. At this time, Stufful on the opposite side has landed. The tree trunk in its hand had already received continuous blows from Sicehawk, and it had just given Nzatu another blow. When Stufful landed, it had turned into crumbs and could no longer be used. But now, Stufful's right front paw burst out with dazzling golden light and lightning. It's Thunder Punch. BB. Susheng suddenly spoke. A ghostly black shadow emerged from the pokeball on Susheng's waist. The god descended in front of Stufful. Whoa. BB slightly bowed her waist and crouched down, assuming a posture of a predator preparing to attack, and her throat also let out a low whistle that symbolized a warning. Stufful's movements stagnated. After struggling for a while, he stopped. Will behind him breathed a sigh of relief and rushed forward to help Nzatu up. Susheng also walked up at this time, touched BB's dog head to express encouragement, squatted down 2 or 3 meters away, and said to Stufful, I'm sorry, can you tell me the reason why you and Will's Nzatu started fighting? Susheng tried his best to show his kindness, hoping that this seemingly irritable Stufful would stop there. If that doesn't work, feeling the imminent movement of the other 2 pokeballs on his belt, Susheng said that he could only use the most primitive way to solve the problem. I don't know if I really feel the kindness from Susheng, or out of biological instinct. I feel that the big black dog in front of me is not as easy to bully as the stupid bird just now. Stufful finally restrained the lightning on his right front paw and kept shouting, Dong-o, haha, I can't understand you like this. No, excuse me, would you like me to touch you? Although simple communication between Pokemon and humans is possible, complex content is still not possible. At this time, the importance of Meowth in the funny trio is reflected. Fortunately, Susheng also had his own way. Dang-o. Stufful tilted his head, looking at Susheng's hand slowly reaching towards him. The moment Susheng's finger fingertips touched Stufful's forehead. Stufful shook unaccustomedly but finally let the human hand cover his head. Sheng, what on earth is going on? Karen also walked up at this time. She and Will both know about Su Sheng's special abilities. To sense a Pokemon's thoughts, physical contact is required. Not long after, Su Sheng put his hand down from Stufful's head. The child said that she chose this hole as her nest yesterday morning. After that, she went to collect tree fruits to move back, but when she came back, she found a bird guarding it. Su Sheng didn't say anything about what happened next, but Karen and Will already understood what was going on. Turf war. This is also one of the main reasons for wild Pokemon fighting, but it won't be so harsh, right? Will took out the high-grade potion spray and sprayed it on Zaytu's forehead while muttering in a low voice, "Pack your things and let's go." Su Sheng stood up straight and said to the two of them. According to Stufful, she decided to use this tree hole as her nest yesterday morning. The three of them came after noon. According to the principle of first come, first serve, this should really belong to Stufful. Karen Will hesitated to speak. "Yesterday, I worked for so long to clean up the place, but I actually had to move for a wild Pokemon, but I saw that Su Sheng had already made a decision." After all, the two of them didn't say much and walked into the tree hole to start cleaning up. Stufful was also extremely surprised. These humans are actually so easy to talk to, but no matter what, this place will be yours from now on. Stufful followed Su Sheng into the lair with steps that he didn't recognize and was ready to watch them leave. Dang-o. Soon, Stufful's attention was attracted by Su Sheng. In other words, he was attracted by Su Sheng's movements. "I saw the talkative human taking out a Pokemon egg from an oxygen chamber." Stufful's eyes suddenly lit up and he took a few steps closer to Su Sheng, shouting dong-o incessantly. Su Sheng lowered his eyes and looked at Stufful, who was looking at him curiously. He bent down again and pressed his forehead with one hand. After knowing Stufful's question, Su Sheng replied, "This child is very weak. If we just use ordinary methods, it will not be able to hatch normally, so it needs to be soaked in nutrient solution to deliver nutrients to it." As he spoke, Su Sheng weighed the Pokemon egg in his other hand. This oxygen chamber is a bit like the treatment chamber Kakarot used when he was recuperating on Namek. Su Sheng soaked the eggs left behind by Altaria in it to deliver nutrients to the Swablu inside. Because it was dissected in advance, it would not be able to hatch smoothly without any external means. Dang-o. Stufful tilted his head again, expressing confusion. This time there was no need to use the power of Viridian to read minds. Just from her big eyes, Su Sheng could guess what she wanted to ask. "Are you curious about the origin of this child? Well, if you don't mind, sit down and eat and chat." After Su Sheng thought for a while, he took out the malasada that Will had bought at Haala City before, invited Karen and Will to have lunch first, and took out one and handed it to Stufful. "Come on, you're welcome." Chapter 74 Shaolin Football. Stufful. Karen is actually quite interested in the origin of Pokemon eggs. Before, she only knew that Su Sheng got it from a Pokemon poacher, but she hadn't heard from Su Sheng about the specific situation. After Su Sheng and Will finished talking about what happened in the confused forest, someone suddenly turned into a monster. Will subconsciously looked towards Karen, but Karen, who was in a bad mood, glared back. "What are you looking at? How could I make that kind of sound?" But Karen was really not in a good mood, although she also knew that this seemingly beautiful world had a lot of shocking darkness behind it. "But when I actually heard it, I still felt a little uncomfortable." Su Sheng looked under the table. It was discovered that the person who turned into a monster was none other than Stufful. At this moment, King Kong Barbie seemed to be possessed by Ania, and her eyes turned into poached eggs. The little pearl fell down with a splash. Dong-o. When Stufful dropped the little pearl, he immediately rushed towards the Pokemon egg on the table. "This child's life is too hard. Come on, let me give my sister a hug." I saw Stufful, who seemed to be possessed by Ash's cuddle dragon from the future. Su Sheng has bad eyes and hands. Quickly lift the Pokemon egg in advance. The empty Stufful pressed his front paws on the table. Bang! In an instant the wooden dining table was reduced to rubbish by Stufful. Dang-o. Stufful looked at Su Sheng with doubtful and resentful eyes, as if to say, "Why don't you let me hold you?" Su Sheng helplessly pointed to the sawdust on the floor. "I'll let you hold this child." Will this child still have a chance to survive? Watching sawdust scattered all over the floor, also sprinkled on the Pokemon food of Su Sheng and the other three, but neither Karen's bad-tempered Houndoom nor Will's Zaytu, which had just been defeated by Stufful, got angry. Instead, he looked at the little one with a look of disbelief. Then, where did the Macamp girl come from? Stufful once again transformed into a monster, as if to say, "You bully me and don't even let me hug you. You should learn how to control your power first, provided we still have a chance to meet again." Su Sheng lightly patted Stufful on the forehead and then said to his two companions, "When we're full, let's pack up and leave." Boom. However, before Karen will move, Stufful, who looked aggrieved just now, suddenly screamed excitedly, What's wrong with this Macamp bear? Will is curious. Susheng had to reach out and touch Stufful's head again. 10 seconds later, Susheng turned to the two of them and said, Stufful said that she hopes we can continue to live here, provided that she takes care of Swablu Clam. Karen and Will were stunned when they heard such a request for the first time. 2 seconds later, Will laughed dumbly and said, what can she do? It's not certain whether the Swablu can be hatched smoothly. The successful birth can only rely on Ashen's technology, or can the Macamp bear help take care of the child after it is born? I'm afraid it won't be easy for her to hold the child. I'll crush Swablu to death if I'm careful. Boom. Stufful's face darkened. He took a few steps forward and punched Will on his slightly bulging belly. Ugh. Will vomited out all the lunch he had just eaten on the spot. Karen and the other Pokemon stood far away in silence. How disgusting. Boom. Boom. After punching Will, Stufful ran to Susheng and kept dancing. Without induction, Susheng could guess what it wanted to say. After thinking briefly, Susheng decided, let's do this. You practice with UEV and the others first. If you can learn to control your power well, I'll let you hug it. Okay. Boom. Stufful nodded excitedly. So happy for such a little thing. Pokemon is really a very simple creature, but this Stufful has unexpectedly strong maternal feet. I seem to have seen it somewhere. In the afternoon, a new day's exercise routine begins again, but the training method of Stufful, who just joined the team, seems to be incompatible with other team members. As before, Eevee, Houndoom, and Zeta put on training vests equipped with recorders and oxygen masks, but he was not in a hurry to train as before, but turned his head towards Susheng and Stufful on the other side of the training ground. Stufful, try playing this football. Susheng took out a football he just bought from Howl City and threw it towards Stufful. Boom. Facing the slowly flying football, Stufful jumped up slightly and then made a volley side hook. Bang. Karen, Will and the Pokemon preparing for training heard a loud noise. Snap, 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 snap. Immediately afterwards, there were several consecutive banging sounds. Looking up, I found that countless big trees had been broken by the lazy waste, and they fell continuously like dominoes. Whoa, it wasn't over yet. The next second, the wailing sound of Pokemon came from the distance again. Karen frowned slightly, took a few steps towards the direction of the sound, and found that the one wailing was a Ferrothorn. Next to it, there is a deflated football. The next second, Ferrothorn whined and fainted. Oh my god. Karen couldn't believe her eyes. How strong the defense of steel Pokemon is. Once you fight it once, you will never forget it. However, just like that, unexpectedly, Will, go put some potion on that Ferrothorn. After a brief silence, Susheng handed a bottle of potion spray to Will. Susheng then turned to look at Stufful, who looked innocent as if he was asking, did I do something wrong, and took out another football. It's not like that, it's like this. Susheng threw the ball up again, but this time he didn't throw it to Stufful, but flipped it up himself. Well, his level is not that good, but for Stu, Stufful just serves as a demonstration. After bouncing 4 or 5 times, Susheng stopped and said, you know, learn to control your strength in this way. It is very important to learn to control strength, not only to prevent accidentally killing the opponent, it is also to enhance accuracy. After all, it is well known that the greater the strength, the heavier and less precise it is, unless you are the invincible platinum star. Dong. Stufful nodded to show that he understood. Okay, try again. Susheng threw a new football to Stufful. Oh, this time Stufful opened his front paws and gently hit it like playing volleyball. Swoosh. In the distance, Will, who was applying medicine to the Ferrothorn, felt a gust of wind passing through his side face, scratching his face painfully. Dong. The next second, he saw a football embedded in the mountain wall on the right, and spider web-like cracks continued to spread around. You want to kill me? Will's roar came from a distance. Susheng rubbed his temples and pretended not to hear. It can only be done slowly. Chapter 75 Concubine You doesn't want to be left behind. In less than a week, whether it is Eevee, who has followed Susheng the longest, or Dai, Lulu, and Bibi, who have mastered the sharing of the 5 senses and gradually become the main output of the team, they were all shocked by the terrifying talent shown by Stufful. This guy is not only born with Macamp but also has such amazing learning talent. In just 1 week, Stufful's dribbling level has gone from the national football evolution to the world champion level. Well, if he joins the national football, he can probably play as a substitute. And today, Susheng replaced the football with a water ball. No, to be precise, it is a foam ball made by Will Slowbro using bubble beam. It is softer and more fragile than a football. This is also to allow Stufful to better control his power. Susheng's reference for this move was the lecherous sage, who used a similar move when teaching Naruto the Raise Non, and the talent shown by Stufful was not inferior to that of Ludo. Susheng couldn't remember how long it took Naruto to learn the Raise Non. Anyway, it only took Stufful 10 days to be able to skillfully control his innate terrible Macamp. Isn't it too fast? During the training, Will noticed Stufful, who was alone in the corner playing with the water ball as if it it were a basketball and was almost playing with it. He couldn't help but sighed in a low voice. It can only be said that there is always someone better. Karen's degree of shock was not inferior to Will's. She was very confident in her Pokémon, but even if she ignored Stufful's innate macam, the ability to learn in a single round was something that she and her Pokémon could not match. By the way it plays the ball is a bit strange. Will noticed a problem. That is, Stufful prefers to use his shoulders to head the ball rather than his feet. Iron Mountain. Today's training is over. Thank you for your hard work. Susheng clapped his hands and shouted. He couldn't help but glance at Stufful a few more times. This Iron Mountain always reminds me of an old friend. Dongo. Stufful was the first to run up and showed Susheng the water ball in his palm. The expectant expression was like a primary school student holding a perfect test paper and asking for praise. Susheng smiled and said, "Okay, you can hold Swablu's egg today." Dongo. Stufful jumped excitedly. To be honest, Susheng wanted Stufful to practice for a while longer, but seeing how much she expected, he couldn't bear to refuse. Watch it later, Susheng said to Will's group of psychic Pokemon. Zaitu, Executor. Slowbro nodded. Soon, inside the base, surrounded by Will's psychic Pokemon, Susheng handed the Swablu egg to Stufful. The surface of the egg was covered with a faint light purple halo. It was the confusion released by Zaitu and the others. Through this layer of confusion, once Stufful overexerts himself, they can sense it immediately and transfer it out. Oh, Stufful, who finally held the egg, smiled with bliss and drooled. Is it necessary to be so happy? Will said he couldn't understand. It was just like a woman didn't understand why a man didn't cry when watching Titanic. I just like children. This is motherhood. Karen pouted. You say it as if you are right. Will muttered softly. Anyway, he couldn't imagine Karen being a mother. Karen got angry again. If she didn't want to break the warm atmosphere, she would have to give Will a slap. Okay, don't hug me too much. For a long time now the eggs still need to be soaked in the nutrient solution. Under Stufful's reluctant gaze, Susheng took back the egg and soaked it back into the nutrition cabin. During this period, Stufful pulled on Susheng's trouser legs and crawled all the way to lie on Susheng's shoulders. Fortunately, Stufful only weighed a dozen pounds, which was barely enough for Susheng. After all, he doesn't have the physique of a true newbie like Mega. He can carry Larvitar, who weighs nearly 150 pounds, and run all the way without panting. Dongo. Stufful, who was lying on Susheng's shoulder, looked at the egg that was put back into the nutrition cabin and kept shouting, thoughts echoing in Susheng's mind. After getting along with him for less than half a month, Stufful also knew that Susheng could only read his mind through physical contact with him. So now there is no need for Susheng to reach out. She can just do it herself. How long will it take to hatch? I can't say for sure. After all, this child's situation is too special. When this topic was mentioned, Susheng felt a little heavy. After all, when the egg was taken out of Alteria's belly, the situation was not very optimistic. The situation in Altaria was already dire at that time. In human terms, this egg is a premature baby among premature babies. Although the nutrition cabin invented by Susheng is also constantly providing nutrients to the eggs, but can the root cause of the disease really be saved? He couldn't guarantee it. Stufful turned into a monster again and cried out worriedly. Susheng, who understood her thoughts, smiled and comforted. Don't worry, I will definitely let it take a good look at the world instead of its mother. Oh, Stufful waved his claws excitedly. Because she was so excited, she forgot to control her strength. Eevee used a quick attack to knock Stufful away. As for Stufful, who landed on the ground, he just slapped his hand on the ground. Bang! There is a pit the size of a pokeball on the floor of the base. The teammates were all stupid. If this slap hit Susheng on the shoulder. Good job, Eevee. Susheng stroked Eevee's head. Bye. Eevee raised her head and rubbed Susheng's palm. Stufful on the ground scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Don't worry, but it seems that you still want to continue training. Susheng also comforted Stufful. Buletin Yi. When preparing for rest at night, Eevee suddenly got into Susheng's bed and caressed the side of his face with her head. And Eevee's thoughts also echoed in Susheng's mind through the power of Viridian. Master, when will we go to that island again? Eevee didn't say it clearly, but the meaning was already very clear. It's when will you help me upgrade? Actually, it's not that Eevee can't wait, nor does she want to rush Susheng, but as Dai, Lulu, and Bibi realize the sharing of 5 senses, their strength increases day by day. Now there is another Stufful who is born with unparalleled macam, and his learning ability is also extremely unparalleled. This makes Eevee's pressure double day by day. She had to admit that she was getting anxious. I don't want to be left behind. I also want to become stronger. Susheng looked at Eevee's eager eyes and made a decision immediately without much hesitation. If we still can't find a chance tomorrow, we'll just rob. Oh no, steal. Well, we are not a group of robbers. How can we rob? Susheng silently said sorry to Madame Lucamine in his heart. If I can't see you tomorrow, I'm sorry. me. For concubine you, I can only use some crooked tricks. Chapter 76 Prime Minister, I understand. During breakfast time, Susheng informed Will and Karen of his plan to rob Lusamine, which he had decided last night as long as he could not find a chance to meet Lusamine today. Although I was in favor of doing this from the beginning, why did you change your mind? Ashen, Will asked curiously. As the number one troublemaker in the team who was afraid of causing chaos, Will really wanted to be tough from the beginning, but due to Susheng's request he could only endure it. Now that Susheng suddenly changed his mind, he felt a little uncomfortable. It's nothing, I'm just a little tired of waiting. Susheng didn't say it was because Uev couldn't wait, which would hurt the little fox's self-esteem. Will was so nervous that he didn't think much about it. He just patted Susheng's shoulder excitedly and said, that's how it should be. We are not the type to keep our peace. We are committing crimes. Oh no, we are the type to turn the world upside down. As a woman, Karen, who is good at observing Pokemon's emotions, can see it more clearly than Will. As the person in charge of Pokemon meals, she noticed that Uev was eating less and less these days. Coupled with Susheng's sudden change of mind, she vaguely guessed something, but Karen didn't say anything. Seeing Will's stupidity, Karen sneered and sighed inwardly. Ignorant people are really happy. Thinking of Susheng's behavior of changing plans for Eevee, Karen couldn't help but sigh that Susheng was really good to his Pokemon. Think about them from their perspective at all times. There will be no special training today. Let's all take a good rest. After breakfast, Susheng said to everyone, Eevee's state is not suitable for training either. After breakfast, Susheng began to play with various things on the experimental table that his companions could not understand. Will is preparing equipment for action. Karen picked up a comb and sat on the sofa, combing the hair of the three Pokemon while watching TV with them. Boom. I want to watch the Professor Oak lecture. Stufful had no interest in the TV series starring Kalos region child star Diantha and protested at the top of his lungs. She was more interested in the popular science knowledge in Professor Oak's lectures. Mocha. Will's Jinx kept shaking his head while holding the remote control. Today is the most exciting episode. The girl the hero has been secretly in love with for a long time turned out to be his father's illegitimate daughter. In despair, the hero's mother said that the hero's father and the hero are not related by blood. Jinx is looking forward to the next development of the plot. Boom. Stufful showed his fist. Even without the telepathy of Viridian power, Karen could guess what Stufful wanted to express. If you don't give me the remote control, then I know a little bit about boxing. Everyone needs to get along well, you know. Karen frowned slightly and acted as peacemaker. It doesn't matter how hard you attack your enemies, but internal strife between your companions is never allowed. Stufful, if you are interested in knowledge, you can ask Ashen to teach you. Can't you tell your companions like this? Karen thought about it and decided to side with Jinx. Although Jinx's owner is annoying, there is nothing wrong with Jinx itself, and Karen feels that it is never a good thing to allow Stufful's character to continue to be so domineering. Boom. Stufful ran towards Susheng angrily. Damn female bib, if you can enter the house from now on, I will take your last name. Looking at Stufful sulking back, Karen chuckled and shook her head, and suddenly noticed a news banner floating across the bottom of the TV screen, which read, the 9th Alola Women of the Year Award will be held in 2 days at the Space Research Institute in Kangdae City, Akala Island. The biggest favorite for this Women of the Year award is still Lusamine, the current chairman of the Ethereum Foundation. This is also, when she saw the name Lusamine, Karen immediately stood up and quickly walked into the research room without caring about the content behind it. Ashen, I found a way to see that Lusamine. 2 days later, Akala Island, one of the 4 islands in the Alola region, because Lusamine will be traveling to the Alola Women of the Year Awards ceremony held here. So Susheng and the others came to Kangdae City, hoping to have a talk with each other this time. Although Alola didn't have as many cameras as Johto, Karen still put on a sun hat and sunglasses that almost completely covered the upper half of her face, just in case. However, this kind of dress can be seen everywhere in Alola, and it is not eye-catching at all. Susheng, on the other hand, put on a pair of unattractive black-rimmed glasses, a little less arrogant than usual and a little more nerdy. Why take such a big detour? Can't we just sneak into the artificial island of Ether and grab it? As soon as he entered Kangdae Market, he saw Will slumping his shoulders and complaining weakly. Idiot, don't say such things in public. Karen gave Will a shock from behind. The Ether Foundation's strength is average, but once our traces are discovered, it will be easy to suspect us. Susheng walked at the front and explained, we won't make that kind of stupid mistake, right? The Ethereum Foundation and the Pokemon Protection Association can't be more dangerous than Altus's gym, right? Will is puzzled. Idiot, our last operation was in Johto, and this time it was Alola. If the operation in Alola is exposed, the Alliance will naturally investigate the people who went from Johto to Alola during this period. Karen said in a bad mood. So what? Alola is the most famous resort resort in the Pokémon continent. There are tens of thousands of tourists here every day, not to mention hundreds of thousands. How can we be traced? Will still doesn't understand. Karen silently quickened her pace and stayed away from him to avoid being assimilated by this guy. Although there are many tourists, if the screening scope is focused on those around 12 years old, there will not be many. Susheng reminded. Now Will finally reacted. Indeed, after all, I was wearing a mask when I was acting with a group of people, but the figure is still that of a little boy in his early 10 years. Once he acted as the Phantom Thieves in Alola, his traces were exposed. The Alliance only needs to check which children ran from Johto to Alola during this period. It is easy to cast doubt on Mark Locon on the three of them. We're here, the Space Research Station. Susheng suddenly spoke. Will raised his eyes and looked forward. Are there too many people here? Will was immediately frightened by the sight in front of him. At a glance, it's full of people. Isn't it just an awards ceremony? It's like a celebrity meeting. You're right, fat brother. Chairman Lucamine is a star in Alola. As soon as Will finished complaining, a little girl next to him immediately responded. The three of them turned to look. I discovered that it was a little girl about 3 years old who had purple hair similar to Will's. Her bangs were tied into braids. Her eyes were slightly raised. Her mouth was slightly pursed. She was as cute as a kitten. Susheng also said, well, the Alola Women of the Year award is awarded to women who have made outstanding contributions to Alola. Since its inception 9 years ago, the first 8 awards have been awarded to Lucamine. This 9th award, I guess. The winner is Miss Lucamine. On the makeshift podium, Kukui, the Alola region Pokemon professor, called out the names of the winners. There was a round of cheers and applause. Immediately afterwards, a peerless beauty wearing a pure white dress with long golden hair that almost reached her heels stepped onto the podium amidst thunderous applause from the crowd. Mega is such a beauty. Will was stunned. Prime Minister, I understand. And Susheng was not only looking at Lucamine, but also the twin brother and sister who were following behind Lucamine, who looked like they were only 4 or 5 years old. In Susheng's opinion, it was the siblings who made Lucamine look even more beautiful. Clam. Karen looked at Susheng a little confused, not understanding what he meant at all. In this case, we can't talk to her, right? What should we do? Karen felt it was necessary to remind the two of them that they were here to do business. Although Susheng was not as exaggerated as Will, he still stared at it for a long time. How unhappy. Susheng touched his chin and thought for a moment, then suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, Mrs. Lucamine, I like you. The entire awards venue fell into an eerie silence. To be honest, if an adult man said this, it would only make people laugh. After all, there are too many people in Alola who are hungry for Lucamine. But if it were a 12 or 13-year-old kid, it would be another matter. In an instant, Susheng became the most handsome boy in the room. Will. Karen. Chapter 77. Lily, I don't want a new father. Lucamine, the widow who is over 30 years old. She is already a mother of 2 children, but even though she is a woman, she still single-handedly developed the Ethereum Foundation into the leading enterprise in Alola region. Coupled with the excellent face that seems to have been carefully tuned by Arceus, and the perfect figure that is more if it is more, and less if it is less. Not to mention Alola. Look at the entire Pokemon League. There are definitely not a few people who are greedy for this Alola gem. But even so, this is the first time someone has confessed his love to this noble lady in public. Immediately afterwards, everyone turned around and looked. When they found out that it was a Shoto with an exquisite face, a word immediately came to mind of countless SBS, small horse and big cart. Immediately afterwards, the media representatives holding microphones or carrying cameras unanimously decided that tomorrow's headlines would be him. Big news. Unless Lance and Leon announce that they are gay on the spot, no one can steal the popularity from this guy with glasses. Lucamine, who had just received the trophy from Kukui on the podium, was also stunned for a while. A few seconds later, a bright smile bloomed like a Graxicia flower in full bloom. Really? Thank you for your like. Lucamine had no doubts about Susheng's words. She is also very confident about her own charm. Secondly, Susheng's current appearance is actually quite deceptive. The pair of black framed glasses gives a lot of bonuses. One look at her will leave you with an image of a comely scholar who is diligent and studious, and will only hide it in your heart when it comes to people you like. If Susheng had used the way he had gotten along with Karen Will before, the effect might not have been that good. The impression would have been that he was sowing seeds everywhere, and that even a few girls would be sorry for his big bad wolf temperament. However, Susheng's operations are still continuing. I saw him taking out a palm-sized gift box from his pocket, approaching the award podium and shouting, Mrs. Lucamine, this is the gift I prepared for you. I made it with my own hands. Please accept it. But the citizens, who were originally blocked in front by a huge crowd of people, all unanimously gave way to away. Many ants still had onto smiles on their faces, as if they were obsessed with watching a drama. Alas, looking at the child's honest and caring appearance, I must have surprised suppressed this feeling in my heart for a long time, and it was only today that I finally got the courage to speak it out. Right? If you don't help him, are you still a human being? That's not a ring, is it? As the queen of Akala Island, Litzy, who is responsible for maintaining order on the scene, blinked and said to herself, damn it, I have never been confessed like this by young Shota. Gladian and Lily in the corner of the podium. The brother and sister looked at each other. What's going on? Are you going to have a new father? Lily's expression was very complicated. She didn't want to have a new father who was not much older than herself. Mrs. Lusamine, please accept it. Susheng finally took the stage and handed the gift box to the other party. Oh boy, I'm optimistic about you, little brother. It's great. Chairman, you must not let down the young man's courage. The audience in the audience cheered loudly. Not only the ants with onto smiles on their faces, but also many LSPs who were also eager for Lusamine, and each one shouted louder than the other. This is mainly because in their eyes, Susheng is too young to be with Lusamine. If it were Lance, who was almost an adult, or a middle-aged man like Giovanni, who was a few years older than Lusamine, do you think they can laugh? I'm afraid that the other person's heart will be lost if I stab him. Lusamine was also a little unable to laugh. Looking at the box Susheng handed over, which looked like a ring box, Lusamine couldn't help but wonder, child, are you serious? Auntie can't commit a crime. Oh, Chairman Lusamine, little boys at this age will have more or less thoughts about mature women. It's normal. Accept it first and don't refute this child's good intentions. Professor Kukui approached Lusamine and whispered. As he said that, he winked at Susheng with an expression like Saonian, I understand you. It has to be said that most of the Pokemon professors in the region have a typical good-natured character, and so does the one in front of me. When Lusamine heard this, she also thought about it. The smile on his face became brighter and he took the gift box. Then thank you, little friend. As if to remind the two of them of their age, Lusamine deliberately emphasized the word kid when she said it. The next second, Lusamine slightly opened her jade arms as white as lotus roots and gently embraced Susheng into her arms. Thank you for your like. Although Lusamine was suddenly confessed, she was still very surprised. After all, she was over 30, but she was still confessed to by a boy of 12 or 13 years old. Isn't it also a recognition of one's own charm? The second thing is, Lusamine is a face controller. Although after putting on black-rimmed glasses, Susheng's appearance was slightly reduced, but many older sisters like Shota's bullying temperament, which can inspire their motherly nature. Oh, the atmosphere at the scene was boiling to the extreme. However, Will in the back row silently took a few steps back. The main reason is that he wants to stay away from his companions, because in front of her, Karen was looking at the podium with cold eyes. An hour later, Lusamine returned to the Space Research Institute with a pair of children. The charm of the chairman is really great. There is actually a little boy confessing his love to you. Are you secretly happy in your heart? As soon as Lusamine entered the institute, a young woman with short gray hair and a carefree personality approached her. Her name is Barnett and she is a researcher at the Institute of Space Studies. He is also the lover of Professor Kukui, but the two have just established their relationship not long ago, and not many people know about it yet. Lusamine rolled her eyes. Anyway, it was impossible for her to admit that she was a little happy inside. Come on. What kind of ring did you give? A kid like that can't afford a real gemstone ring, right? Did you make it yourself out of flowers? Wow, that would be more romantic. Barnett's eyes were shining and she kept urging Lusamine, looking like I want to eat melon. You're so interested, just come and do it. Noticing that Lily had been peeking here, Lusamine, who was originally very curious, could only pretend to be uninterested. She didn't want her daughter to mistakenly think that she really wanted to find a new father for her. That's not okay. This is a confession gift given to you, Barnett said with a bad smile. The two of them excused themselves. In the end, Lusamine had to open the box. Professor Kukui, Lily, even the cool Gladian and many staff from the institute came to watch the fun. But what surprised everyone was, inside was not the ring Lusamine and Barnett had imagined, but a small crimson disc the size of a bracelet. Immediately afterwards, everyone discovered that there was a note under the CD with a phone number written on it. They knew who it belonged to without even thinking about it. There are words on the back. Professor Kukui picked it up and looked at it and said, please use it on Pokemon that can learn flamethrower. This book will be on the shelves tomorrow, and it will explode then, so stay tuned. Chapter 78 Karen, I want to make progress, so much coming soon. Please support. Seeing that what was inside was not a ring or necklace or other necessities for confession, Barnett was a little disappointed. Kukui took the note and read the content on it, then said curiously, what does it mean to use it on a Pokemon that can learn flamethrower? With that said, Kukui took another, picking up the Dawn disc in the box. By the way, what on earth is this? After looking around for a while, Kukui still couldn't think of anything. Adhering to the concept of practice makes true knowledge, Kukui decided to do as the note said. said. Come out, Litten. As the Alola region's Pokemon professor who distributes Earl Dervish's partner Pokemon to new trainers, Kukui carries Alola Royal 3 with him most of the time. Under everyone's curious attention, Kukui knelt down, handed the CD to Litten, and curiously said to himself, but even though I say that, how do I use it? As soon as he finished speaking, Litten, acting like a cat Pokemon, stretched out his front paws and pulled the disc. However, the moment Litten's right front paw hit the disc, a faint light glowed on the surface of the disc, and it entered Litten's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Litten, are you okay? Kukui said worriedly, but the next second he discovered that the originally dark red disc turned into a colorless transparent color. Meow. Before Kukui could study it, Litten suddenly became extremely excited, raised his head high, and breathed out flames. A super small flame column with a diameter of about 5 centimeters spurted out. Wow. Zaobo, the head of the Ether Foundation branch who was standing opposite, was caught off guard and fell over. Her trousers were burned off, exposing her dry buttocks. Gladion hurriedly stepped forward to block it. He could not let his pure sister see the dirty things. Branch Chief, are you okay? A group of Ether Foundation employees quickly gathered around. But damn it, that damn cat, Zaobo cursed angrily. But now, neither Lucamine, as her boss, nor Kukui, as the Pokemon professor, have time to take care of Zaob. They all paid incredible attention to Litten, who raised his paws to scratch. Just now, that was Flamethrower. Barnett also looked in disbelief. An Earl Dervish Pokemon prepared for new trainers knows Flamethrower. You know, in order to avoid the situation where Pokemon are too high level and do not obey the trainer's orders, the Pokemon partners prepared by the Alliance for new trainers are often very low level. Some of them are not even proficient in skills such as Water Gun and Ember, not to mention Flamethrower. However, although the Fire Pillar that I just got is weak in power, it is indeed a Flamethrower. The silent Lucamine finally spoke. Once this thing is announced, it will cause an uproar in the academic world. No, in the entire Pokemon continent. Currently, there are basically 3 ways to learn new moves in Pokemon Dream. First, the Pokemon learns on its own as its level increases, just like the Litten in front of you. When he slowly becomes stronger, evolves into Hot Cat or even Incineroar, he will naturally learn Flamethrower. But the skills learned in this way are basically skills that are consistent with one's own attributes. Second, it is inherited through the genes of parents. For example, Charmander relies on his own training. Even if he evolves into Charizard, the skills he can learn independently are basically fire and flying skills. But in fact, Charmander can also learn Dragon-type skills such as Dragon Rush. However, it is basically impossible to master it by yourself. However, if one parent knows it, it is possible to pass it on to the child. Third, it is to learn from the gourd and draw the scoop. Let a Pokemon that has learned the relevant skills be the teacher and teach you step by step. For example, in the animation, Ash's Trico learned Bullet Seed from someone else's Grovel, and May's Skitty learned Blizzard from someone else's Delcatty. As soon as this disc comes out, Pokemon can learn high power skills in an instant. Although restricted by level, low-level Pokemon cannot exert too much destructive power, just like Litten just now. But it's also scary. At least it can save a lot of practice time. That kid invented this, Kukui said in disbelief. If so, that would be terrible. It can be compared to the Joker who recently dominated the Johto region and invented the magnetic remote control. Kukui, didn't he leave his number? Please contact us quickly. What happened at the Space Research Institute has not been spread. The most widely circulated thing on the local internet in Alola is the discussion about Susheng's confession to Lucamine. At the scene, I even cheered him on. Although I knew it was impossible, I encouraged his courage. I think he might have a better chance of being with Chairman Lazamine's daughter. If I had been as brave as him, I wouldn't have been single now. I won't say anything anymore. I'll hold my Ditto and cry for a while and let it turn into Diantha tonight. The newborn upstairs. Although Diantha is a celebrity, she is only 12 this year, right? Or a child star. That is, at least you should choose an adult, right? For example, Quartz Alliance's Lorelei Elite. I think Electric Fish King still has charm. This one is even more heavyweight. The Susheng trio returned to the suburban forest base of Hall City. The atmosphere at the scene was as quiet as a morning hall. I'll go out and pick some fruits. Will chose to be the first to run away and stay here. He suspected that he was going to be made into lunch. Wait until there are only 2 humans left in the base, Susheng and Karen. Even Stufful, who was fearless, did not dare to act rashly at this moment. He was holding Swablo's egg across the nutrition cabin, his little eyes looking around at Susheng and Karen. Karen, who was checking her cell phone, opened her thin lips lightly. That's great. People on the internet are saying that you will have to work hard for 30 years less. You've got it right in one step. Karen, I want to make progress so much, Susheng replied subconsciously. But Susheng just said it in his heart. 9 out of 10 times, Karen will not be able to get this idea. Of course, if she got it, the situation would probably be more serious. There was no other way. In order to get the people around me to get out of the way and attract Lazamin's attention, I could only use the strict. Susheng shrugged and said the responsibility was not mine. There is no other way. You can't confess to Lily, right? At that time, Susheng also noticed the delicate doll-like girl in the corner. But even if Susheng had the courage, the alliance law would not agree. The two women have the lesser power over each other. After careful consideration, Susheng said it would be better to lock on Lusamine directly. After all, Susheng didn't expect anything more attractive to the other party than this sentence at the time. It is expected to be on the shelves tomorrow afternoon. It will definitely explode by then. Please support me. Chapter 79. Remarks on the launch. Pleading for support. After more than a month, this book is finally on the shelves. Thank you, readers, for accompanying me all the way. Everyone should have guessed that my little sister is from Luozuo and has been writing there for many years. To be honest, the performance of this book is not a success, but it actually did not meet my expectations. I think the reason is that I gave up what I was good at. I know that there are many readers of Kittian who like no heroine and only one heroine, but what I am good at is indeed cool writing, harem writing, because I gave up what I was good at and blindly wanted to transform, which resulted in me not using my strengths. Now I think about it, even if my book is only read by a small number of readers, I will still write what I am good at. As I said before, life is too hard. It's just a novel, so what's the point of reading something that's fun? From now on, I will give full play to my strengths and write what I am good at, but I won't give in when I see a girl. I will take it step by step. For example, I also like Lorelei very much, but when I started this Pokémon novel, I couldn't find an opportunity to develop a relationship with Lorelei, so I didn't find a chance to do it after I finished it. The author is a professional and will write for a lifetime, so if you want to read exciting articles without depressing plots in the future, please remember me. From now on, there will be a guaranteed update of 10,000 words per day. In the first few days of publication, the number was 2,000 per chapter because the manuscript was saved. Later, it will become 5,000 per chapter. Finally, I would like to thank everyone for their support and also thank Helping Hand, my editor, and other authors. Chapter 80. Giovanni, damn it, this young man, officially on the shelves, begging for support. Haha. Karen sneered twice in response, but this time Susheng didn't answer, because he knows very well that when a girl is angry, it is just like when she comes to visit her aunt. At this time, you are even breathing wrong. The awkward atmosphere continued, and no one knew how long it had passed before Susheng suddenly spoke. Will, you can come in after picking the fruits. Will shivered at the door, and finally walked into the base bravely. Where's the fruit? Karen gave him a cold look. Doesn't this guy have nothing in his hand? Will is so embarrassed that he can dig out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room with his toes. It's not like I'm actually going to pick fruit from the trees. I'm just looking for an opportunity to get away. After talking for so long, why is the atmosphere still so tense? I had known I would have come back 2 hours later. Then, Ashen, that chairman Lusamine, will you really meet with us? Will forcefully changed the subject, but as soon as he said this, he regretted it. I feel like I shouldn't mention this name at this time. Will didn't even dare to look at Karen's face. Her expression looked like Yu Ishigami's face when he met Kagaya Shinomiya. Do you think you won't be killed? Yes, I will. Susheng's tone was very determined. Skill machine can also be called TM. Among the gadgets that Susheng has tinkered with so far, this is not only the strongest but also the most practical invention. The level of bugs is comparable to rare candy. Well, actually rare candy is more buggy. The main function of TM is to save time for training. In the future, Ash's Pikachu will learn Iron Tail and Laupen will learn Steel Wing, which are non-native skills. And fortunately, they have basically learned them. Some Pokemon with poor comprehension can't even learn it, but if there is a skill machine, it can greatly save time and it will definitely be learned. This is too practical. Susheng doesn't believe that Lusamine will not be tempted. Is it true? What treasure is inside? Hearing Susheng's affirmative tone, Will also became interested. Karen, who was originally unhappy, couldn't help but look over at this time. From what Susheng said, it should not be a diamond ring, necklace, or something like that. Although the Ether Foundation is far inferior to giant companies such as Silver and Duan, Lusamine, as a leader, cannot be moved by such things. Buzz. Just as Susheng was about to speak, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, is that the boy with glasses? I'm Kukui. Do you remember? I'm the one who gave the award to Lusamine this morning. A man's slightly urgent voice came from the phone. Susheng smiled slightly and gave the two a thumbs up. Will Omega. Karen ******. Karen, who had just smiled, suddenly remembered that she should be angry now. She immediately put away her smile and turned her face away coldly, but from an angle that Susheng and Will couldn't see. The displeasure on Karen's face immediately turned back to the faint smile just now. Susheng and Kukui agreed to meet meet at the Ether Artificial Island the next day. In just one day, words such as boy with glasses, Lucamine, and confession occupied the front pages of newspapers in major regions. This is mainly because there has been no major events in the Alliance recently, and criminal organizations such as Team Rockets and Shadow have not made any moves. In the absence of serious matters, the media naturally targets those gossips, and people like to read them. Manaro TV, Ms. Lucamine, the chairman of the Ether Foundation, won the Alola Women of the Year award for the 9th time, but there was a small episode during the award ceremony. A teenager boldly expressed his feelings to Ms. Lucamine, which once again showed us the influence of Ms. Lucamine on teenagers. Although it is difficult for this brave boy to get the result he wants, we are willing to give him blessings for his courage. Fiun Daily, Anova's top child star model Elisa held a press conference saying that although she and Fanbajim leader Julieta both have the word Jew in their names, they are not Julieta leader's daughters. Julieta leader also said that he does have a daughter, but it is not Elisa leader. Galar Daily, Mr. Roz encourages outstanding trainers to travel to Galar more often and is willing to give away Gigantamax wristbands to trainers participating in the All-Star game for free. Golden TV, after our investigation, this brave boy with glasses who showed his love is from our Johto region. We encourage his brave behavior, but we are not optimistic about his success. However, we heard that Chairman Lucamine has a daughter, so he can give it a try. Saffron TV, Cerulean gym leader said that he plans to retire in the near future, but he is still struggling to decide which of his 3 daughters to pass the position of leader to. The youngest daughter is still young and is not within her choice range. Sushen was speechless when he saw these related reports while eating breakfast. I didn't expect that people in the Pokemon world are so gossipy. Let's go to the Ether Foundation. Susheng stood up and said, "Oh," Will said excitedly. Anyway, he is excited to go to a new place. And Karen was silent. She was in a better mood, but when she read the news, she was disgusted again. On the other side, in Celadon City in Kanto region, located in a secret base of Team Rockets, in the basement of a large game building. Boss, this is indeed a new evolutionary stone/ite. My gloom has evolved successfully. The woman who reported to Giovanni across the desk was Athena, one of the senior officers of Team Rockets. Standing at her feet was Vileplume, one of the evolved forms of Gloom. Originally, Gloom could evolve into Bellossom using Sunstone, but Athena was better at poison than grass, so she never let Gloom evolve. Unexpectedly, after using the evolutionary stone/ite brought back by Giovanni, Gloom evolved into Bellossom. Siang Vileplume still retains the poison system. Athena was very satisfied. This is just the most unremarkable item in that boy's research. Giovanni smiled slightly and took a sip of coffee. Recalling the scene when Sushen used the power of Viridian in front of him, Giovanni said that this was simply the most worthless item in that kid's research. Lord Giovanni, this is today's Lumiose newspaper from Kalos region. At this time, a female secretary with purple hair, rimless glasses, and about the same age as Lance handed the newspaper to Giovanni. Giovanni took the newspaper but was a little curious as to why Matari gave him the Kalos region newspaper. After all, Kalos was far away from Team Rocket's activity place. Moreover, the news about Kalos is mainly about gossip. After all, the future Alliance champion will be a star. The media style of Kalos region is similar to that of other regions, like the Sun. Open it and take a look. The headline clearly read, "A small horse pulls a big cart and the spectacled shot confesses to his wife's chairmanship." Under the explosive title, there is a photo of Sushen wearing black-rimmed glasses handing a gift box to Lucamine. Before he could swallow his coffee completely, Giovanni sprayed it all over half of the newspaper. Giovanni opened his mouth slightly and stared at the photo that was mostly wet with coffee. Although he didn't say a word, his expression looked like an emoticon from Susheng's previous life. Started to be put on the shelves. Please support, please vote. Chapter 81, The First Roaring Tiger in the Universe. Please subscribe. After half a month, the Susheng trio came to the Ether Artificial Island again, but this time we were not taking a boat but a special plane with the Ethereum Foundation's logo printed on it. Ashen, why don't you like flying in helicopters? When they came down, Will asked Sushen curiously. Sushen was unwilling to get on the helicopter just now, and even wanted to buy a ticket to continue taking the boat. Regarding this question, Sushen chose to refuse to answer. After noticing the 3 people getting off the helicopter, a woman with pink glasses and a plump but not bloated figure quickly stepped forward. "Hello, you 3. I am Bigi, the Deputy Branch Director of the Ethereum Foundation. Please follow me. The Chairman and Professor Kukui are waiting for you." As Lazamine's confidant, Baiko said to the 3 of them gently, "That would be troublesome." Susheng stroked the glasses on the bridge of his nose and nodded. "The temperament is different." Baike led the way while muttering in her heart. Although Susheng still wore glasses, he exuded the air of a comely scholar. But unlike yesterday when he confessed addressed to Lucamine, who was full of chinin. At this moment I can feel the confidence radiating from his bones. It didn't take long for Biggie to take the three of them to the white villa behind the Ether Foundation. This is the accommodation area for Lazamine's family, an area where tourists must not set foot. You three, please come in. After entering the door, Biggie turned sideways and made an inviting gesture. Wow. Although he had seen it once before, Will couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw it up close. Is this woman who is as gorgeous as a gem sitting on the sofa really the mother of two children? And even if you are as proud as Karen, you have to admit it. This woman is indeed so beautiful. Lucamine stood up and looked at Susheng, smiling and saying, "Welcome, everyone. Speaking of which, I don't know your name yet." Susheng shook hands with Lucamine irreverently. It made Kukui, Bainet, and others present look at him. Their thoughts were the same as Baikei's. The temperament displayed by Susheng was completely different from yesterday. Haha, Mr. Sheng looks completely different now than he did yesterday. Sure enough, he did that just to hand something over to me, right? After all, how could anyone like me, an old woman in her 30s? Lucamine covered her pink lips, narrowed her eyes and chuckled. She investigated and found that Susheng and the others had come to the Ethereum Foundation half a month ago to find her, but failed. Now that something like this happened again, Lucamine was convinced that Susheng acted like this just to give her the artifacts CD. No, actually I have a little bit of thought in that regard, Susheng replied in his heart. Susheng did not hide his desires. He is not the kind of Yangwei protagonist. The heroine was drugged, and he used his internal strength to force out the drug. What was even more outrageous was that he locked up the heroine and let others deal with it manually. However, Susheng was concerned about Karen's emotions, so he just felt it in his heart and did not say it publicly. Seeing Susheng's silent acquiescence, Lucamine felt a little disappointed, but she quickly put it behind her and made a please sit down gesture to Susheng and the others. Classmate Susheng, this CD. As soon as Susheng sat down, Professor Kukui couldn't wait to take out the things. Skill machine, also you can call it TM, Susheng corrected. Oh. Kukui nodded repeatedly, swallowed and barely suppressed the nervousness in his heart. Did you invent this? Before Susheng could answer, the two companions cast curious glances at Susheng. Will, learning device? Ashen, what is that? Karen, what new tricks did you come up with? Without saying a word. It was only successfully developed recently, so I haven't had time to tell you yet. Susheng shrugged and said to Kukui, look at the color of the skill machine. Professor Kukui, you have already used it, right? Which Pokemon did you learn it for? Upon hearing this, Kukui immediately released Litten. After Little Hakamai landed, Kukui immediately ordered, Litten, use flamethrower. When they heard the word flamethrower, Will and Karen were a little confused. However, when this Litten actually breathed out flames, he was even more confused. Will pointed at Little Hakamai in disbelief. Such a little thing can be a flamethrower. Karen said nothing, but her expression said everything. Kukui smiled bitterly and said, didn't your companions invent this? Why do you think you are more surprised than me? Litten, then it should also be like this. Susheng took out a new CD from his pocket. The eyes of Kukui and others changed, and they immediately discovered the difference between the one in Susheng's hand and the flamethrower skill machine they used before. The one in Susheng's hand was dark blue, not the fiery red one before. Come. Susheng handed the skill machine to Litten. With the experience from the last time, Litten no longer hesitated this time and covered it with his little claws. As before, the energy exchanged from the skill machine poured into Litten's body. The dark blue halo on the surface of the skill machine faded away, turning into a gray-white color symbolizing no attributes. Lucamine had already guessed what would happen. Could it be that? Litten, show me your Sony skills. Susheng smiled slightly. Meow. Little Hakamai screamed loudly. Dark red violent fluctuations surged on the body surface. That's it. As the current chief scientist and branch director of the Ether Foundation, the Zaobo people were dumbfounded. The next second, Litten, unable to suppress the violent desire to fight in his heart, slammed into the wall of the living room. Bang! A huge hole was knocked out of the pure white wall. That is definitely not the power that Earl Dervish Pokemon can have. Mainly lies in the bonus of unique skills. Gang, that move just now was. Gladion, who was huddled in the corner with his sister, was stunned with fear. It's outrage. Karen opened her eyes wide and said, among the dragon-type skills, the most powerful move is also the most powerful one. Outrage was actually learned by a Litten. Meow. Meow. Litten jumped out of the hole and was still yelling. Litten, come back quickly. Kukui quickly took Litten back. After using outrage, you will fall into chaos due to side effects. Fortunately, you can recover as long as you take back the Pokeball and rest for a while. A Litten that can use flamethrower and outrage, is it the strongest Litten in history? Kukui complained softly. Professor, can this Litten be trained by my companions? Susheng suddenly suggested. Kukui was stunned for a moment, unable to react for a moment. Susheng raised his thumb and pointed at Karen. This kid kid can no longer be controlled by a new trainer, right? In this case, I have a partner that is most suitable for him. It just so happens that Litton's final evolution type Incineroar also has dark hair. Huali is very good at cultivating dark. Susheng temporarily changed Karen's name. Although Karen's first target is currently Zorua, Susheng thinks that the number 1 roaring tiger in the universe would be a good match for Karen. Chapter 82 Karen, the business genius, available now. Please subscribe. Of course, the title of the number 1 roaring tiger in the universe is a bit unrealistic in this real world. After all, the data and tactics in the game can only be used as a reference and cannot be truly substituted into real combat. Let's use an analogy. The speed of the 2 Pokémon, Thunder God Pillar Regieleki and Slowbro, is undoubtedly as fast as the sky and the earth, but even though their speeds are so different, fighting in the game is still a turn-based system where you hit me and I hit you. And in real combat, can such a thing happen? By the time you, Slowbro, make one move, I, Regieleki, may have already made a dozen moves. But even so, Susheng still does not deny that Roaring Tiger is an extremely outstanding Pokémon with potential. Car being pointed at by Sushengen was slightly stunned, then curled his lips and muttered, "This guy, hey, isn't it too unfair? Why don't you give me a whole new Pokémon?" Will shouted in a funny way. Susheng was too lazy to pay attention to this funny guy and said to Kukui, "Is it okay, Professor? I can pay." No problem. Indeed, this child's current state is not suitable for being raised by a new child. Of course, it would be better to have a trainer suitable for him. Kukui is a warm-hearted person and agreed immediately. And now he can be sure that this so-called TM heaven-defying invention was developed by the boy in front of him. He will definitely become a big man that shocks the entire Pokemon continent. It's no loss to win his favor. When Karen got the Litten Pokeball from Kukui and gave it to her, Karen pouted and said, "Are you trying to please me? Because you are my companion." Susheng knocked Karen's head unhappily. "No matter if you are a 4th elite or something else in the future, don't think of being arrogant in front of Professor Su. Still please, I have never been a licker." In his previous life, when he read online articles, what he despised most were those licker protagonists who couldn't walk when they saw female characters. Okay, the effect of TM. Lucamine has seen it twice. What do you think? Susheng sat down again and looked at Lucamine again. A genius design. Like the Pokeball, once it is released, it will surely lead to changes in the entire Pokemon world. Lucamine gave the highest praise without hesitation. She even felt that this was not enough. "But Sheng, you didn't come to see me just to show off, did you?" Lucamine rested one hand on her chin, showing the charm of a mature woman. "I am a scientist, and I am very interested in the Ultra Beast that has appeared frequently in various places in Alola in recent years." Susheng also got to the point. "I know that the Ether Foundation of Chairman Lucamine is cooperating with Professor Kukui's Space Research Institute to study Ultra Beast. I hope to get all the information in this regard. For this, I am willing to exchange it with the development map of TM." As soon as these words came out, all the people on the scene, whether they were all the members of the Ether Foundation headed by Lucamine, the couple Kukui and Barnet, or Susheng's companions Karen and Will, all changed their faces drastically. It is not surprising that Susheng is interested in Ultra Beast, because as a genius scientist who can develop TM, it is normal for him to be interested in unknown creatures such as Ultra Beast. But using TM in exchange, isn't that too generous? These two things are not equal at all. It's like exchanging a Larvitar for a Rattata. Crazy, right? "Excuse me, I have something to say to this guy." Karen grabbed Susheng's arm and pulled him out. Will laughed dryly and followed him. The two groups of people from the Ether Foundation and the Space Research Institute looked at each other. Karen pulled Susheng all the way to the backyard. "What are you crazy about?" Karen cursed fiercely. "What's the matter?" Susheng was a little helpless. "Why did you exchange the patent of the skill machine? Do you know how valuable this thing is? If it is handed over to a company, that company will immediately become a business giant comparable to Silver and Devon." Looking at Susheng's nonchalant look, Karen really felt that she was seeing the eunuchs around the Emperor at this moment. The Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. What they are researching can help Moon EV break through the bottleneck. Susheng gave his own explanation. "Besides, I don't have any other invention suitable for trading at the moment." This. Karen didn't know what to say for a moment. To be honest, she admired Susheng's contribution to Pokemon, but this price is too high, right? Will also scratched his head, not knowing how to insert the topic. He couldn't say your invention can be exchanged for hundreds of excellent EV, right? Wouldn't he be beaten to death by Susheng? And the Moon EV in the Pokeball on Susheng's belt also burst into tears. "It's all for me, the master." Karen pondered for a long time and finally said viciously, "Shut up later, I'll talk to them." Susheng and Will followed Karen like followers. Will whispered, "I feel even angrier than when you confessed yesterday." Susheng made a gesture to shut up at him. At this time, "Don't don't keep talking. After sitting down in the living room, Karen spoke like a cannon without waiting for others to speak. TM's patent must be in our hands, and when selling it, it must be stated that all interpretation rights belong to Susheng. At the same time, 70% of the profits earned must belong to us. Of course, the research data on Ultra Beast must also be given to us. As the daughter of a businessman, Karen has learned a little bit, at least better than Susheng is much stronger. 70%? Isn't this little girl too open-minded? Zaobo said with some dissatisfaction. Karen sneered. Did you provide any helping hand during the research and development process? In the final analysis, you just provided a sales platform and mass production factory to pick fruits with our invention. 30% is enough to give us face. If you don't agree, I think Silver from Kanto, Duan from Hon, and Malakaman from Galar will be very interested. Susheng gave a thumbs up in his heart. Actually, to be honest, Susheng can only cooperate with the Ether Foundation because the information about the Silver Beast is in their hands, which is the key to allowing UEV to break through the bottleneck. But at this time, Karen deliberately adopted the attitude of I have many choices, but you can only choose me. This immediately reversed the situation. Sure enough, as soon as Karen said this, even the sarcastic Zaobo couldn't think of a reply. You don't agree, right? Let's go. Karen looked like a domineering president, got up and walked out with her two younger brothers. This posture is very similar to that of an old woman who fails to bargain and then says, I don't want to buy it, let's go to the next one. Please wait. Lazamin's anxious shout sounded from behind. Karen raised her eyebrows at Susheng through her sunglasses as if to say, look. Susheng really gave a thumbs up this time. Awesome, awesome. Chapter 83 Giovanni is a woman in deep water. Shenzi, you can't control her, please subscribe. In the end, after negotiation, both parties decided to sign the contract 2 days later. In the past 2 days, each went back to sort out the information. Susheng Yang compiled TM's research and development information. Lazamin's side is sorting out the research and development data on Ultra Beast over the years. Buletin after returning to the base in the forest on the outskirts of Haole City, Susheng found that UEV's mood was a little depressed while sorting out the information. It's okay, it's not a precious thing. This thing is meant to be used. Susheng touched UEV's little head. UEV lay in front of Susheng and let him caress her, thinking that she must become stronger, keep getting stronger, and be strong enough to repay her master. A Sheng phone. Will shouted in reminder. Susheng turned around and looked. I saw a video call request displayed on the computer screen on the other side. Just as Susheng clicked, Giovanni's face suddenly appeared in it. Oh uncle, long time no see. Susheng sat down and waved his hand. You don't take the initiative to contact me either. Giovanni smiled slightly and then asked with a strange expression, are you in Alola now? Uncle, have you read the news too? This kind of gossip spreads far enough. You must know that Alola is quite far away from Kanto. You are free to think about mate selection. I don't want to interfere with your love life, but I have investigated this woman Lucamine. To be honest, this woman is very deep in water. I am a little afraid that you will not be able to grasp it. On the computer, Giovanni held a stack of information. The above is all related information about Lucamine and the Ether Foundation. After learning about Susheng's scandal yesterday, he asked his secretary Madari to check on this woman. On the surface, this woman is indeed as perfect as the rumors say. Beautiful, gentle, loving. I feel like there are no shortcomings except having 2 children. Well, of course, in the eyes of some people, this may not be a shortcoming but a plus. But after careful observation, Giovanni still found some problems. On the surface, there is not much difference between the Ether Foundation and the ordinary Pokémon Protection Association. They all adopt Pokémon that have been abandoned by their trainers or tribes and cannot survive in the wild, then release them to nature or find a suitable trainer for them. As a side job, I participate in research related to Ultra Beast. But how can you be so rich with just this little industry? You know, researching this kind of thing is burning money. Giovanni himself doesn't even know how much money he spent on the 2 projects of Susheng and the strongest artificial Pokémon, so much so that Team Rockets is now experiencing a shortage of funds. Where did Lucamine get so much money? He felt that this woman was not simple. We'll talk about it later. All in all, I can get what I want right away. Did you get the things I sent to you? Susheng changed the subject. Haha, that degenerating agent codenamed APTX4869 is a very interesting thing. Giovanni smiled and said, to be honest, rather than using it on Pokémon, I would rather use it on people. Rather than using it on that damn Lance, turning him into a brat. Ha ha ha. However, at your age, I find it a bit difficult to pick up Lucamine. Do you want me to teach you? Giovanni brought the topic back again, feeling that he was quite interested in it. Susheng was speechless. Are you young, a thief at the time? Let's talk about it later. The only thing I want now is the research results in Lazamin's hands. Susheng admitted that Lucamine was beautiful, and anyone with eyes could see it, but compared to Lucamine herself, he was more concerned about the research data of the Silver Companion War Beast. Well, it's definitely not because the second brother has not evolved from the growth stage to the mature stage. Oh, tell me more, Giovanni asked curiously. He was also curious about why Susheng ran to Alola. He didn't think that Susheng asked Norman to borrow a plane from him just to confess to a married woman. I haven't chatted with Giovanni for a long time. Susheng also chatted with this empty nest old man who lost his son. He repeated his purpose and what happened today to Giovanni. Karen is very good at bargaining. I didn't expect her to have a talent in this area. Susheng smiled and said. However, compared to Susheng, who looked relaxed, Giovanni frowned more and more. Susheng noticed this and asked, "What's wrong, uncle?" "Ah, Sheng, can you give me the sales rights?" "Oh," Giovanni explained. "In fact, the R&D funds given to you and the 2 projects of the strongest artificial Pokémon that I asked my subordinates to prepare have already made Team Rocket's finances a little overwhelmed, so I want to be thick-skinned and want you to give me the sales rights." In fact, Giovanni also planned to see Silver, but he felt that the risk was too high. After all, Silver is the leading business giant in the Pokémon continent. Even if Team Rockets can succeed, once there is a mistake in the middle link, it will cause a chain reaction like dominoes. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Giovanni does not want to use such a dangerous trick. It would have been fine if it was a day ago, but now I have already promised Lucamine, and the research data I want is still in their hands, so this may not be easy to deal with. Susheng also frowned slightly. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. "I have a way." Suddenly, Giovanni's eyes lit up. "Ah!" Susheng was stunned and asked subconsciously, "What method?" Giovanni smiled and said, "Ashen, don't worry, just go to see Lucamine in 2 days according to the original plan, and I will give you a surprise then." Surprise? Afraid of becoming astonished? Susheng muttered in his heart, but he didn't ask much. In terms of conspiracy nasty plot, even if he has lived 3 lives, he dare not say that he can play better than Giovanni. Professional fields should be left to professionals. 2 days later, Susheng and his trio, who had sorted out the data, came to the Ether Foundation for the 3rd time to meet Lucamine. This time, Kukui and Barnett were not there. "Xiao Sheng, here are the research materials on Ultra Beast and Ultra Space that we have sorted out in recent years." After reaching a cooperative relationship, Lucamine called Susheng more intimately, handed a USB flash drive to Susheng. After Susheng nodded to express his gratitude, he also handed the USB flash drive containing TM information to Lucamine. Susheng inserted the USB flash drive given by Lucamine into the laptop he carried with him, and couldn't wait to check it out, while muttering in his heart what Uncle Giovanni wanted to do. And Zaobo, who was standing next to Lucamine, swallowed his saliva nervously for some reason. "This is the contract." Pico placed the 2 contracts in front of Susheng. Karen picked them up and read them. "Chairman Lucamine, what does this mean?" Just when Karen confirmed that there was nothing fishy about the contract and was about to hand Susheng a pen, Susheng's questioning voice with suppressed anger suddenly sounded. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the scene changed immediately. Karen and Will's eyes became serious. Lucamine and Pico on the opposite side looked puzzled. They didn't understand why Susheng's attitude changed so quickly. Zaobo was so scared that he took a step back, thinking, has he been discovered? Lucamine frowned. "Little Mr. Susheng, is there any problem?" Seeing that Susheng's attitude had changed so much, Lucamine changed the address back. "You didn't give me all the information." Susheng's eyes rarely showed anger. This information did not contain the research information related to the Silver Companion War Beast or the AR system, which Susheng valued the most. In other words, the Ether Foundation had kept a hand. "This is impossible," Lucamine said in disbelief. She had personally checked this information several times, and there could be no problem. However, what Lucamine didn't know was that the information related to the Silver Companion War Beast that Susheng wanted was managed by Zaobo, the director of the research department. However, Zaobo lied to Lucamine not long ago, saying that the empty plan has completely failed. In order to cover up the secret that he had secretly opened the Ultra Wormhole. Therefore, the failed data was naturally not entered, and the empty plan was actually successful. The Pokémon is now locked in the basement of the research department that Zaobo is in charge of, but Lucamine doesn't know it, so a misunderstanding was born. However, this is no longer important because, bang, the door of the villa was violently kicked open. A gangster with a mustache led a group of people, walked over with crab steps, and said with a strange smile, "Don't move at all." Chapter 84. God is chasing after Stufful who feeds him. Available now. Please subscribe. The leading man had a coxcomb haircut and walked like a crab. The first impression anyone sees of him is that of a gangster who can be seen everywhere on the streets. But when they saw the uniform with a big R printed on it, no one dared to mistake him for an ordinary gangster. Team Rockets. Lucamine Lusamine shouted out the origin of these intruders. Alola is far away from Kanto, but that doesn't stop Team Rocket's reputation from spreading across the sea to Lusamine's ears. I didn't expect that in a small place like Alola I could actually gain such a big harvest. Standing at the front, the crested man who was presumed to be the leader of Team Rocket smiled evilly. Susheng recognized him. Ram, one of the 4 generals of Team Rockets in the future. I don't know if he has become the 4th general now, but he should at least be a squad leader. Why are Team Rockets here? And why isn't the security system? Baikei's face turned pale with fright. She couldn't understand why Team Rockets would make Norman jump across the sea and launch an attack on the Ether Foundation in Alola. And why did you come to the chairman's villa so quietly? Where is the security guard? What about the alarm? Why is there no movement at all? Of course we have an inside job. At this time, another person walked out from behind Ramda. Compared to the casual Ramda, who looks like a gangster at first glance, his looks are much better, and he is very popular with energetic girls. But the evil smile on his face is no less impressive than Ramda's. Susheng also recognized Lance, who, like Ramda, would be one of the 4 generals in the future. Internal response. Lusamine's eyebrows knitted together. I'm sorry, Chairman. At this time, a person stood up. Lusamine and Baiko immediately looked at him in disbelief. The one who spoke was none other than Zaobo, who was second only to Lusamine in the Ether Foundation and served as the branch chief and director of the research department. Zaobo was seen twirling his beard, walking up to Ramada and Lance, and said with a smile, "Yesterday they found me and said that Team Rockets was preparing to set up a branch in Alola region. For this reason, they focused on the Ethereum Foundation. Chairman, I hope you understand my painstaking efforts. With the power of the Ether Foundation, it is impossible to stop Team Rockets. Instead of fighting a meaningless battle with no chance of winning, it is better to surrender as soon as possible like me. There is one thing Zaobo hasn't said yet, and that is Team Rocket's commitment. Once the Alola branch of Team Rockets is created, appoint him as the branch leader." Although Zaobo is already the branch director of the Ether Foundation, all fools know that the director of the Ether Foundation branch and the branch director of Team Rockets are 2 different things. Just like the captain of the national football team and the captain of Brazil, are they on the same level? Lusamine's face turned green with anger. "Zaob, you." Ramda responded with a strange smile. "Brother Zaobo also told us that there will be a very important transaction today. TM, our boss is very interested." As he spoke, Ramada raised his index finger and pointed at Lusamine. To be precise, it was pointing to the USB flash drive in Lusamine's hand. A Rathicate flew out from Ramada's feet, and its prominent front teeth hooked directly into the USB flash drive in lock on Lusamine's hand. When Rathicate was halfway through the charge, a dark shadow appeared from the pokeball on Karen's waist. The strong and powerful front paw stepped hard on Raticate's back. "It's Karen's Houndoom. You little bastards, do you think we don't exist?" Even though most of her face was covered by sunglasses, she could still feel the coldness in Karen's expression at this moment. Karen doesn't know about Susheng's relationship with Team Rockets. She just sees Team Rockets as a simple disruptor. "In that case, let's kill them all." Flamethrower. Under Karen's command, Houndoom stepped on Raticate's back with his left foot, lowered his head and breathed flames. "Golbat." Ramda quickly asked the other Pokemon Golbat that was hovering above him to take action. The air knife slashed out from Golbat's wings, blocking Flamethrower. The air knife and the Flamethrower collided. When the 2 energies of fire and wind come into contact, it goes without saying what will happen. Bang! The wind pressure and the flame spread in all directions. In less than 5 seconds, the pure white villa was turned into a flame mountain. The chandelier on the ceiling was burned and was about to fall. "Be careful!" Susheng grabbed Karen's wrist and pulled her behind him. Bang! Almost within 2 seconds of Susheng pulling Karen behind him, the chandelier suddenly fell with a loud noise. Slowbro will also release Slowbro and extinguished the fire with water pulse. "Kill them." Psychic. After slightly controlling the fire, Will turned and pointed at Team Rockets. Slowbro opened his arms and the materialized psychic poured out, turning into a light purple wave and rushing towards Team Rockets. Oh, by the way, although Will knew Giovanni, he didn't know his true identity. Hypno. Psychic. Zaobo immediately sent out Hypno, who often appeared in some unorthodox Pokemon comics, and ordered it to use the same trick as Slowbro. The 2 energy waves collided and competed with each other. The stalemate lasted only 2 seconds, and Slowbro's psychic obviously suppressed Hypno. Wheezing. Lance made a prompt decision and sent Wheezing to float above the center of both sides. "Will, defend quickly," Susheng reminded. Will didn't react for a while. The next second, Wheezing's whole body burst out with dangerous white light. Now Will also guessed what the other party was going to do. "Slowbro, use guard." Boom. The exaggerated explosion directly blew off the ceiling on the first floor of the villa. Crash. A large amount of rubble fell. Will, who was protected by the Slowbro protective shield, shield, immediately looked at the collapsed living room behind him. Hey, are you okay? Bang. The next second an exaggerated fist wind was sent out. It directly crushed the endless rubble wall that fell into powder. But it's not over yet. This fist wind not only crushed the collapsed ceiling into powder, but also broke through the second and third floors of the villa, and finally a loud bang sounded. It directly punched a hole in the roof of the villa. That was a million-ton punch. Well, it's okay, Susheng responded. Karen was beside him, and Lucamine and Pico were behind him, and in front of him, the one who threw the million-ton punch just now was Stufful. Looking at Stufful, who raised his right front paw and made a punching motion, everyone present was dumbfounded. The million-ton punch just now was thrown by such a small thing. Go, Stufful, Susheng said calmly, although he didn't know what Uncle Giovanni was going to do. But in the current situation, if he didn't take action, he would be sorry for the atmosphere. Boom. Stufful's limbs were slightly bent, and he jumped up suddenly. A strong orange light poured out from his right front paw. That was the fighting type trick brick break. Claydol, extrasensory. Because Hypno didn't defend in time just now, Zaobo could only send out the second Pokemon to fight. Claydol opened his short hands and released a circular psychic ray. Seeing this, Stufful punched in advance. Puff whoosh. The wind from the punch blocked the extrasensory for a while. Impossible. Zaobo's eyes were as big as copper bells behind his glasses. The wind from the punch could block Claydol's extrasensory. How strong is that, Stufful? Brutal swing. Susheng's command sounded again. Stufful's arms glowed with dark light, and after landing, he accelerated again and hit Claydol's abdomen. After knocking him to the ground, he rode on his stomach like a runaway Yagami. He punched Claydol's face with his fists. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous sound of beating not only hit Claydol's face, but also hit everyone's heart. Good. So scary. Is that really Stufful? Lucamine was numb. Are you sure it's not Master Wuodeo Bear or Zeraora? And Karen and Will were no less frightened than Lucamine. You know, Stufful is the latest member of Susheng's team. It's really God's gift. No, it's God who's chasing me and feeding me. Will muttered with emotion. I'll give you 10,000 words first, and there will be at least 10,000 more in the evening. I beg for support. Chapter 85 Giovanni Wingman Plan launched. Please subscribe to the book. Hey, this is different from the plan. Seeing Stufful pinning Claydol, who restrained him, to the ground and beating him, Ramda swallowed his saliva and took a long time to react. According to Giovanni's plan, they should suppress the Ether Foundation and wait for the boss to take over. Why is he suppressed now? Suddenly, Ramda felt a chill coming from the solace of his feet. He looked down. He found that the area from the solace of his feet to his knees had been firmly fixed to the ground by a layer of ice. Don't move. Your legs will be broken if you move. Hearing the threatening voice from behind, Ramda turned his head subconsciously. He saw that the little fat man had stood behind him without knowing when. Hey, Lan. Ramda panicked and immediately wanted to ask his colleagues for help. Bang. However, he just turned his head and was about to wink at Lance. He saw a high-heeled shoe kicking Lance's butt. It's that little girl in sunglasses. You dare to make trouble with such little ability. Karen stepped on the back of Lance, who fell flat on his face. Although she looked childish in both figure and voice, she showed her queenly demeanor at this moment. Lance was about to struggle. However, Karen's Houndoom had come up, staring at Lance with his head down and eyes making a threatening sound of woohoo in his throat. Pa! A drop of saliva dripped from Houndoom's teeth and fell on Lance's face. This cotter of Team Rockets, who was famous for his cruelty to the enemy, chose to shut up. Good. So strong, Pico said in disbelief. Lucamine had a similar expression. I thought that among these three children, only Susheng had extraordinary scientific research ability, but I didn't expect that he was also a unique trainer. What Lucamine didn't expect was that his two companions were also so strong. But what Lucamine is most concerned about right now is Zaobo. Lucamine called out the names of her subordinates, or former subordinates, word by word. Her tone was as cold as glaciate of Qrem. Just as the biggest crisis the Straw Hat Pirates had ever encountered was not a strong enemy, but the betrayal of Robin of Water City. What makes a boss most angry is often not the failure of his career, but the betrayal of his subordinates. Chairman, I can explain. Zaobo was so scared that he fell to the ground. Damn, this is not what he expected. What kind of bastards did Team Rockets send? They were so easily subdued by a few little ghosts. Seeing Lucamine walking towards the side with a frosty face, Zaobo was so scared that he almost peed his pants. In the eyes of the public, Lucamine is a perfect woman, but as the first employee who followed Lucamine and even worked with her missing husband, Zaobo knew the true face of his boss. Since her husband Mo Yan disappeared several years ago, Lucamine has become more and more closed. Although she has not yet turned as evil as in the original game, her style of doing things has become more and more sinister. There are also some shady businesses. If Lucamine really catches him, the end. Zaobo dare not even think about it. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, moment 3 loud noises rang out in succession. In an instant Susheng Stufful, Karen's Houndoom, and Will Slowbro were all knocked away. That was a beadrill. Lazamin's face changed drastically and her steps also stopped. Please calm down, Lusamine. A man wearing a high-collared black coat that covered the lower half of his face and a felt hat that was pulled down very low covering the upper half of his face with only the bridge of his nose visible, walked towards this side. They are just following my orders. Drill's wings made a high-frequency buzzing sound and flew back to his master. Boss, Ramda, Lance, and the other Team Rocket's minions shouted respectfully. The boss of Team Rocket's, Lusamine, Pico, and other Ether Foundation staff members changed their faces drastically. That is an extremely mysterious existence that the Pokémon League has not investigated. Even the boss has appeared in person. Karen frowned. What happened just now? Was it that beadrill who did it? Will lifted his Slowbro up and stared at the beadrill. We plan to set up a branch region in Alola. The Ether Artificial Island happens to be a base on site. I hope that Lusamine will give it up. Giovanni's voice, which completely covered his face, was like that of a kind elder, but he could not hide his unquestionable majesty. Of course, we plan to carry out this plan in secret. You who know this secret naturally cannot leave, so we must also bring all members of the Ether Foundation under Team Rockets. Lusamine was so angry that she laughed. My mother, after all these years, we have finally developed the Ether Foundation to this point, and now you Team Rockets are here to reap the fruits. Melodic. Lusamine immediately released Melodic, known as the most beautiful Pokemon. With a flick of her finger, Melodic turned around and spit out a hydro pump to attack Giovanni. However, Beadrill slashed backhandedly like shooing away a fly. The spikes neatly split the hydro pump in two. How could it be? Lazamine's pretty face turned pale. Susheng was very calm. The result was expected. Among the organizational bosses of each region, Lusamine was the weakest one. It is estimated that she can only suppress the problem children of Padilla. Besides, Maxie, Archie, Cyrus, none of them can be beaten by her. Not to mention Giovanni. At this time, Susheng noticed that Giovanni was winking at him from the corner of his eye under his felt hat. What are you doing? Susheng was wondering in his heart. To be honest, he didn't guess what Giovanni was going to do. But this look, should it be asking him to take action? As the leader of Team Rockets, it's not graceful to hit a woman, right? Susheng took the initiative to walk out. I took the initiative to show my goodwill just now, but I didn't expect that Lusamine would be so disrespectful. I can't do anything about it, Giovanni said in a tone of I'm also a victim. Lazamine's chest rose and fell with anger. She felt the same as Karen's Houndour when Aldous beat her to death. You broke into my house, trying to take over my house, and you blamed me for it? I've never seen such a shameless person. Little friend, do you want to meddle in other people's business? Giovanni pretended not to know Susheng. I don't like it, but I have business to discuss with President Lusamine. Can you please leave? Susheng also pretended to be confused. That won't work. I'll take over the Ether Foundation today. Damalankai can't protect them even if he comes. I said that. As soon as Giovanni said this, the atmosphere on the scene became extremely heavy. They had no idea that the old and the young foxes were singing a double act. Stufful, Brick Break, Agrin, Iron Head. The next second, the two foxes gave instructions to their partners at the same time. Giovanni thought to himself, Wingman plan. Start. Chapter 86. Agrin, I don't need to use all my strength. She will kill me on the shelf for first order. Stufful jumped up, holding up his right front paw that glowed orange. The huge difference in size between the two made Stufful look like jumping up and hitting your knees. The sharp horns on the top of Agrin's head on the opposite side shone with a silver-white metallic luster, and he hit it hard. Bang! A muffled sound that made people's teeth ache. The Orberg monster's face changed slightly. Although this iron head looked very imposing, it actually did not use all its strength because the master had told him before the battle that he had to lose this battle by himself. But he couldn't lose too obviously. Therefore, in this iron head, Agrin only used 70% of his strength. But now, in the eyes of a third party, Stufful, who jumped up and chopped Agrin's sharp corners with his hand knife, actually suppressed Agrin, which was 7 or 8 times his size. Agrin was like Sun Wukong being held down by the Five-Finger Mountain, and his head was forced to droop by gravity. Is the power of Stufful even higher than Agrin? Lusamine said in disbelief. Giovanni's eyes hidden under the felt hat also flashed with disbelief. He did intend to lose to Susheng in this battle. Giovanni's original plan was to play a double-act system game with Susheng, but he lost to the other party with a slight disadvantage. Let Susheng pretend to be cool in front of Lusamine to win the favor of this beautiful woman. This is the same routine that some rich second generations will buy off gangsters to intimidate girls and then save the beauty themselves. And Giovanni's trick is a super plus version. That's why Giovanni didn't send out Beadrill, Nidoking and other main forces, but used this Agrin that he had just conquered. But what Giovanni didn't expect was that this stuff was so powerful. It actually suppressed Agrin. Agrin, round. Giovanni felt that the battle couldn't end too quickly, otherwise others would really suspect that he was acting. Roar. Agrin, whose head was held down, roared with hyper voice. The wind pressure caused by the sound wave directly pushed Stufflo was lifted into the air. Metal Claw. Giovanni seized the opportunity, and the three sharp claws on Agrin's right hand shone with silver light, drawing an arc in the air, tearing the air and grabbing Stufful. Trample. Hearing Susheng's order, Stufful in the air tensed his body. The next second he fell vertically like a rock, and his tensed limbs and feet fiercely met the metal claw that attacked from below. The two sides collided again. This time, Agrin, who did not hold back, had a slight advantage and suppressed Stufful. Oh, Stufful's face hurt. Agrin took the opportunity to open his palm, grabbed Stufful's neck, and threw him to the ground. It's over. Double-edged headbutt. The burly Agrin tensed his body, and the next moment, like a heavy chariot, he rushed towards Stufful, who had not yet climbed up from the ground. The horror of the scene is just like a tank on the battlefield about to run over a baby. Ah Sheng. Will and Karen's faces changed drastically, and they wanted to step forward to reinforce, but they were blocked by Ramda and Lance. If it were normal, the two would not be afraid of these two little bastards, but at this moment Ramda and Lance each had a wheezing in front of them, and their bodies were constantly flashing dangerous white light. It was obvious that this was a sign of using explosion at any time. Double-edged headbutt is the most powerful move of the rock system. If Stufful is hit by that move, he will. Pike's face turned pale with fear, and Giovanni seemed to be trying to kill you while you were sick, but in fact he kept winking at Susheng. Double-edged headbutt is indeed a move with great power, but it also has equally huge side effects. The fact that he had to bear huge damage was only one of the reasons. For an Agrin with the rock head characteristic, it didn't matter at all, mainly because this move is a special move that uses all the strength of the whole body to perform a headbutt attack. Because the head is charged forward, the attack trajectory is completely a straight line, therefore the hit rate is low. Giovanni believes that Susheng has many ways to deal with this move. Then, what will you do? Giovanni thought to himself. Although the plan is to lose to Susheng as a wingman in this battle, Giovanni also wants to take this opportunity to meet again and see Susheng's growth. Almost. Susheng spoke suddenly. Everyone was a little confused for a while. Almost. What does it mean? Just when Agrin, who was performing the double-edged headbutt, was getting closer and closer to Stufful, suddenly, a strong blue-white holy light surged out of Stufful's body. That's the light of evolution. She was originally at a high level. Susheng spoke calmly in the incredulous gaze of the people around him. Yes, Stufful already had a good level when she joined the team. My training of her was just a key to open the shackles. In the light of evolution, Stufful's body swelled visibly, and he obviously changed from crawling on all fours to standing on 2 feet. Boomo. Finally, the growl, which was a little immature before, sounded more powerful now. The light of evolution also dissipated at this moment. Stufful evolved into Beware, and Agrin had rushed to a distance of less than 2 meters from Beware. Go, Beware. Susheng raised his hand slightly. Beware took a step forward and swung his right arm back. When Agrin rushed to the last moment when he was less than 1 meter away from him, he swung his whole arm out. This posture is absolute bull thunder plow hot knife. Ahem, just a little joke, it's just a similar posture. Actually, this move is an arm hammer. Boom bang. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Beware's right arm hit Agrin's face hard. Half of the artificial island of ether felt like it was shaking violently under the collision of pure power and power. Finally, a deep crack appeared under the feet of the two tank-type Pokémon and continued to spread to the surroundings. Who wins? Everyone stretched their necks, eager to know the result of this battle. Agrin, you. Giovanni frowned slightly. He had seen that Agrin had used all his strength in the double-edged headbutt just now. This kid actually forgot his instructions. Didn't we agree to use only 70% of the strength? If Agrin knew Giovanni's thoughts, he would definitely have a black question mark face. How dare I use only 70% of the strength in this situation? I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by her. Knock roar. However, at this moment the first sound was Agrin's cry of pain. The wind pressure of the fist wind explosion finally dissipated. Bang. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground was heard. Oh, the Reberg beast's face was full of pain, and it fell to the ground face down, and in front of him was Beware with an expressionless face. Boom. Beware turned around and came over, hugged Susheng, and rubbed his face hard against him. Let go, let go, let go. You are getting stronger again. Feeling that the bones were being pressed tighter and tighter, Susheng hurriedly stopped Beware. After evolution, she became stronger and had to learn how to control her strength again. Same as planned, but a little unexpected. A rare look of shock appeared on Giovanni's face hidden behind the high collar. Although it was just a new Pokemon that I had just conquered and was not qualified to join the first line team, it was actually defeated in full power mode. It's amazing. Giovanni looked sideways at Susheng, who was twisting his arms, and Beware, who had a resentful look on his face. Something unexpected happened. happened. I planned to give you another 10,000 words tonight, but 86 was blocked for some reason. It's weird. I didn't write the color. Now I can't post the next 3 chapters. Please wait a moment. I'll see if I can release it before 0 o'clock. If not, I'll make it up for you tomorrow. I'm sorry. Chapter 87 Is Giovanni the wrong target? Please subscribe after listing. Boss actually lost. Lance and others were dumbfounded. Although I know that Agrin is just a new Pokemon that Giovanni has just conquered, it is still immature in all aspects. But it is definitely an elite level Pokemon. Actually, that kid gave me. No, it's not just the boy who's amazing, but also the Beware. The overall level of Beware is definitely not as high as Boss's Agrin. Even a scumbag like Ramda, who came from a gangster background, knows that Agrin's evolution level requirements are far higher than those of Beware. Although the data in the game can only be used as a reference, full evolution to Beware only requires reaching level 27, and Aaron evolution to Agrin requires a full level 42. This reference is enough to show that Beware, which just evolved, cannot be higher than Agrin in terms of level. In other words, that Beware defeated Agrin by leapfrog. Boss will be challenged successfully. Ram Tatsuya looked in disbelief. Why? How could such a thing happen? The next second, Ramda felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Immediately afterwards, he covered his crotch like a pupa, twitching and shrinking to the ground. Will next to him mocked, didn't your boss teach you not to relax until the last minute in a battle? As he said that, he kicked Ram's right foot that reached his crotch. Ever since he blew up Iron Mask Marauder's gold, he fell in love with this feeling. On the other side, Karen also found the opportunity and kicked Lance on the stomach with her high heels. Kicked him until he spat out gastro acid and fell to his knees again. The situation has turned. Mr. Leader of Team Rockets. Lucamine cast a grateful look at Susheng, then put her hands on her hips and said coldly to Giovanni, who was taking back the Pokeball from Agrin, who had fallen to the ground. However, faced with Lazamine's innocence, Giovanni couldn't help laughing. Although he is only a few years younger than himself, he is so naive. Why are you laughing? Although she couldn't see Giovanni's expression, Lucamine subconsciously felt a strong sense of foreboding when she heard the other person's laughter. Chairman Lucamine, you should be lucky that you met me. If it were any other organization, with your innocent character, I'm afraid all the scum would have been eaten away. Giovanni smiled even more. What did you say? Lucamine was so angry that she wanted her melodic to attack. However, the next second, Lucamine was surprised to find that her feet were fixed in place as if they were glued. Woo! The melodic next to her also cried out in pain. It was like being tapped on acupuncture points. He was frozen in place and unable to move. Chairman, over there. At this time, Baiko noticed the reason and pointed behind Lucamine. Lucamine turned her head and saw that a Doug trio had emerged from the ground to the left of her at some point. The white ceramic tiles in a large area centered on Doug trio have turned into quicksand. These quicksands tightly wrap around the soles of the feet of people and Pokemon in this area, making them unable to move. It's Doug trio's sand cave feature. Kids with glasses, if you don't want to. Giovanni prepares to put an end to the operation. Murkrow. Assurance. However, Giovanni had not finished speaking to Susheng. Suddenly Karen he kicked Lance, who was lying on the ground, and released his other Pokemon to attack Giovanni, who had just put away Agrin. Attack the trainer directly, right? Who wouldn't do that? However, Giovanni was not moved at all. Bang! A Pokeball inside the coat opened automatically. An equally burly Pokemon jumped out of it. Giovanni's main force, Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen didn't even use any special moves, just stretched out his hand and grabbed Murkrow's neck accurately. Gah! Murkrow, whose throat was pinched, let out a painful cry like a duck. Murkrow. Karen's face changed suddenly, but she didn't care about her partner's free time at all. Nidoqueen, pinching Murkrow with her right hand, took a step and covered Karen's head with her left hand. If she wanted, she could crush the head of this little human girl like an egg in the next second. Good. So fast. It's totally different from Agrin just now. Will was shocked by Nidoqueen's smooth movements. He also realized that the man in black didn't use his full strength just now. Karen felt the temperature from Nidoqueen's big hand above her head, and her black dress was soaked with cold sweat in an instant. Strictly speaking, this was her first time on the verge of death. Now, can you listen to me carefully? Giovanni smiled. Let her go. Susheng said in a deep voice. I will be your hostage. Sheng. Karen looked at Susheng in disbelief. Susheng raised his hand to signal Karen that it was okay. Susheng took Beware back to the Pokeball and adjusted the Pokeball to a shrunken state. This way, the Pokemon can't get out of the ball by itself. Susheng threw out the 5 shrunken Pokeballs on his body and then walked slowly into Nidoqueen. Let her go and take me as a hostage. Nidoqueen turned to look at his master. Giovanni was also a little confused. This is a little different from the plan. You know, Giovanni originally planned to help Susheng to capture Lucamine. How come he has become a little girl with gray hair now? But considering the current atmosphere, let's just follow this kid's wishes. wishes. Giovanni nodded. Seeing this, Nido Queen let go of Murkrow and Karen. Seeing this, Susheng grabbed Karen and immediately pushed her out. Ah Sheng. Seeing Nido Queen's hand pinching Susheng's head, Karen's eyes under the sunglasses couldn't help but start to shed pearls. Stand away. Susheng kept waving his hands to signal Karen to step back. You are so kind. Pico sighed in a low voice. Lucamine also nodded in approval. Although she can't even protect herself now and doesn't know if she can survive, but Lucamine has to admit that the boy named Susheng is really excellent. If she can survive, she will introduce Lily to him. What do you want? Susheng turned and looked at Giovanni. Don't worry, there is still a lot of time. We can talk slowly. Giovanni walked to the center of the ruins of the villa that was destroyed beyond recognition and picked up Susheng's laptop that was barely usable. Well, that, Mr. Leader, this is the research data of TM. Zaobo smiled awkwardly and handed the USB flash drive that Susheng brought to Giovanni. Suddenly, he remembered the Celadon/Rainbow Team Rockets incident in the future. It was because Zaobo, the dead fly, acted as a guide that Celadon/Rainbow Giovanni was able to easily enter the Ether Paradise, right? Although there is no Zaobo, Susheng feels that with the little ability of Ether Paradise, it can't stop Celadon/Rainbow Team Rockets. But no matter what, Zaobo is a traitor. Good guy. He became a traitor so many years in advance. Susheng complained in his heart. However, in the eyes of others, Susheng's head was pinched by Nido Queen, but he still remained calm and composed even when the sky was falling. So cool. At this moment, Gladion, the future #1 Pokémon middle school boy who was hiding in the back corner with his sister and shivering, admired. And this majestic figure also left an indelible mark on the heart of Lily, who is still in kindergarten. Chapter 88 Sokka Edward Wood Newgate. Please subscribe. Chapter 88 Sokka Edward Wood Newgate. Please subscribe. Giovanni, who covered the upper and lower halves of his face with a felt hat and a high collar, sat on a chair that Lance had brought from somewhere. Inserting the USB drive brought by Susheng into the laptop, he began to read the contents carefully. Great, what a great experience. This time Giovanni did not act deliberately but expressed his approval sincerely. He had heard about TM from Susheng before, but I didn't expect Susheng to actually figure this thing out. Perhaps only Pokeball can beat it in terms of practicality. Any company with this thing will immediately become a giant company comparable to Silver and Merokaman Group. Did you invent it? Giovanni looked sideways at Susheng. So what? Susheng asked in a bad tone. You bastard, watch your tone. The person in front of you is the leader of Team Rockets. Pokemon World. Durant expressed his loyalty on the spot. While scolding Susheng, he also flattered Giovanni. Shut up. Giovanni stopped Zaobo in a deep voice. Zaobo was startled, but he didn't dare to say anything and retreated. Immediately, Giovanni crossed his legs and spoke loudly. My original plan was to take over the Ethereum Foundation and make it the substitute of Team Rocket's branch in Alola. For this reason, anyone who knows about Team Rocket's operation should be executed on the spot. As soon as these words came out, all the Team Rocket's players around them looked fierce. As long as Giovanni gives the order, they will release Pokemon and tear apart the non-Team Rocket's personnel present. Giovanni raised his hand to signal his men to calm down. Even though his face was covered by a high collar and hat, he could still hear the smile in his tone. But what's surprising is that when you go to the countryside, you can actually find such a treasure. Young man, become my subordinate. Giovanni stretched out his hand towards Susheng and made an invitation gesture. This action reminded Susheng Meng of Whitebeard's mantra in his previous life. With such a mind, it would be a pity to die now. Why not join Team Rockets and turn the world upside down in the name of Team Rockets? I have to say that Giovanni's eloquence is still good. This is also one of the purposes of Giovanni's plan this time, taking this opportunity to reveal his identity to Susheng. What if I don't agree? Susheng asked back. Sheng, stop. Before Giovanni could answer, Karen was already pale with fright. Brother, have you forgotten that your head is still being twisted by Nido Queen? Oh, you're not afraid of death, are you? You have the guts. Giovanni smiled slightly and moved his eyes slightly. The next second, the Beedrill ghost appeared between Will and Karen, with two sharp stingers pointed at them. Then you don't care about the life and death of your companions. Asshole. Karen was so angry that she almost crunched her teeth. Damn it. Will also looked unwilling. Let them go and I will join. Susheng took a deep breath with an expression that said, it's all on me. Sheng. Karen. Will looked unwilling and ashamed. Sorry, it's all because of us. I just like talking to smart people like you. The corners of Giovanni's mouth under the high collar turned up 3 more points, and he stood up from his seat. Come on, boy, let's talk about your future work and treatment in Team Rockets. With that said, Giovanni raised his fingers towards Beedrill. When Beedrill saw this, he immediately stopped. Giovanni waved to Susheng again, gesturing for him to follow. Sheng. Seeing Susheng following him, Karen shouted worriedly. Don't worry, I'm still useful to them. Susheng comforted Karen and walked beside Giovanni. Giovanni. The two strolled to the port of Etherland. After making sure that there was no third person around, Giovanni took off the felt hat on his head and folded down the raised collar, revealing his true face. Are you surprised to know my true identity? Ashen. Giovanni chuckled. A little, but not much. Oh, although you pretend to be pretty good, uncle, you still inadvertently show your disdain for the Alliance when chatting with us. At that time, I guessed that you might have done some dirty work secretly, but I really didn't expect it. He's actually the leader of Team Rockets. Susheng shrugged. Haha, I think it's almost time to tell you my true identity. Giovanni smiled even more and said half jokingly, it's a fruitful time, isn't it? Starting from today, the Ethereum Foundation will become the Alola branch of Team Rockets. Even if the headquarters in Kanto is wiped out, all members can move to Alola, and the proceeds from selling TM in the future will also be lost, belong to Team Rockets and make a lot of money. Sushen nodded. In the game, Giovanni occupied Etherland and transformed it into a temporary base for Celadon/Rainbow Team Rockets. And the traitor is also Zaoba. In a sense, this is the future being staged in advance. No, what I mean by harvest is from your perspective. Sushen looked sideways at the other party. Didn't you notice the way that little gray-haired girl looked at you? Haha. Giovanni smiled and joked, especially when you said you wanted to take her place as a hostage. To be honest, I wouldn't think it was normal if she didn't give you 8 children in the future. You didn't see how frightened everyone was by your Nido Queen, Susheng said angrily. That was probably the first time Karen experienced the taste of death in person. If he hadn't taken her away from Nido Queen, then the place where Karen would sweat might not be her face. But, well, don't ask Susheng how he knew. Giovanni's smile remained the same, but the plan really couldn't keep up with the changes. Originally, I wanted to take Lucamine as a hostage and ask you to rescue her. This way I could gain Lazamine's favor, but I didn't expect it to actually work. The one who became fond of me became that girl. When Giovanni said this, Susheng couldn't help but smile. Of course I am happy that my relationship with Karen has become better. After all, not to mention the future, the current Karen is also a genuine Don/Molly girl. Although Susheng is not so beastly as to attack the current Karen, the relationship can get better, so why not? He is not the kind of turtle guy who says the most important thing about liking her is not to possess her, but to find ways to make her happy. Uncle, what are you going to do next? Susheng asked, changing the topic. I plan to set up a company to sell this TM you made to solve the funding problem of Team Rockets. Originally, Giovanni also thought about hiding TM and letting Team Rockets' internal staff use it so as to improve the overall strength of Team Rockets. But Giovanni soon discovered that although TM was incredibly effective, in the end it only saved training time and allowed him to learn high-power tricks faster. For example, if Lu Suolong from the East China Sea period replaced his 2 ordinary swords with the Supreme Sword, would he be able to defeat Hawkeye? Learning high-power skills is important, but in terms of the overall strength of Pokémon, it can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. If you really want to become stronger, you still have to practice step by step, so Giovanni felt that it would be more cost-effective to sell it for money. Okay, what's the name of the company? Rocket Company, Susheng asked casually. Giovanni touched his chin. I plan to call him Yinzheng Company. Ashen, what do you think? Susheng, Yinzheng, I'm afraid this isn't a combination of one word each in my name and your son Silver's, right? Chapter 89 Zaobeo, didn't I betray you in vain? Please subscribe after listing. In my opinion, let's call it Celadon/Rainbow Company. Susheng really felt that the name Yinzheng was not a good one, so he chose one for Giovanni. Giovanni originally planned to set up a Celadon/Rainbow Team Rockets in Alola in the future. In this case, let's call it Celadon/Rainbow Company. I'll think about it. Faced with Susheng's proposal, Giovanni rarely agreed directly. He still thinks the name Yinzheng is better. Okay, let's go back. Aren't you going to cover your face? Uncle. Susheng noticed that Giovanni was not wearing a hat to cover his face and asked curiously, since you have joined Team Rockets, naturally your 2 companions cannot be left behind. Giovanni smiled. He had known Will for a long time and had already seen that this kid had great potential. Coupled with the performance just now, it is certain to reach the elite level in the future. But Liu's daughter has shown even better potential and has every chance of becoming champion. Adhering to the concept of don't miss top talents and don't let go of ordinary talents, Giovanni felt it was necessary to take this opportunity to recruit these 2 people into Team Rockets, and showing his true face to the 2 of them can be regarded as an expression of sincerity. And Giovanni is not afraid that Karen and Will expose this matter, not to mention Susheng watching them. Don't forget that they themselves are still wanted criminals, although just wearing a mask. Just as Susheng expected, everyone in the audience was stunned when Giovanni returned with his true face. Among them, Will jumped back and fell to the ground, pointing at Giovanni and shouting, Sokka, Mr. Giovanni, you. Giovanni smiled and said, "Don't be so surprised, Will. The reason why I focused on cultivating Ashen and you was just for today. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. I plan to go to Johto to reveal my identity to you after the Alola operation is over and bring you to Kanto. I didn't expect to meet you here, but this is not bad, isn't it? From now on, you and this little lady will continue to follow Ashen and shine as a member of Team Rockets." The shock on Karen's face was no less than Will's. She had also heard from Will that Giovanni sponsored Susheng's scientific research expenses, living expenses for the three of them, and activity funds. Will even suspected that Susheng was Giovanni's illegitimate son. Of course, Karen was not as nosy as Will. She simply thought that this was because Giovanni appreciated Susheng's ability, so she sponsored him. But Karen never expected that the strongest gym leader in the Quartz Alliance was actually the leader of Team Rockets. "Did you take advantage of Ashen?" Karen shouted coldly. "Don't say it so harshly, President Lio's daughter." Giovanni smiled lightly and said, "Without me, where would Ashen get the funds? How could he have researched so many epoch-making works? Instead, you should thank me for discovering him, just like Roz discovered Leon. But you just wanted to kill him." Karen pointed at Nidoqueen next to Giovanni, still furious. "Karen, that's enough." Susheng took Karen's hand. "He's right. Without the funds he provided, I really wouldn't be able to build those things, and I wouldn't be able to bring you out right." Karen, who was still angry at first, suddenly felt as if cold water had been poured on her. Her eye circles were a little red, and she pretended to be angry and said, "Don't be so kind, otherwise you will suffer a big loss, you know." Hearing what Karen said, not to mention outsiders, even Will and Giovanni were a little stunned. From the time they met Susheng until now, although the other person has done nothing harmful, the word kindness doesn't have anything to do with him, right? Giovanni announced in front of everyone. "From now on, Ashen will be the commander-in-chief of the Team Rockets Alola branch and the chairman of the Ether Foundation. Do you understand?" Yes. Many Team Rockets, including Lance and Ramda, responded in unison. As captains, Lance and Ramda were naturally dissatisfied with Susheng, a kid who had just joined and was given such high power. But even a scumbag like Ramda, who came from a gangster background, knows how powerful TM is. "I'm afraid he will never be able to make such a big contribution to Team Rockets in his lifetime. So what else can be said? Just shut up." "Ah, Sokka, Mr. Giovanni, this is different from what was promised." Zaobo was immediately stunned. "Didn't you agree that after Team Rockets takes over the Ethereum Foundation, you will be the chairman? Then what do you think you do? Continue to be a branch manager?" "No, not buddy. I was the branch chief before you came, and you made me the branch chief after you came, so Team Rockets didn't come in vain." "Oh no, didn't I betray you in vain?" Giovanni glanced sideways at Zaobo. "Did any of you promise him anything?" Lance quickly stood up and said, "Sorry, boss, I promised him that once he helps Hand and we take down the Ether Foundation, we will let him manage this place." Giovanni's expression was uncertain. "How come I haven't heard of this?" Lance lowered his head and apologized. "Sorry, boss. I am willing to be punished. I will demote you to an ordinary team member and start from the grassroots level." Susheng, who watched the scene silently, seemed to be reminded of the life of a bull and horse in his previous life. Lance is a typical person who takes the blame for his boss. Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, he will return to the position of captain in a few days. Now the public responsibility is just for Giovanni to step down. As a veteran in the workplace, Zaobo can naturally guess this. At this moment he could only swallow this breath back in his stomach, otherwise he would not be able to keep his current position. "Mr. Giovanni, I have something I want to see. I hope the fly." "Oh no, Mr. Zaobo can lead the way." Susheng suddenly said. "Haha, Ashen, don't be angry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. You should just call me uncle." The old fox and the little fox started to play again. "Mr. Zaob, please lead the way." Under Giovanni's order, Zaobo reluctantly walked up to Susheng. "Do you have any instructions?" "Chairman." When he said the word chairman, you could clearly hear the gritted teeth in Zaobo's tone. "Damn it, this should be your own place." "Attribute Kong, take me to see him." Susheng was too lazy to follow the other party talks nonsense and goes straight to the point. Zaobo's expression suddenly changed. "Why does this kid know about the attribute? Empty. Hurry up." Seeing Zaobo stunned on the spot, Susheng said with a heavier tone. Zaobo silently glanced at the controlled Lucamine. "I thought to myself that Lucamine would probably not survive today anyway, so it would be okay if this matter was exposed, right?" Thinking of this, Zaobo felt a little more relaxed. After making a please gesture to Susheng, he went to the research department on the second floor. Karen and Will followed Susheng into the elevator. "Well, Ashen, what should we do in the future?" The baby fat on Will's face was bunched up, and he was full of worries about the future. "What should we do? Aren't we wanted criminals in the first place?" Susheng asked back. Zaobo trembled and almost fell down. "Ben, was he a wanted criminal?" What do you mean?" "Don't be afraid. As long long as we keep getting stronger. Susheng comforted his two anxious companions. Although the Pokemon world and the pirate world are very different, one thing is the same, that is, the strong is respected. The most typical case is that Lance and Price in the comics caused so many things. In the end, didn't the Alliance obediently call them back to be champion and leader? Isn't it because they are too strong that they turn a blind eye to what they did before? The elevator reached the second floor, and the four of them walked to a solitary room. Don't worry, we are companions, and I will never allow anyone to hurt my companions. Before entering, Susheng turned to the two of them. Well, I feel like he has become a bit addicted to Mimic 50-50 recently. But Susheng's words were indeed sincere. Will scratched his head. Hey, I'm not used to you saying such disgusting words. Karen crossed her arms and turned her face to the other side. Don't talk too much too early. Maybe I'll protect you. Wow. At this moment, the door to the confinement room opened, and a Pokemon imprisoned here straightened up and stared at the visitor with hostile eyes. It is the form of Little Arceus, Silver Companion Battle Beast that was powered by Imprison, known as Little Arceus. Attribute: empty. The explosion of 10,000 words in the evening has come. From now on, I will guarantee a minimum of 10,000 words every day. I also ask everyone to continue to support my new website debut. If you can also contribute more things, give rewards and so on. There is no problem in adding more. The inspiration for this book is very good. To be honest, I'm still a little bit sad. Why do I get so much inspiration from a book with poor grades? Haha, just kidding. Chapter 90. Lily, save us, big brother. What is this? Will's eyes widened when he saw this Pokemon wearing a helmet that hid his face. This was the first time he saw a Pokemon with such a strange body structure. Karen also had the same expression. This body structure is as if parts of several creatures were spliced together. The body is that of a mammal, but the front claws are the sharp claws of a raptor, and the tail is like a fish. This is the attribute Sara, a man-made Pokemon developed by the Ether Foundation to deal with Ultra Beast. Although Lucamine has been controlled, Zaobeo is still a little worried. Wow. Just as Zaobo finished explaining the attributes in the cage, Kong suddenly roared, startling him. There was no way. After all, attributes. Shortly after Sara was born, Zaobo was forced to put on the mask of Imprison's power. Coupled with being locked up in this dark basement all day long, it's no wonder that he can have a crush on the other person. Let it be quiet. Susheng winked at Will. Will nodded and released Executor and released Hypnosis through the cage door to the attribute. Empty. Attributes. The eyelids under the empty mask only felt heavier and heavier. Finally, my head drooped and I fell asleep on the ground. Susheng casually threw an Ultra Ball and put the attribute empty into it. Sheng, is this your new partner? Will asked curiously. No, it's just a research object to help UEV break through its bottleneck. The most suitable trainer for it must be the middle school boy. Susheng does not intend to let attribute Kong join his team. After all, its positioning overlaps with that of UEV. After research, I'd better give it to that guy Gladion. Let my mother go. When Susheng and Zaobo returned to the first floor, they happened to see Gladion being led by Ramda with his collar held up in the air, thrashing his hands and feet and shouting. Not far away, Lily hugged Lucamine tightly, burying her face in her mother's arms and not daring to look out. It's so noisy, kid. Ramada hit Gladion hard on the back of the head. Lazamine's face turned livid with anger, but when he felt Lily trembling in his arms, he didn't dare to act rashly for fear of irritating these villains. Mr. Giovanni, I have completed the task you assigned me with honor. Zaobeo rubbed his hands and approached Giovanni. A bitchy and flattering expression. Lazamine's eyes became even more angry. The villains of Team Rockets are certainly hateful, but Zaobo, the traitor, deserves death even more. And Zaobeo naturally noticed the anger in Lazamine's eyes. After secretly swallowing, he said to Giovanni again, Mr. Giovanni, now that people like Lucamine have seen your true face, it may be dangerous to keep them, and they have no use value now. Branch Chief, are you going too far? Hearing Zaobo's words, even the good-tempered Baiko couldn't stand listening. This is to kill the chairman. This, Mr. Giovanni, Biggie said to Giovanni unwillingly and nervously. The chairman is the most well-known philanthropist in Alola region and an acquaintance of Professor Kukui. Without her cover, what Team Rockets did today will be discovered soon. You still need the chairman. Although Baike doesn't want to join in with these vicious villains, what she has to do now is to save the lives of the chairman's family. And I have to say that what Biggie said makes sense. Although Alola is not yet a part of the Pokemon Alliance, now that Team Rockets has taken action, the Alliance cannot sit idly by. And if Lucamine, as the top person in charge of the Ether Foundation, is gone, the outside world will notice something strange soon. Even if Giovanni and Zhao learn from Li Si and Zhao Gao, how long can they keep it secret? Haha, isn't this simple? Zaobo smiled strangely and took out the Pokeball and released a Pokemon. It's Ditto. The next second, Ditto's body squirmed, and in less than 3 seconds, he turned turned into another Lucamine. Well, it's just a bean-eyed form. Under Bigi's disbelieving gaze, Zaobo twirled his mustache and mocked. Before taking action, we have prepared complete countermeasures. As for the chairman, oh no, I can complete the work of the former chairman. Even if there is an occasion where Lucamine really needs to show up, let this guy just go. Susheng couldn't help but think of Alabasta in his previous life. Isn't that what the sand crocodile did? Let his man monster use his transformation ability to transform into Cobra to deceive the people. I didn't expect to see the same strategy after traveling through time. Bai K collapsed on the ground in despair. There is no other way. She really has no choice. At this time, Susheng noticed Lily, half of her face in his arms, looking towards him. The light pink mouth moved slightly, and Susheng read the little girl's meaning from the mouth shape. Save us, big brother. In Lily's view, the eldest brother was also forced to join Team Rockets, and he risked himself to become a hostage for the sake of his companions. In Susheng, Lily saw a noble soul. At this moment, Lily can only place her hope on him. Spoil it, Chairman Lucamine. At this time, Zaobo had already released Alakazam, preparing to give Lucamine the final blow. For the sake of my future, I can only sacrifice you. Lucamine herself closed her eyes in despair. At this critical moment, etc. Susheng suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Giovanni also winked at Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen Thunder stepped in and grabbed Alakazam's arm. Lucamine suddenly opened her eyes, and everyone turned their attention to Susheng. Uncle, this woman is still valuable. Susheng raised his hand and pointed towards Lucamine. Oh, Giovanni raised his eyebrows curiously. Tell me about it. Next, the Ethereum Foundation will become the Alola branch of Team Rockets, and we will also create the Celadon/Rainbow Company here. But I have no experience in managing an organization or even a business. As he said that, Susheng cast his eyes towards Lucamine. And now, isn't there a ready-made one? Yes. Giovanni has not expressed his position yet, and Bigi, the second mother who has no blood relationship with Lazamine's family but has become like a family member, nodded quickly. The chairman can definitely help. She is a legendary female entrepreneur who has won the Alola Women of the Year award for 9 consecutive years and has single-handedly developed the Ethereum Foundation to what it is today. With that said, Bai K also cast a grateful look at Susheng. What a good young man. He must have said this for the sake of the chairman's family. Shut up. Zaobo quickly stopped him and said urgently, Sokka, Mr. Giovanni, just leave this kind of thing to me. I have worked here for so many years and I absolutely know everything about the operation of this place. I don't need anyone else at all. Zaobo knew very well that once Lucamine was allowed to survive today, she would only be able to let him go. Asheng, what do you think? Giovanni looked sideways at Susheng. I don't know, I'm not Yuanfang. Susheng thought something was wrong, and then calmly said, Uncle, there are only 0 betrayals and countless betrayals. Zaobo suddenly turned pale. Susheng's meaning was very clear. He pointed at Zaobo's nose and said, I don't believe this guy. Thanks to Suifeng 12 for the reward. Thanks to Yuzhizi for the reward. Thanks to Xiaoji BB for the reward. Thanks to Ming for the ticket. Thanks to the ticket tonight. Thanks to these readers and friends who support me. Every monthly ticket for this book, if you accumulate 200 points, you will get extra updates. If you reward 5,000 points, you will get extra updates. If you have one more leader, you will get 10,000 extra updates immediately. On the second and third days, you will get 5,000 extra updates. Chapter 91. The scene was very chaotic for a time. That makes sense. Ramda, who was holding the gladion in his left hand like a little chicken, touched the mustache on his chin and agreed with Susheng's words. Indeed, today the flyman could betray his former master Lucamine for status, but tomorrow he might betray Team Rockets and switch to a stronger force for a higher status. No matter which force or world you are in, the word traitor is the most hated one. Boss, do you want to kill this guy? Lance, the most ruthless of the 4 generals of Team Rockets in the future, suggested. Zaobo was immediately stunned. Why is the development of this plot different from what I imagined? He was a major contributor to helping Team Rockets capture the Ether Foundation. Why are they about to kill me in the blink of an eye? Don't talk nonsense. Fortunately, Giovanni's answer made Zaobo sigh in relief. Professor Zaobo is the hero who helped us win the Ether Paradise. We are not allowed to say such things again. Yes. Seeing the boss's stance, Lance had no choice but to retreat. Giovanni thought for a moment and finally decided, since Ashen you don't trust Professor Zaobo, then transfer him to Kanto, and Lucamine will be used by you. After hearing Giovanni's decision, Ram Tatsuya let go of Gladion. Mother, Lily. The future middle school boy rushed out and hugged his mother and sister. A scene of family harmony. It seems that the current relationship between the family has not been as divided as it was during Ash's time. Bai K let out a long sigh of relief. No matter what, my life was saved. Immediately, Lazamine's family of 3 cast grateful glances at Susheng. If Susheng hadn't interfered like this, I'm afraid. But Zaobo Zayobo's mood was very complicated. Leaving Alola and going to Kanto, isn't this equivalent to losing one's original foundation? But if you stay in Alola, you will definitely be revenged by Lucamine in every possible way. Following Giovanni back to Kanto is indeed his only choice. But thinking of this, Zayobo became even more confused. I feel like this treatment is not much better than when I was the head of the Ether Foundation branch before betraying Lucamine. That's it. It's been decided that everything in the Alola branch will be handed over to Ashen. Also, all the current employees of the Ether Foundation who know about our existence will be replaced by people from our Team Rockets. Giovanni made the final decision. Lucamine bit her lips tightly. Of course she understood that Giovanni did this just to spy on her family and Susheng, but in such a desperate situation, it is a blessing to be able to save the lives of a family. Lucamine didn't dare to expect too much. Everyone is ready to retreat. Lance waved his hand and gave orders to his men. All members of Team Rockets mobilized and collectively prepared to return to Kanto. Naturally, this also includes Zayobo, who has just been recruited by Giovanni. Uncle, do you trust that fly? Susheng glanced at Zayobo's back and asked Giovanni. Of course I don't trust you. Giovanni is a good boss, but not a stupid boss. Although he does not dislike employees changing jobs, Zayobo's behavior is far from the category of job hopping comparable to Lubuletin. Really, take the head of the previous adoptive father to identify the next adoptive father. But that guy has just made a great contribution. I can't attack him either emotionally or rationally, otherwise it will not be conducive to unity. What Giovanni said makes sense. No matter how sorry Zayobo is for Lucamine, at least for Team Rockets, he is indeed a great contributor now. Giovanni had no reason to want to kill him. Under surveillance, Susheng guessed. Well, 24 hours a day monitoring. Giovanni narrowed his eyes and said, even when he goes to the toilet and holds the tube, I will make people look at him. I feel like this treatment is not as good as following Lucamine. Do you want to kill him? Then I can arrange a death mission for him in the future or use other methods. Giovanni asked. That's not necessary. The person he betrayed is not me or my companions. For Zayobo, at least for now, Susheng's feelings toward him were contempt and disdain, but he didn't even have murderous intentions. It's like Susheng keeps saying that he regrets not killing Momonosuke in his previous life, but in fact he just talks about it most of the time. Nami Robin, whom Momonosuke took advantage of, was not his woman. Wang Luffy and even themselves didn't care, and Susheng was too lazy to take advantage of her. If Momonosuke dares to do anything to Karen, Susheng guarantees that Momonosuke will be made into a human pig. And Susheng's attitude towards Zayobo was the same. This thing is not a good thing like Momonosuke, but as long as it doesn't offend him, Susheng doesn't bother to care. The person he betrayed was Lucamine, not himself, and Lucamine has no special relationship with him. Well, at least not yet. Giovanni pinched his chin and glanced back and forth between Susheng and Lucamine, who was holding her children. Well, I think that Zayobo still has value. 2 hours later, the sound of the propellers of the large transport aircraft echoed over the Ether Artificial Island. That was a large transport plane carrying a large number of Team Rockets members headed by Giovanni. Watching the large transport plane flying further and further away, it finally disappeared at the end of the horizon. Although dozens of Team Rockets members and captain-level Ramda were left here to serve as Giovanni's eyesight, but it was enough to make Lucamine and her family breathe a sigh of relief. At least now, it is completely safe. The pressure accumulated in Lily's heart finally burst out at this moment. Woo, wow, Lucamine hugged her little daughter into her arms, holding her waist with one hand and stroking Lily's hair of the same color as hers with the other hand. Don't cry, Mom is here. Mom will protect you. Susheng glanced at the scene of a loving mother and a filial daughter, then waved his hand and shouted to the Team Rockets members left behind by Giovanni. Everyone is at your place. Now you are employees of the Ether Foundation. Go change your clothes later and then do whatever you need to do. Susheng gave an order, then pointed at Baikei and said, on the surface from now on, Lucamine will continue to serve as the chairman of the board, and Baiko will serve as the new branch director of the Ether Foundation. If you have anything you don't understand, just ask her. Do you understand? Few people responded to Susheng's words. After all, in the eyes of these Team Rockets members, they would be more or less dissatisfied with a 12-year-old brat leading them, even if he is strong. Ram Tatsuya touched the mustache on his chin and pretended not to hear. He wanted to see how this kid would respond to such a situation, and to be honest, Ram Tatsuya didn't really want to obey the orders of a brat like Susheng. Just like old employees don't like workplace bullying by new employees. 2 seconds later, no one responded. Suddenly Ramda felt a painful cry of ah coming from behind, and he fell down on the spot. Behind him is Karen with her feet raised. Are you mute? Karen asked with a cold face. Will was stunned for a moment, and the next second he ran to the the nearest Team Rocket's member. He kicked the opponent on the knee, causing the opponent to scream in pain. As for why he kicked his knees, it was because Will's legs were short, and the actions of Karen and Will seemed to light the fuse. For a moment the three Pokémon jumped out of the Pokeball. Beware was riding on an Arbok, punching left and right hooks, hitting the opponent's face with blood. Dai and Lulu Bite licked both sides of the trousers of a Team Rocket's member, while BB spit out flamethrower and cooked a famous dish, charcoal grilled bird. Evie's left front paw twisted the back of Firo's neck, and her right front paw clenched into a fist. Bang Bang punched the opponent's head twice. Damn Team Rockets, you are dead. After Iron Masked Marauder Will, who had not hit anyone for nearly a year, kicked Oyujinjin, a member of Team Rockets, desperately. All three members of Lily's family were stunned. Oh, this family of three refers to Lucamine, Lily and Biggie. As for a certain middle school Shota, go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. Gladian ran to Karen and kicked Ram's ass. Obviously, he still remembers the hatred of being slapped in the face by the other party just now. There will be another update tonight. Please feed me. Chapter 92. TM announced Pokemon Mainland is in uproar. Okay, now we can talk about work. After the commotion gradually subsided, Susheng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back to himself. At this moment, headed by Ram, among the dozens of Team Rocket's members left behind by Giovanni, not one of them has good skin on their face. Seeing several crotches burned to a black mass, Ramda was carried into the infirmary by his men and beaten into pig heads. He was secretly glad that he covered his head smartly when he was beaten. Lived with his second brother. Everyone put on the work clothes of the Ether Foundation. From now on, the Ether Foundation and Team Rockets will eat from the same pot. Susheng spoke again. This time, no one dared to question Susheng's authority. Even Ramda obediently received a white uniform from the Ether Foundation. But even so, it can't conceal his spirited young man's temperament. You don't need to change. You can go back after the company is established. Susheng turned to Ram and said, the reason why Giovanni kept him was actually just for show. In other words, it is to remind Lucamine not to have any small thoughts. My people are watching you. But Susheng felt it was not necessary. Lucamine, who hasn't completely gone dark yet and also has Gladian and Lily, two weaklings, is unlikely to have the courage. I understand, boss. Ramada rolled his eyes, took off the uncomfortable white uniform and threw it away. Mard, why isn't that guy Lance staying? The beating I received was in vain. Chairman, I want to talk to you about the next development of the Ether Foundation. Susheng walked up to Lucamine. Don't call me that. I'm no longer the chairman. Lazamine's pale complexion combined with her beautiful face showed a unique beauty of a sickly beauty. Although she had saved her life, Lucamine knew that it would be a long time coming when she saw Ramda and the Team Rockets members who had changed into their own employee uniforms. My whole family has to live in panic under the surveillance of Team Rockets. This made her completely deprived of the pleasure of surviving the disaster. The reason why Giovanni kept Ramda was the same. No, you will always be the chairman of the Ether Foundation. Next, you will also become the president of Celadon/Rainbow Company. Celadon/Rainbow Company. Upon hearing this name, Lucamine was slightly startled. What else does that guy Giovanni want to do? Let's talk in my room, Lucamine said with a long sigh. Mother. Lily was worried about calling her mother. Mom is fine. Lucamine tried her best to put on a calm expression and touched Lily's little head. Karen came up from behind, put her hands on Lily's shoulders, and knelt down to comfort this delicate doll-like girl. After arriving at Lazamine's room, which was completely white, Susheng glanced at the family portrait on the dressing table, and then Lucamine raised her hand to signal Susheng to sit down. Asheng, do you mind if I call you that? Lucamine said in a close tone, but in fact she has become much closer to Susheng. After all, in Lazamine's eyes, if Susheng hadn't taken action, it would have been difficult for their family to save their lives. Moreover, everyone was innocent and was forced to join Team Rockets, and they were all grasshoppers on the same rope. This made Lucamine feel a little more favorable to Susheng. Of course, I'm honored. Susheng's answer made Lucamine feel relieved a lot, but thinking of the name of Team Rockets and the strength shown by Giovanni, the beautiful woman secretly tightened her white skirt, pursed her pink lips and said, Asheng, tell me, what should we do next? First of all, send Lily and Gladian away from the Ether Foundation. The Pokemon school opened by Professor Oak's cousin Professor Oak would be good. Susheng's first answer touched on Lazamine's heart. What she is most worried about now is her two children. Oakcheng is also the cousin of the famous Professor Oak Sueshan, and Professor Kukui of Alola also works in the school. That is indeed a good place to go. Actually, I recommend the Orange Academy in Putty. The teaching resources there are more abundant, and Lily and Gladian can also get better protection. Indeed, but can Giovanni agree? At this moment, Lucamine doesn't have the strong female demeanor that has won the Alola Women of the Year award for 9 consecutive years. She looked like a little woman who had completely lost her bearings nervous due to the impending disaster. Whatever Susheng said, she just nodded. Chairman, you kid, we are all in the same boat now. Don't call me chairman. If you don't mind, call me auntie. Okay, auntie, I don't think you need to worry about this problem. To be honest, what Giovanni likes most is my skills. As long as I am still under his control and Lily and Gladian can keep it secret, I won't interfere too much in the lives of my two children. Hearing Susheng call her Lazamine's ashen eyes became more radiant. After listening to the second half of the explanation, Lazamine's expression showed both surprise for her children and sympathy for Susheng. The poor child, I am afraid that he will spend a long time under the surveillance of Giovanni, a villain. Susheng didn't know Lazamine's thoughts at this time. Continued, Aunt Lucamine, I want to talk to you about the Celadon/Rainbow Company. At 8 o'clock that night, the Ethereum Foundation's official website updated an announcement. Through the unremitting efforts of Professor Susheng, the chief scientist of the Ethereum Foundation, the epoch-making product TM has finally been developed. At the same time, Lucamine will establish Celadon/Rainbow Company on Alola Ula Island next month to officially sell TM. Chairman Shaman AI serves as the president, and all interpretation rights of this product belong to Professor Susheng, director of the company's research department. At first, only Alola locals noticed the news. When they saw the photos of Susheng released, many Alola people were stunned for a moment. Isn't this the boy who confessed to Miss Lucamine at the award ceremony some time ago? Why did you suddenly become the director of the research department? But immediately afterwards, the Ethereum Foundation released a video online, a TM promotional video. The people of Alola clicked on the video to have a look. An Eevee appeared first in the video, jumping up and down next to Susheng in a white coat. Hello everyone, welcome to the Ether Foundation. My name is Susheng. With that said, Susheng made a gesture to Eevee at his feet. Eevee jumped up and released low power skills such as tackle and swift into the air. Susheng smiled and explained to the camera, everyone knows that Pokemon can use a variety of skills, which represents the power of Pokemon. Some people use this power in life while others use it in battles. Susheng of course, Professor Oak said as he took Eevee into the Pokemon reserve of the Ethereum Foundation. In the background, various Pokemon appeared. Susheng faced the camera and spoke again, and based on these, I developed a prop called TM. With that said, Susheng took out a palm-sized fiery red disc from the pocket of his white coat. The Alola people in front of the computer couldn't help but show curiosity. Friends who have trained Pokemon should know that there are generally 3 ways to let Pokemon learn new moves. The first one, which is the most common, is to realize it on your own by constantly training yourself to improve your level. The second type is inherited from parents. The third type is to learn from other Pokemon. Except for the second method, the remaining 2 methods will undoubtedly take a lot of time and cost to learn, but TM can greatly reduce this time. After saying that, everyone saw Susheng covering the center of a Slowbro's head with the disc in his hand. In less than 2 seconds, the fiery red energy on the surface of the disc was sucked into Slowbro's body. Slowbro, show everyone your Sony power. Susheng smiled. Stay. Slowbro seemed to be pressed at 0.5x speed. It took him 5 seconds to finally open his mouth, and then, phew, a pillar of blazing flames burst out from the depths of the mouth, igniting a burst of fire over the protected area. At this moment, all the Alola netizens who watched the video were stunned. Then, they frantically pressed the repost button and reposted it on major region websites or forums. Chapter 93 Brother Susheng, my mother is entrusted to you. Water-type Slowbro can actually learn the fire skill flamethrower. But did you learn it after touching that strange thing like a disc? After watching the video, all the viewers were stunned. Immediately afterwards, Alola netizens, who were the first batch of viewers, frantically forwarded the video to major websites, forums, and even chat groups. When the IP showed Kanto, Hone, and Sinnoh region, netizens commented, huh. The Alola people felt a strong sense of pride welling up in their hearts, very much like those people in Susheng's previous lives who were satisfied when they saw Wei Quarren praising his own things. There is no way, mainly because Alola now has no other name than tourist resort. There is really nothing else to offer. Although Kalos region is also a weakling, the current Kalos alliance does not have a champion level leader. The current champion Doracina is only at the peak elite level, but no matter what, Kalos is still a member of the alliance, and Alola is not even qualified to join. But now, a genius has appeared in Alola, a genius who can change the direction of the times. This gave the people of Alola an inexplicable feeling of the hope of the whole village towards Susheng. Oh my god, water-type Slowbro can learn fire skills? I was shocked. Isn't the key to that TM? The video seems to say that Pokemon can learn relevant skills in one go. Oh my god, how much time will it save in training in the future? As someone who has participated in Evergrande people at the city conference, I can tell you responsibly that it is really hard for Pokemon to learn skills that are not related to to their own system. Last time I wanted my Combuskin to learn Thunder Punch so that I could fight Wallace Leader's Pseudo-Poly's gym, but I couldn't learn it after more than half a month. This will definitely change the era. By the way, this kid looks about 12 years old, right? Did he really invent it? Did he steal someone else's research results? Stealing shit. Are you writing a paper? Even Professor Oak left a message in the comment section. This is the greatest invention of this era, and many celebrities in the Pokemon academic world, such as Professor Birch of Hone and Professor Aurea Juniper of Unova, left messages one after another, expressing their optimism for Sushen, the younger generation. After all, there are geniuses in the battle world every year, but there are really few in the academic world. As the local Pokemon professor of Alola, Professor Kukui spared no effort to praise Sushen during the interview. He said that when he first met Sushen, he knew that this kid was definitely not simple. After learning fire skills, my Slowbro won't be afraid of grass opponents. In the Ether Paradise, Will stroked his Slowbro's big head with satisfaction. Yes, the Slowbro in the promotional video just now is Will's. And that Eevee is Gladion's Earl Dervish Pokemon. Is this Zorua? Karen is observing Gladion's other Pokemon, Zorua. This is also the Pokemon she wants and even must get, but Karen is not shameless enough to ask a 5 or 6-year-old child for a Pokemon. Not to mention that this seems to be the Pokemon left to Gladion by his father, whose life and death is unknown. Is this Zorua old enough to give birth? Karen suddenly thought of another way. If I can't get you, I'll find a way to get your son. Gladion blinked. This question was a bit beyond his scope. On the other side, Sushen had already released Attribute Empty for research. Lucamine and Lily, the mother and daughter, were curiously looking at this artificial Pokemon. Attribute Empty. Zaobo, that guy deceived me again. A hint of cruelty flashed across Lazamine's eyes. Not long ago, Zaobo reported to her that the Attribute Empty plan had completely failed, and now the living Attribute Empty was right in front of her. It was obvious that Zaobo had deceived her. If she hadn't been afraid of Giovanni, Lucamine would really want to grind that fly to ashes right now. Don't move. Sushen was helping Attribute Empty remove the mask on his face, or the imprison device. Actually, the property, Sara and Silver Companion Beast are more like the relationship between Armored Mewtwo and Ordinary Mewtwo than the relationship before and after evolution. The mask on his face was finally removed successfully and fell to the ground with a clang. Wow. The Silver Companion Beast, which was released from imprisonment, finally revealed its true face, but perhaps because of excitement or because it was not used to it, the Silver Companion Beast, which had returned to its original appearance, roared and shook its head wildly. Dongo, beware. Next to him held Silver Companion Beast tightly in his arms like a chicken. Woo woo. Silver Companion Beast instantly became much more honest. Don't be afraid. The person who would hurt you is no longer here. Sushen patted Silver Companion Beast on the back with one hand. At Sushen's signal, Beware also let go of the other party without any attachment or reluctance on his face. It was not comfortable to hold him. It looks unexpectedly good. Will came to watch the fun. The head and front paws of a bird of prey, the hind paws of a beast, and the tail of a fish. I don't know how to describe this Pokemon at all. It looks like this, so that Silver Companion can gain strong adaptability. Sushen put his hand on the side of Silver Companion's head, which had calmed down. That position is like the slot for VCD discs. And it is true. This place can be used to place storage discs to change properties. During this period, I will study the secret of Silver Companion's body. After that, Gladion, he will be your Pokemon. Sushen turned his head to look at the middle school brother with bangs covering one eye. Is this okay? Mr. Sushen, you rescued it? Gladion looked unbelievable. Sushen chuckled. If it joins my team, its position will overlap with Moon Eevee, and you and Lily will go to Pattaya later. Although it is safe there, having such a strong and gentle partner will also better protect Lily. Right. Yes, thank you. I will definitely cherish it. Gladion nodded vigorously, a little nervous but more excited. This is the advice from the savior. Mother, can't we be together in the future? Lily looked at Lucamine with tears in her eyes. Don't cry, Lily. You won't be beautiful if you cry. Lucamine hugged her daughter tightly. Although she was reluctant, she knew it in her heart. This is the best solution. Brother Sushen, mother, I'll leave it to you. After coming out of Lazamine's arms, Lily walked in front of Sushen and bowed to him from the bottom of her heart. As a female protagonist in history, although she is not very good at fighting, her personality is almost the most mature woman. Lily also understands that only when she and her brother leave Alola can her mother feel at ease, and the safety of her mother must rely on Sushen. Chapter 94. Las Argalar region is rich in beauties. A month later, Alola region, Ula Ula Island, Kappa Village. Today, the opening ceremony of Celadon/Rainbow will be held here. Why choose this place? It is mainly because Sushen, a time traveler, knows that the future Alola Alliance will be built on the top of Lanakila Mountain behind this village. As the the future first company of Alola. It is reasonable to build it together with the Alola Alliance, right? And the local people of Alola are very excited about the establishment of Celadon/Rainbow. As one of the few large regions that have not joined the Alliance, Alola has always been at the bottom of the contempt chain of various regions. Now that a genius who has shocked the entire Pokémon continent has finally appeared, how can they not be ecstatic? As for the fact that Susheng is actually a Johto person, which was exposed on the internet, they selectively ignored it. At the Kangday City Airport on Ula Ula Island, the president of the Pokémon Alliance, Damalankai, and Lorelei, one of the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance, walked off the private plane one after another. Alola President, your presence is a real honor to Alola. Professor Kukui hurried to greet him. Haha, actually, I've wanted to visit you for a long time, but I just haven't found the time. Damalankai twirled his beard and smiled kindly. Barnett, Kukui's girlfriend, rolled her eyes behind him, thinking that this president really said one thing and did another. You know, Kukui used to run to the Quartz Alliance to get the headquarters to agree to Alola to establish its own Pokémon Alliance. However, due to Alola's own strength and Ultra Beast's occasional chaos, the headquarters has not agreed to it. Last year, the headquarters, which was annoyed, directly pushed Lance out and told Kukui, if you want to join the Alliance so much, then prove your strength. The result is conceivable. How can Kukui be a match for Lance? He was directly beaten through. The matter of applying for Alola to join the Alliance was naturally left unresolved. Now that Alola has figured out something, he comes running over here. Isn't that mean? Of course, Barnett only thought about these things in her mind, but didn't dare to say them out loud. After leaving the airport, we got on the car from Kangday City to Kappa Village. Damalankai and Lorelei, who served as the bodyguard for this trip, were both shocked, because from Kangday City to Kappa Village, both sides were full of people. Most people held Lazamine's posters and cheering signs, and some held Susheng's, jumping and shouting the names of the two. Chairman Lusamine, Chairman Lusamine, Chairman Lusamine, Professor Susheng, Professor Susheng, Professor Susheng. Kukui, who was driving, also had a proud look on his face and smiled. Chairman Lusamine was originally a star in Alola. After the TM incident spread, Ashen also became a hot commodity. Now they are the treasures of Alola. I think Chairman Lusamine is very suitable to be the future chairman of the Alola Alliance. President, you don't know that Ashen is not only a genius in scientific research, but also very strong in Pokémon battles. I think he is very suitable to be the first champion of the Alola Alliance, and his 2 companions can be the 4 elites. Kukui's mouth was talking like a machine gun. There was no way. He was devoted to Alola. Now he finally saw the dawn of Alola's rise. How could he not be excited? In Kukui's vision, Lusamine will be the president of the Alola Alliance, Susheng will be the champion of the Alliance, and his 2 companions named Will and Hannah will be the 4 elites. Then find a way to train 2 elites. All done. Oh, there is such a thing. Damalanchi was a little surprised when he heard Kukui say that Susheng was also very strong in Pokémon battles. Not long ago, Kukui and Lance he also watched the battle. Although he is far inferior to Lance, Kukui is indeed a superior trainer who has entered the elite threshold. He said that Susheng is quite strong. That is absolutely true. President, it may not be easy for you to take him away. Lorelei whispered. Don't say that now. Damalankai also reminded in a low voice. Yes, he came all the way from Kanto to Alola this time. On the surface, he wanted to see with his own eyes the TM with amazing effects and the genius scientist who invented it, but in fact he wanted to poach this genius. After all, Susheng's identity information has been exposed on the internet. Damalankai naturally has no reason not to know. This kid is from Johto. In this case, it is reasonable to return to Johto, right? Although Damalankai is a good guy, he is also a person. Of course, he also wants to keep such a big treasure in his own home. However, seeing how much Kukui loves Susheng now, Damalankai feels that if he says this, he will fight with him on the spot. When they arrived in front of the Celadon/Rainbow building, the place was already full of people. All the public figures who are famous in Alola are present. The king of the island, Hala, the queen of the island, Lizzie, and the captain of the island tour, etc., are all present. After Damalankai got off the car, he naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Welcome, Mr. President. Lusamine, who was dressed in a gorgeous outfit, took the initiative to step forward and extend her hand. Congratulations. Damalankai shook hands with Lusamine with a smile, but he couldn't help but glance at the boy next to him who was wearing black framed glasses and exuded the taste of a schoolmaster, and the Alola reporters around him pressed the shutter frantically to record this historic moment of glory in Alola. This young man, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Lusamine, Damalankai finally found an opportunity to talk to Susheng. However, he was interrupted after saying only 3 words. President, you are here too. A middle-aged man wearing a costly custom-made suit who was out of shape but gave people a noble air came up to talk. talk. Chairman of the Galer Alliance, Roz. Damalankai was startled and his eyes clearly said, "Why are you here?" Roz had a faint smile on his face. It should be for the same purpose as the president. Damalankai wanted to get Susheng from Alola to Johto, and Roz also wanted to lure him to Galer. After all, as the most rebellious president of the alliance, Roz did not hide his ambition to strengthen Galer and replace the Quartz Alliance. Just 10 minutes ago, Roz arrived here with his secretary Olina and told Susheng that he was willing to devote the power of the Marikaman group to provide him with research funds, and he could also ask for any other requests. How about it? Think about it, little brother Susheng. Roz turned his head and said to Susheng, "Sorry, President Roz, I am getting along well with Aunt Lusamine, and I don't plan to change my job." Susheng declined. Like Giovanni, Roz is definitely a good boss. In order to prevent Galer from running out of energy in 1000 years, he took the initiative to release Eternatus, and he did not intend to take it for himself but let Leon conquer it so as to help Leon become the strongest trainer. It must be said that the Pokemon world is indeed rich in good bosses. Look at I'm next door, he is so petty. Hearing this, Roz subconsciously looked at Lusamine, who was dressed up and beautiful beyond words. After blinking, he took out a photo and said, "Brother Susheng, in fact, our Galer is also rich in beauties." The photo shows a girl who is about the same age as Susheng, with a healthy wheat complexion, tall and tight figure, like a mermaid. Updated. Although the performance of this book is not very good, I still shamelessly ask everyone to speak more and complain when they have nothing to do. After all, single-player writing is a bit lonely. Hehe. Chapter 95. Yes, Arpadia region is rich in male girls. Nessa, a rookie trainer from Shuizhou Town, Galer region. She made her mark in this year's Galer Star game and received a lot of attention. But Roz didn't care about this rookie trainer, because the reason why Nessa can get a lot of attention is not because of her strength but because of her appearance. Indeed, she is too beautiful. Originally, Roz didn't care about Nessa. However, Olina said that the current Shuizhou Town gym leader in Nessa's hometown is about to retire, so she can be trained as the next leader. At first, Roz was not going to agree. Roz himself is a strong trainer with elite level strength. At the same time, as the talent scout who discovered Leon, he has a first-class eye for people. He watched Nessa's performance in the Galer Star game from beginning to end, and there was no shiny point at all. However, Olina said that Nessa's advantage is not the strength of her strength but whether she can help Galer expand your influence. Just like gym leader Elisa, the youngest and most well-known member of the Unova League. Is she famous because she is strong? Isn't it just because she is beautiful? After being reminded by the secretary, Roz suddenly realized, yes, the Unova Alliance can play like this. Why can't he Galer? So, Roz developed Nessa in the direction of an idol. To put it mildly, it's like being a vase. But what a coincidence, I didn't expect to use it today. How are you, brother Susheng? You are very beautiful, aren't you? Do you need me to introduce you to him? Roz said with a smile. In Roz's view, isn't the reason why Susheng stayed in Alola just for Lusamine? After all, men are from this age group. He also heard about Susheng's confession incident last month. If you don't like it, I have some more. Roz took out several more photos in succession. Like Nessa, she has a healthy wheat complexion but a completely opposite temperament. She is a short-haired girl wearing kung fu costume, holding a yellow and black electric mouse, Sanwoo Loli with a ponytail, oh no, a little girl, and a young woman who is holding several children, has an extremely plump figure, and exudes a different charm. This is our gym leader Mei Rong from Zhanjing Town in Galer region. She also has children. I'm going to, Will immediately felt numb. Are you sure this person is the president of the alliance and not some madam? The next second, Will seemed to remember something and glanced at Karen, who was wearing sunglasses and huddled in the corner. Although he couldn't see Karen's eyes because of his sunglasses, Will could still feel the killing intent pouring out of her body. Calm down, calm down. While Susheng was attracting other people's attention, Will hurriedly came to Karen's side and kept comforting her. Damalankai knew Karen. If she showed up at this time, she would be in big trouble. Not to mention Will. Everyone in Susheng was stunned. By the way, why do you have to remind me that Meyer has a child? Roz blinked. I thought you were good at this. After all, isn't Lusamine just a mother? President Meyer's husband is not dead yet. Olina reminded from the side. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, but I heard he was about to die, right? The last time I went to visit their family, he basically couldn't get up. Roz tried to remember. President Roz, can we stop this topic? Karen didn't express her position, but Lusamine came over with a dark face. Niangzapai, do you two think that I am dead? Poaching people in front of my mother? Not to mention that Lusamine already regarded Susheng as one of her own, and would never tolerate people from other regions poaching him away. More importantly, Susheng is now the protective umbrella of their family of three. Without Susheng, Lusamine concluded that their family would have been optimized by Giovanni that night. Chairman Lusamine, you can't stop little brother Susheng from choosing a better one. one. Right. Roz still didn't want to give up. Okay, it's almost time to start the press conference. Let's stop here. Damalankai interjected with 2 dry coughs. He suddenly felt that it would be good for Susheng to stay in Alola, because Damalansi discovered that the guests present were not only Rosie, the president of the Galar Alliance, but also Yusai, the president of the Padaya Alliance. These two are the 2 biggest quarrels in the Pokemon League. Every day I think about strengthening my region so that I can replace it with the Quartz Alliance. Damalankai felt that instead of being poached by these 2 ambitious and rebellious guys, Susheng would be better off letting him stay in Alola. Brother Susheng, please don't leave my mother. Okay. When everyone walked into the company and prepared to hold a press conference, Lily took the opportunity to hold Susheng's hand and begged pitifully. She was about to go to school in Pattaya. She knew very well that once she lost the protective umbrella of Susheng, her mother would be skinned alive by the gang of Team Rockets. Don't worry, Lily, it won't happen. Susheng touched Lily's little head and comforted her. Brother Shen, there are so many strong men from the Alliance here. Can we expose Team Rocket's crimes to them? Gladian asked softly. Not yet. I can't tell you the specific reasons, but I hope you believe me. I will protect Aunt Lucamine. Before that, just study in Padaya and strengthen your strength. From Gladian's perspective, now is indeed a good opportunity to expose to the Alliance what Team Rockets did before. After all, the president is here. But Susheng disagreed. On the one hand, Susheng does not want to get involved in the dispute between the Alliance and Team Rockets. His position is to sit back and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. Since Damalankai knows Karen, once the Team Rockets incident is exposed, it will definitely trigger a series of chain reactions. Karen, I don't think it can be saved. And young man, your mother is not so clean. Although I don't know if Lucamine has developed the quirk of freezing Pokemon alive in the original book, but according to Giovanni's information, the Ether Foundation also makes money through illegal means, which can't stand the investigation. If Lucamine has developed a perverted hobby, do you believe that Lance and Lorelei can tear her apart? So whether it is for Susheng, Lucamine, or Team Rockets, keeping silent is the best way to win 3 times. Although Gladian is curious about why Susheng did this, he still chose to trust his family's savior unconditionally without hesitation. Brother Susheng must have his reasons for doing this. I just need to go to Padaya to study hard and make myself stronger. But Brother Susheng has more to consider. Gladian swears that after going to Orange Academy, he must study hard and gain the power to protect his mother and Lily. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony and press conference, bigwigs from other regions were surrounded by the media. President Luaz, is it true that you want to bring Susheng to Galar? Luaz put one hand in his pocket and said elegantly, Brother Susheng is a very good young man. Of course I want to have him, but I also respect his choice. Luaz thought that Meyer's appearance was still slightly inferior to Lucamine, so Susheng did not come to Galar. He planned to go back and see if there were any other beautiful leaders whose husbands had died. President Yusai, why did you come to attend this opening ceremony? Yusai smiled and said, President Lucamine plans to enroll her 2 children in our Orange Academy. I am just here on behalf of the school. At the same time, we will not disappoint President Lazamine's trust and will train these 2 children into talents. Because Lucamine is now also the president of Celadon/Rainbow, Yusai also changed the name of Lucamine. Yesai, who wanted to expand Pattaya, of course wanted to get Susheng, but through observation, she found that Pattaya seemed to have nothing that could attract Susheng for the time being. No way. Pattaya is not as rich in beauties as Galar, but there are some male girls. I don't know if Susheng is interested. Chapter 96 The Buried King. Phoebe Karen version. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the next thing was the banquet. This was the opening banquet of Celadon/Rainbow Company, and it was also a farewell to Gladian and Lily. Sheng, this is Lazy Eye, the island queen of Arakawa Island. Kukui's face was almost full of smiles, and he kept introducing local public figures in Alola to Susheng. Hello, Sister Lazy Eye. Please take care of me in the future. Susheng shook hands with the other party enthusiastically. No, this is what I want to say. Lazy Eye, who has never been able to find a suitable partner and is very concerned about age issues, is obviously very happy to hear Susheng address her. After the introduction, Kukui pulled Susheng and said with gratitude, Sheng, I have good news for you. President Damalanchi agreed that Alola will join the alliance. Ha 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 ha, woo woo. Kukui was still laughing at first, but he burst into tears at the end. The long-cherished wish of many years was finally fulfilled at this moment. Barnett hurried forward and handed a tissue to her boyfriend, saying embarrassedly, he is too excited. Sheng, please don't be offended. Damalanchi also came up with a smile at this time. In fact, I have long felt that Alola should become a part of the alliance, but I didn't find a suitable opportunity before. Today, everyone is happy, and I, an old man, will make the decision and settle this matter. Barnett Barnett rolled her eyes to comfort her boyfriend. If Susheng hadn't figured out TM, would you have agreed so easily? Thank you very much, Mr. Damalanchi. But the strength of Alola region now. He was not surprised that Damalanchi agreed to Alola joining the alliance nearly 10 years in advance. He could guess the reason, but to be honest, Alola's current strength does not seem to be enough to form an alliance. Apart from anything else, can you put together a basic lineup of 1 champion, 4 elites, and 8 leaders? That's nothing. You don't have to have champion level strength to be a champion. For example, the current champion of the Kalos Alliance, Ms. Doricina, is only elite level. Liz interrupted. Susheng, the comprehensive strength of the Kalos Alliance is indeed hard to describe, but Susheng didn't expect that before Diantha rose, there was no champion in the entire alliance. Although Diantha is also a relatively low-level champion in the alliance, almost killed by Ash's bonded Greninja, Susheng's impression of her was her hairstyle and legs similar to Audrey Hepburn's. In fact, the basic conditions for forming an alliance only require 1 champion, 8 leader. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have 4 elites, but Galar doesn't have 4 elites. Isn't there Ashen now? You, Will, Huali and the others. The drunk Kukui said excitedly, completely unaware that Roz's face turned dark when he said Galar doesn't have 4 elites. Susheng blinked his eyes. I have no interest in being a champion. Will and Huali, are they the 2 companions of little Susheng? Damalankai asked curiously. Yes, it's me. President Will smiled and came up to say hello. But Huali is not feeling well today and didn't come. I'm sorry, Lorelei said with great interest. Professor Kukui has been praising you 3 since we came here. I'm a little curious. Do you want to have a little discussion? After hearing what Lorelei said, Will became interested. I am also very curious. What is the gap between me and the 4 elites? Will was about to agree, but saw Susheng staring at him. Will reacted and immediately declined. Let's forget it for today. I just want to have a good meal now. Will's team lineup has been exposed by the league. In an open battle, it's too easy to expose one's secrets. It would be okay if Will uses the newly captured Pokémon, but the problem is that after the Asagi Gym incident, Will didn't conquer any new Pokémon. Really? Nasu. Seeing Will's refusal, Lorelei subconsciously turned his attention to Susheng. If Lorelei Elite doesn't mind, how about we discuss it? At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Susheng and Will were shocked. This voice. Even Damalankai was stunned for a moment. The voice sounded a bit familiar. Turning around, I saw a girl with gray hair and twin tails who looked a bit like the buried King Phoebe walking towards her. Will almost shouted the name Karen. The next second, under the fierce eyes of the other party, the word at the end was swallowed back into his throat. Why do you look different? Miss Huali is here. By the way, this is the first time we have seen her take off her sunglasses. Kukui blinked and said, we haven't seen each other for a month. This kid has gained a lot of weight. That little chubby face is so cute. Barnett held her hands in front of her chest and said with bright eyes. Susheng, the only one with the power of Viridian, keenly noticed that there was an extra pokeball in Karen's waist. 80% of what's inside is. You borrowed Gladian's Zorua? Susheng asked in the ear of Karen, who was disguised. It's weird to wear sunglasses at night, isn't it? Karen asked in a low voice. Use new Pokemon, Susheng reminded in a low voice. Don't worry, I'm not as stupid as Will. Karen then walked up to Lorelei. I admire Ms. Lorelei as a quartz 4 elite. Can you give me some advice? Lorelei looked at the girl with some baby fat in front of her, and then she nodded and said, no problem. After the 2 women decided to have a friendly match, the guests at the banquet took the initiative to open up an open space of nearly 100 square meters and gave it to Karen and Lorelei as a temporary battleground. Whether it was Damalankai, Roz, Yusai who came from afar, or the locals Kukui, Hara, and others, they all look curious. After all, according to what Kukui said just now, that Grey Twintail might become the 4 elite of the Alola Alliance in the future. Let's see what she can do now. Start hunting. Litten. Karen threw the Pokeball first. When they saw the kitten falling to the ground with the white light, Kukui and Bayonet were stunned at the same time. This should be the one I gave to Miss Huali last month, right? Kukui looked at the shiny fiery red fur and nodded approvingly. He was well educated. Last month. Hearing these 3 words from Kukui's mouth, Lorelei concluded that this was a new Pokemon that the other party had just obtained. Fight me with a new Pokemon? Could it be that you are looking down on me? Lorelei's red lips curled up slightly, and she threw the Pokeball with her backhand. What appeared was a snow-white sand slash. White sand slash, Will said in astonishment. It's sand slash in the form of Alola region, Susheng explained from the side. It must be Lorelei's new partner after coming to Alola, probably because he saw Karen using the new Pokemon. Susheng remembered that in the game Skin and Skin, Lorelei did have an Alola sand slash. It's just the combination of steel plus ice, 4 times weaker in fighting and fire. Your attribute combination is a bit too strong. Chapter 97, A duel between women. Karen vs Lorelei. Sand slash, U slash. Under Lorelei's command, Alola-san showed its sharp claws like a dagger and rushed towards Litten. It moved very quickly. It is indeed the Pokémon captured by the Ice-type elite Lorelei. It must have been a leader in the family when it was in the wild. Fake out. Karen's mouth curled up a little. It has to be said that the smile on Furry's face is unexpectedly appropriate. Just before Alola-san's sharp claws were about to fall on Litten's face, Litten jumped up and meowth slapped Alola-san in the face. It confused the opponent. The damage is very low and the insult is very strong. Susheng couldn't help laughing. In the previous life game, Fake Out was a mega practical skill. It has a strong restraint on items like Focus Sash. In reality, although it doesn't play as big a role as in the game, it is definitely very annoying. Litten, who gave Alola-san a slap, stepped on the opponent's head and jumped behind him. Alola-san's eyes also showed a clear anger. Damn stinky cat, how dare you! Litten, spray. Swift. Before Litten could make a move, Lorelei gave an order. Alola-san who was facing away from Litten, waved his claws and dozens of golden stars emerged from the strong wind. The next moment he turned around the owner's body, turned 180 degrees and attacked Litten behind him. Swift, which has an absolute hit rate in the game, does not have such an effect in reality, but like Magical Leaf, it is a trick with automatic tracking function. Litten just opened his mouth, ready to spit out flames. However, Swift was already in front of him. Karen had to change her strategy and waved her hand to signal Litten to dodge. However, those Swifts chased Litten like they were equipped with a positioning system. As expected of the four elites at the headquarters, they have all kinds of ways to make up for the shortcomings of their Pokémon. Roz praised. Whether it was ordinary San or Alola-san, their speed was not very good and their flexibility was far inferior to Litten. But Lorelei used Swift's special move with automatic tracking ability to make up for this disadvantage. Catch up, Will shouted. Swift was getting closer and closer to Litten. Karen raised her index finger and hooked it upwards. Litten jumped up, but Swift immediately turned and rose straight up to continue chasing. Flamethrower. Litten twisted his neck in mid-air and a hot column of flames overflowed from his fangs and shot fiercely at Swift below. After only 2 seconds of stalemate, Flamethrower completely engulfed Swift. Litten, how could he have learned Flamethrower? Yes, I, who was watching the game, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Many guests around him had the same expression. It's not over yet. Will smiled maliciously. Flamethrower fell to the ground and the splashing flames drifted towards the opponent. Alola-san, who was 4 times weaker in fire, frowned and took 2 steps back to avoid being splashed by ember. Fire blast! Karen shouted fiercely. The flames from Litten's mouth became 3 times stronger. The column of flame that fell to the ground instantly split into 5 and one of them chased Alola-san fiercely. Even Fire Blast, the king and queen of the island, as well as Yusai and Luzi, who were champion and elite level, were all shocked. It was amazing that Litten, in the form of Royal 3 Earl Dervish, could use Flamethrower, but now he could use Fire Blast. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Ice Twister. Originally, Lorelei's face was full of disbelief, but seeing the flame column rushing over, she had no time to be surprised and hurriedly gave orders. Alola-san crossed his claws and raised a silver-white ice wind. Then he lowered his body, scratched the ground with his claws, and spun like a small gyroscope. Instantly, he rolled up the silver-white ice twister to resist the impact of the flames. Ice and fire intertwined together, offering a strong visual feast, and also made the onlookers hurriedly retreat a few meters. Uncle Merdanuncle, those 2 big sisters are so awesome. A little girl of 3 or 4 years old excitedly said to a middle-aged man with a decadent face and about the same age as Giovanni. This girl was the little girl who talked to Susheng and his group at the Alola Women's Awards ceremony. Her name was Acerola. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that Litten could fire blast. The man called Medon by Acerola scratched his head. He had no interest in women fighting, but after Litten used Flamethrower and Fire Blast in succession, he became interested. Suddenly remembering the GG that Susheng had played online before, Medon said to himself, is it related to that TM? Not only Medon, but many superior trainers present also guessed it. The flame pillars and ice tornadoes are still intertwining and colliding. Squeak. At this moment, Alola-san in the center of the ice tornado let out a cry of pain. The flame that came in hit him. Although it was only a little, it also made him, who was 4 times weaker than the fire, feel more pain. The movement was deformed, revealing a momentary flaw, and Karen, of course, would not miss this opportunity. Hit him. Litten. A strong dark wave of energy surged from Litten's body in the sky. Like a small missile, it rushed towards the ice tornado. Almost instantly, it tore the ice wind apart and hit Alola-san in the center like a thunderbolt. Outrage. Although the dragon-type trick was not effective for Alola-san who had the steel type, but Outrage is one of the most powerful skills of the dragon type after all. Alola-san who was almost 3 times the size of Litten, Litten was knocked away. A boom sounded and a deep pit was smashed in the wall of the banquet hall behind. Even outrage. Lorelei's beautiful eyes behind her glasses were full of disbelief. Shen Litten Will suddenly pointed at Karen's Litten. Lorelei turned her head and saw that Litten, who had just knocked her away, had a strong blue-white light on his body. The light of evolution. It's as expected. Susheng was not too surprised. After all, it has been a month since it was captured, and with the training during this period, it is time for it to evolve. Meow. Although it is still a little immature, its voice is no longer the baby voice before. It has evolved into a torrent cat squeak. At this time, Alola-san on the opposite side also stood up again. It was favored by Lorelei, an elite, so it would not be defeated so easily. That's enough. However, at this moment Damalankai stood up and stopped him with a chuckle. Both sides are excellent. I believe that with such excellent young people, the future of our Pokemon League will surely be prosperous. Although it was only a few rounds of fighting, Damalanchi had already seen the potential of the girl named Hannah. As Kukui said, she will definitely become a strong 4th level elite in the future. It's a pity that such a wonderful duel has only so few spectators. Miss Huali, if you have the chance to participate in the Quartz conference, you can have a good fight with Lorelei in front of the whole world, Damalanchi said with a smile. Karen lifted her hair. I'm sorry, President, the 4th level elite I want to challenge is Aldous. On the surface, it's a challenge, but in reality, it's to kill the other party. There are less than 10 monthly tickets left to meet the conditions for additional chapters. Please give me some. Once it's reached, I will add more chapters for everyone. Chapter 98 Lorelei's Favor. Professor Sushen, you did a good job. Whirl. After Karen and Lorelei took back the hot cat and Alola-san respectively, applause broke out at the scene, and the most excited expressions were from Alola locals such as Kukui and Hala. Karen's performance made them see that she was not only an excellent junior but also the future of Alola. Although Karen never agreed to be one of the 4 elites of Alola. As the banquet continued, Lorelei chatted with the Sushen trio. Did you learn all the moves just now from TM? Lorelei asked curiously, crossing her hands and resting them on her chest. It must be said that this posture made the already erect part even more exaggerated. If it weren't for the fact that he had stayed in that world full of Boba for a long time in his previous life, Susheng said that he really couldn't control himself. What are you looking at? Karen squinted at Will. I'm not looking. Don't slander me. Will quickly turned his head to the other side. Yes, Lorelei elite, if you don't mind, take this. Susheng took out something and handed it to Lorelei. This is. Seeing the dark brown disc in her hand, Lorelei was stunned. This is the special move Earthquake recorded on it. I think Lorelei elite should need her. Susheng chuckled. As an ice type player, Lorelei has many weaknesses. After all, ice type has many weaknesses including fire, rock fighting, and steel, and ground type can solve 3 of them. Thank you so much, Professor Susheng. Lorelei expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Even as a 4th level elite, she knew that it would take a lot of time to let Pokemon learn special moves that were not of their own type, not to mention a high-powered skill like Earthquake. If her could use Earthquake just now, she would not be so passive in the fight. Professor Susheng, I'm a little curious. How is TM made? Will it hurt Pokemon? Lorelei asked hesitantly. She also knew that scientific research often involves experiments. It is inevitable that Pokemon will be used as experimental subjects, and Lorelei hates such behavior. Susheng smiled when he heard this. Haha, you can rest assured about this. TM does need to extract Pokemon's DNA, but only a little bit is enough. For example, the Earthquake skill machine in your hand is the DNA extracted from Fanpi's nails, which will not hurt Pokemon. It's just a bit useless. Susheng added in his heart. So that's it. Professor Susheng is really an excellent scientist. Lorelei smiled for the first time when she heard this, and nodded to Susheng to show her respect. In the past, Lorelei had never had a good impression of scientific researchers because many scientific experiments had to use Pokemon for experiments. Although Lorelei knew that it was a last resort. After all, you can't use people for experiments, right? But Lorelei still hated such behavior. Now she met a genius scientist who could invent such a masterpiece without using Pokemon for experiments. Lorelei couldn't help but have a better impression of him. When Lorelei bowed slightly, the fruit of the OL service seemed even more exaggerated. After Lorelei left, Karen said unhappily, why give her such a precious skill machine? Don't say that. I also gave your Litten some experience to complete the evolution. Maybe you will become colleagues in the future. It's a good relationship in advance. Susheng smiled. In the future, after Red topped the Quartz League, he resigned after less than 2 years as champion and gave his position to Land/Crossing Bird. With the retirement of Lorelei and Agatha, Karen, Will, and Koga successively took over and became the second generation of the Quartz Alliance Elite Four. From this perspective, Karen and Lorelei are really colleagues. However, Susheng Susheng was a little confused. It was understandable that Agatha resigned because of her age, but Lorelei was so young. Why did she not work? Who wants to be a colleague with that kind of cow? Karen pouted, highlighting the repulsion of the same sex. Who is she growing up for? Will whispered, you can't eat grapes, sour grapes. What did you say? Karen stretched out her hand and wanted to give Will a slap. Will quickly hid behind Susheng and played eagle catching chicken with Karen. Brother Susheng, how many of those TMS are left? I want to buy some. At this time, Roz came to the door and saved Will's life. President Luoz, you are too polite. If you want, I can give you some. As a time traveler from China, Susheng is very good at socializing. No, I want a large quantity, so I should pay. Luoz smiled and shook his head, and then the secretary Olena beside him handed a quotation to Susheng. Will and Karen, with bruises on the corners of their eyes, came up from the left and right. Wow. Outrage 100 copies. Flamethrower 300 copies. Psybeam 300 copies. Solar beam 500 copies. All of them are high-powered tricks, and the quantity required for each is more than 3 digits. President Luoz, you should talk to Aunt Lucamine about the quantity you want. Susheng smiled. Uncle, are you here to purchase goods? Will complained. I hope to establish a Celadon/Rainbow Company branch in Galar to sell TM. Laws knows the importance of this thing to trainers. As long as we have this, the overall strength of the Galar Alliance will be greatly improved. A level. Other special moves are fine, but Outrage's special move requires Dragonite's DNA. I'm afraid there won't be that much in a short time. President Ross may have to wait. At this time, Lucamine came up to join the topic. Outrage uses Dragonite's DNA. That's really rare. Murdan, who was eating a piece of cake at the table, thought to himself, Murdan, can you say a few words? At this time, Damalankai found Murdan. The investigation of Joker is left to you. 000. After the two came to the lounge next to the banquet hall, Damalankai said to Murdan earnestly, 000 is Murdan's code name as Interpol. As we all know, those with the code name 0 are not simple. President, you don't need to call me by my code name when you are not working, Murdan said weakly. There's no one else here. Damalanchi motioned Murdan to relax, then said seriously, in short, I'll leave Joker's investigation to you. Murdan scratched his head. Another mega troublesome mission. In the past few years, he has been the captain of the Ultra Beast hunting team, fighting the Ultra Beasts that often invade Alola. With great power comes great responsibility. I've thought about this matter over and over again, and I can only leave it to you, the ace of the international police. Damalanchi smiled and patted Murdan's shoulder. Murdan rolled his eyes and asked, what if another Ultra Beast invades Alola? Who will resist? Aren't there those 3 little guys? Damalanchi pointed to the next door. Murdan blinked. Okay. Chapter 99. You're the next one. Arceus. Early the next morning, everyone who attended the banquet last night gathered at the Kangdae airport on Ula Ula Island. Damalankai and Lorelei are going back to Kanto. Oh, and they have to wear Murdan. On the surface, Murdan said he was going to Kanto for a vacation, but in fact he was going to investigate Joker. After all, as everyone knows, Joker is basically active in Johto, and Roz and his secretary Olena will return to Galar. Yusai will also take Lazamine's children to Padaya to complete the enrollment procedures for Gladian and Lily. Mother, please take good care of yourself. Lily's eyes were full of tears, and she held Lazamine's hand reluctantly. Mom, it's okay. You have to study hard, get along well with your classmates, and remember to be beautiful all the time. Lucamine lifted Lily's bangs, revealing a little face that was immature but had already shown the beauty of the future. Gladian, take it. Susheng handed 2 Pokeballs to the middle school boy. Inside were the silver companion battle beast and the Zorua that he had lent to Karen before. It was for this reason that Karen didn't come to see him off today. Brother Susheng, my mother, I'll leave it to you. Gladian bowed heavily to Susheng. Susheng patted Gladian on the shoulder. After sending everyone away, Susheng and will return to the suburbs of Meli Meli Island where the 3 of them lived before. Next, they would move to the Ether Paradise. The equipment here would naturally have to be moved. A group of Ether Foundation employees in white uniforms were already moving the equipment. After Susheng and Will came back, Eevee, Dai, Lulu, and BB immediately surrounded them. Beware was a little slower because she was holding Swablu's Pokemon egg, afraid of walking too fast and hitting the little things inside. Sheng, will we live in the Ether Paradise forever? Inside the house, Karen, who had not used Zorua's ability to transform and had not worn sunglasses, asked Susheng. Well, but before that, there are 2 things to be solved. Susheng raised his index finger. First, I will help you to subdue a Zorua. After all, if you want to participate in the Quartz Conference, you must have a Zorua to help you disguise. Thank you. Karen expressed her gratitude to Susheng from the bottom of her heart. She could feel that Susheng really wanted to help her. Don't say the word thank you all the time. We are companions. Susheng smiled back. Susheng has never been stingy with his own people. He is not the Sweat King. His brother's woman is so awesome, but he is still sweating without doing anything. In his previous life he had always stayed with Vegapunk to learn. Susheng actually longed for the feeling of finding a few like-minded companions to fight together like Luffy, but he really had no talent in martial arts. In addition, he had always stayed with Old Bay, and his every move was monitored by the world government. There was really no chance to form a clique for personal gain. This second time through time was considered to have fulfilled this dream. Just companions? Karen asked back as if instinctively. Susheng was stunned for a moment. Karen also suddenly realizing the ambiguity of his question. An embarrassed blush appeared on his face. No, that Susheng didn't say anything yet, but Karen was confused first. Well, I'm still here. Will raised his hand. Karen, she swore that she wanted to beat this little fat man to death for the first time, and being interrupted by Will, Susheng swallowed back the words that had risen to his throat. Originally, Susheng was going to answer yes at the moment. I can't say for sure in the future. Yes, Susheng did not deny his affection for Karen. He is not the male protagonist of a stock trading novel who pretends to be confused while pretending to understand, nor is he the god-defying Yangvinan who has drugged the female protagonist and allows others to solve it by themselves. But to be honest, as a veteran who has lived 3 lifetimes, Susheng prefers mature women like Lorelei. For Karen, who is now only 12 years old, Susheng currently only treats her as a companion. In a few years, if Karen still has this regard for herself, Susheng would certainly not mind further development with her. I have no interest in becoming a pornographic camera person. The atmosphere was broken by Will. Susheng chuckled and changed the topic. Currently, I have asked Team Rockets and the Ether Foundation to help us investigate where there are traces of Zorua. I believe there will be results soon. Like Lucario, Zorua family is not a mythical beast but a relatively rare Pokémon. With the help of such 2 major forces, it shouldn't take too much time. What's the other thing? Sensing the murderous look in Karen's eyes, Will quickly asked to divert Karen's attention. There is still one final step left for Satsuki to completely break through the bottleneck. Susheng bowed and held Uev in his arms. Isn't it done yet? I saw you gave the silver companion battle beast to Gladion, so I thought it was done. Karen frowned. It can only be said that it is half done. With that said, Susheng picked up a firestone on the experimental table and placed it on Uev's back. The light of evolution shines, and the firestone's energy is absorbed by Eevee, turning it into Flareon. Will, oh my god, Karen, it's exactly the same as the AR system of Silver Beast. Silver companion beasts can change their attributes by replacing the storage disk. Karen and Will also knew about Susheng's research on the silver companion beast over the past month. Unexpectedly, it really happened again on Uev. Susheng stroked Flareon, who had fluffier fur than Uev, and continued to explain. The AR system of Silver Beast allows it to place a storage disk in its brain and then take it out and put in a new storage disk to achieve free switching of attributes. But Uev can't do it. Every time she transforms, she will absorb a piece of evolutionary stone/ite and cannot take it out. Let's ignore the issue of waste. Every time she changes, she has to take out a new evolutionary stone/ite and put it on her body. This greatly reduced efficiency. Yes, although Silverman was called Little Arceus by many Pokémon fans in its previous life, it can also switch attributes at any time in reality. But in actual combat, it is far inferior to Arceus. Not to mention its own strength. Another problem is that every time you change attributes, you need a trainer to help change the disc. To be honest, no matter how fast the trainer is, it will still take about 3 seconds to change the disc for you, right? A master can kill you in just 1 second, let alone 3 seconds. But Arceus is different. With a flash of inspiration, the switch can be completed in an instant. This alone is enough to get rid of the silver companion battle beast Chiwen Norman. What should we do? Ashen. Looking at Flareon's furry body, Karen couldn't help but reach out and want to stroke it. Flareon wanted to struggle, but after Susheng clapped his hands to comfort him, he still suppressed his dissatisfaction and let Karen jerk him off. Then we can only study Arceus. Susheng's words were so shocking that they stunned the 2 companions. What? Studying Arceus? Is it the legendary creator god Arceus? Are you crazy, or is there something wrong with my ears? We have a group. Welcome everyone. Chapter 100 Alzub's Last Step. The Gem of Life updates added with monthly tickets. Both Karen and Will looked at Susheng in shock. Arceus? The Arceus who created this world in the legend. Don't worry, we are not putting Arceus itself on the experimental bench. We are just studying the legacy it left behind. Susheng lowered his gesture to signal the 2 companions to calm down. The life gem was a treasure created by Arceus thousands of years ago by gathering 5 kinds of life energy: ground, water, grass, thunder, and lightning, and dragon. That is the goal of Susheng's next action. That's good, that's good. Will patted his heart, scared to death, almost thought he was going to fight Arceus. But there is a chance to fight Dialga or Palkia. Susheng's next sentence Alliance almost choked Will to death. Is there any difference between the two? Karen was much better. She had guessed that Su Sheng was teasing Will. This idiot. Ah Sheng, have you thought of a way? Seeing Will was scared to death, Karen smiled gloatingly and asked Su Sheng, well, we naturally have no chance of winning against the gods of time and space, but we can find a way to prevent them from coming out. The key point lies in the woman who has the power of super conquer and can communicate with the legendary Pokémon. TM began to be sold in Alola region. This attracted a large number of tourists, making Alola GDP, which was originally a well-known resort in the Pokémon world, even higher. However, the prices of many high-powered skill machines still discourage tourists. For example, Flamethrower costs 30,000 Alliance coins, Fire Blast costs 35,000 Alliance coins, Earthquake costs 35,000 Alliance coins, and Brave Bird costs 30,000 Alliance coins. However, even so, there is still an endless stream of tourists coming to the merchandise store to buy skill machines every day. Even if you don't have the financial ability to buy those high-powered skills, the relatively affordable skill machines such as Mudshot at 5,000 Alliance coins, Magical Leaf at 5,000 Alliance coins, and Fire Fang at 10,000 Alliance coins are very popular, because for many trainers who buy TMS, supplementing the attack range of their Pokémon is much more important than the power of the moves themselves. For example, a novice trainer in Kanto who chose Charmander had a hard time beating the first two gyms. You can buy a Metal Claw or Thunder Punch TM. Wouldn't it be easier to fight this way? Besides, most ordinary trainers' Pokémon are just so-so. Even if you learn a high-powered trick through a skill machine, you can't exert that power if your level is not high enough. It's the same as the first generation of Wood Release Conquering the World and Yamato Wood Release doing greening. They are all Wood Release, but they are not of the same level. The two regions that took the lead in reaching a cooperative relationship with Celadon/Rainbow Company and will open branches in their own regions are Galar and Padilla, the two Alliance rebels. It's mainly because these two regions are closer to Alola. A few days later, the Ether Artificial Island, Su Sheng and the other two are preparing to go to Sinnoh to take down the next target, the Life Gem. Lucamine said with some concern, don't you really need me to send a special plane to take you to Missiona Town? Missiona Town is a famous tourist attraction in Sinnoh region, with a large number of wild Pokémon habitats. But few people know that Sheena, the manager of Missiona Town, is the owner of the superpower. And we are going to steal something. Are we afraid that others will not know that we are flying there in a special plane? Karen curled her lips. Lucamine, who is now the chairman of the Ether Foundation and the president of Celadon/Rainbow, put on a white OL suit. Compared with the previous gorgeousness, she has a more capable beauty. But the more beautiful Lucamine is, the more unhappy Karen is. You are the mother of two children, can't you be a little uglier? Lucamine frowned slightly. Although she asked Su Sheng to call her aunt, it was just a way for Lucamine and Su Sheng to get closer. Which woman likes to be called old? Don't worry, we have planned several plans. There will be no problem. Su Sheng smiled and comforted Lucamine. In order to avoid suspicion, Su Sheng and the other two planned to take a plane to Hone first and then take a boat to Sinnoh northeast of Hone. On the other side, Indigo Plateau, Merdan, who said he was on vacation, came to the Alliance headquarters under the guidance of Damalankai and formally met with the 4 elites of the Quartz Alliance. To be precise, it was 1 champion and 3 elites, and Aldous was not there. He was used to his colleagues. Everyone, this is Merdan, the ace police officer of the International Police. He wants to consult you about Joker. Damalankai introduced. Merdan still looked like he hadn't woken up all day, and said lazily, after all, some of you have fought with Joker head-on. I want to know more about this person to facilitate the investigation. Lorelei pursed her pink lips. I didn't fight with him. At most I met him once. If I really have more experience in fighting. Speaking of this, Lorelei, Bruno and Agatha looked at Lance standing by the window at the same time. At this time, Lance/Crossing Glance/Crossing Bird and his fat face were fighting, and they put a fiery red disc was attached to the fat and bulging belly. That was the skill machine of Fire Blast. As the signboard of the Quartz Alliance, it was perfect for Lance to get a skill machine. After knowing that Alola developed this thing, he quickly ordered a batch of fire skill machines. The purpose was to deal with the ice type that was the most restrained by dragons. Dragonite. Merdan looked at Lance's extremely sturdy dragon, which was almost half the size of a normal Dragonite. Suddenly remembered what Lucamine said before. The material for the skill machine outrage seems to require the DNA of Dragonite, right? Lance, talk to Officer Merdan. Damalankai shouted. Got it? Lance still looked a little unhappy, because he wanted to catch Joker himself. However, a defeated general dares not talk about bravery. He has already lost twice. Not only does Damalankai disagree, but the members of the Quartz Alliance also disagree. Don't lose again. You will embarrass our Quartz Alliance. On the other side, the Su Sheng trio, who arrived at the Hone region immediately bought a cruise ship to Sinnoh. Originally, Will wanted to stay in Hone for a while. After all, the Pokémon Gardevoir he had been thinking about was found in Hone. But under the intimidation of Karen's eyes, he still got on the ship obediently. Although Ralts is a rare Pokémon, it has been seen in various regions. You can find it in Sinnoh. As she said, Karen kicked Will onto the ship. Thank you. When Will was drawing circles in the corner, Susheng walked to Karen and smiled. Why thank me? Karen asked back. Thank you on behalf of Moon Eevee. Susheng glanced at Moon Eevee sleeping in the Pokeball. The EPUB project has been underway for quite some time. During this period, Dai, Lulu, and BB have improved their extreme speed with the characteristics of the Trinity. Not to mention Beware, who is being chased by God. As the first elder sister to join the team, Moon Eevee's strength has suddenly become the bottom in Susheng's team. This also made Moon Eevee more and more anxious. Karen obviously saw this, so she didn't let Will stay in Hone for long, forcing him to follow the team to Sinnoh without stopping, helping each other. After all, we are companions. Karen intentionally or unintentionally emphasized the pronunciation of the word companion. Susheng smiled back. Will suddenly felt that he was a little redundant.